Hello, hi, how we doing? Hope we're doing well. Thank you, GT, appreciate it. Hello, hi. Here's Croc. Hi, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hello. All GTs were eaten in making of the stream. Crazy. Hi, Kaiser. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hello. Is Poke dead? I am not dead. Perhaps he has fallen and cannot get up. Nah, it just took longer because I had to eat, right? And like food got done barely before stream, so I had to eat very fast. In like 15 minutes. I just realized I forgot my coffee. Great. In the kitchen. I'll be right back and quickly get my coffee. I'll be right back. All right. Now we can properly start. He left us. No, I did not. I just needed a coffee. Because I only had a small one this morning. Now I'm making a bigger one. I'm slowly reducing the amount. Interesting. Rather interesting. Anyways. Alrighty. Here we go. Yep. We'll start with a long video first, right? With the... you changed it back to Lon Chaney. Interesting, Croco. Interesting. Yeah, we're gonna start with that. And, then we'll just slowly work through everything I still have. Until we're done. I locked in today really hard. I got everything edited from yesterday already. I locked in really hard. So, yeah. Pretty nice, pretty nice. I think we should just stop the yapping and get into the reacting. Isn't that what we should do? It's a pretty normal... Well, it's a decent Sunday. I had good meat. Dumplings, red cabbage, meat and sauce. Particularly turkey. Yes, I ate turkey. The country. Of course, the country. What else would I eat? I ate an entire country. The Turkish people are no more. Moving on. We'll start with this. Oh god, coffee. Coffee! Mac fucking Nisifend. That's all a man needs. That is all a man needs. I swear to god. Alright, perfect. I guess in this case we'll start with this. I've been putting off you watching it because of the runtime. I know you normally just watch 20-minute videos. It depends. Sometimes I do I think 30 minutes is still fine, but like, yeah. We'll see what this is about. We'll see. I'm curious. It's a crisp 5:10 a.m. for me right now. It is for me 2:11 p.m. Great, very great. Anyways, here we go. Lon Chaney shall not die. The story of the man with 1,000 faces. That is actually that title goes hard. Actually, the man with 1,000 faces. That goes hard by Dark Corners Reviews. Yeah, we're gonna look at this. I don't know much, honestly. as usual. And to be fair, the stuff that I did know, I kind of forgot already. So this will be a nice refresher. All I know is that this is an amazing actor. That is all I know.
In 1925, Super Studio MGM claimed they had more stars than there were in the heavens and wheeled them out for promotional film The MGM.
I don't know if they actually had had this many stars. Is this tough, chat? I'm not gonna lie, the man with more than 1,000 faces is definitely a title that goes hard. No doubt about it. That does go hard. That's crazy.
MGM Studio Tour. But one star isn't playing ball. The man talking with his back to the camera may not have had the best known face in the lineup, but that was only because the public knew him by so many. This is Lon Chaney. Despite having made over 150 films, Chaney is now largely remembered for two extraordinary performances. For a long time,
he was in the Hunchback. He was the Hunchback in the Hunchback of Notre Dame, 1923. Director was Wallace Worsley. Horrible name. Elise the Worsley.
Hollywood Law said that Universal production head Irving Thalberg had the idea of making The Hunchback of Notre Dame with Chaney in the title role. But research done by Chaney biographer Michael F. Blake showed that Chaney himself had been planning this for years and probably had Quasimodo's makeup in his mind long before the cameras turned. That makeup, based closely on the description in Victor Hugo's book, was, like all Chaney's makeups, applied by the actor himself. It took 3 hours and was capped by a 20-pound plaster hump. Chaney also designed a leather harness which held him in a stooped position and meant that he needed a special chair in which to rest.
Bro did all of it himself? That's interesting. That's very interesting. So he did like the makeup himself. He did the hunch, the back himself, the costume parts. That's very interesting. And he's a good actor, so he's good. He's good in multiple things. Not bad.
Between takes. Although he was doubled by Joe Bonomo and Harvey Parry in the climbing sequences, Chaney's performance is still a stunningly physical one. Clambering over the cathedral like a gargoyle come to life. Throwing himself body and soul into the role. Inevitably, it's the makeup that hits you first. And much has been made of what Chaney...
Legit better than most CGI nowadays. Isn't that crazy? Damn, man really said, fine, I'll do it myself. And so he did. The makeup looks good. That does look good. Like I said, better than some CGI nowadays.
Endured in playing the part. But in an epic movie, what stays with you are the small moments of Chaney's performance. His love for Esmeralda. His chagrin at being rejected. And the simple joy of ringing the great cathedral bells. No matter how extraordinary were the creations he wrought from the converted toolbox that housed his makeup, Chaney's acting always shone through, eliciting sympathy for the neglected and unloved characters he portrayed. Chaney's other great role of this era...
What honestly surprises me is also like the facial expressions, right? With the that ton of makeup, right? You'd expect that the face were to be like somewhat in a way very stiff, but he still has a very, how do I say this, flexible face? Is that the word you would say? That's really good. Not bad. There's actually a lot of Hunchback of Notre Dame. Now that you mention it, there's a lot of movies, kind of. Is this a Hunchback movie? Yep. 1923.
era arguably deserves
Hunchback, not the Phantom of the Opera, 1925, from director Rupert Julian. Okay, interesting.
to be unloved. Eric, the Phantom of the Opera, is a killer and a madman, as well as being cursed with appalling ugliness, revealed in one of the most famous shots in cinema. Chaney's makeup had been a closely guarded secret, his face blanked out in publicity pictures. But beneath the monstrosity...
Ooh, they made this like a secret to get people into the movie. Nowadays, you couldn't pull that off because something somewhere would get leaked, right? So there's that. That's really interesting. That's really interesting. For a second, I was dead as confused by them not talking, but then I remember why. Yeah, these are silent movies, right? In the 20s. Is this how you look like? Nah, not that bad. Not that bad. Like a 5 out of 10 kind of thing. But not that bad. I probably am lying because I have a really bad assessment of how I look, so or someone would be offended. That could be. Nah, it would actually work right away because we're in the era of ugly people in cinema, I guess. Hello, hi Sumax, how you doing? Hope you're doing well so far. Hello.
We glimpse the Phantom's tortured soul, allowing us to wonder if the Phantom's madness is a consequence of how he has been tormented on account of his appearance. The film's success solidified Chaney's box office reputation and secured his longevity amongst cult film fans, but it also pigeonholed him for future generations as a horror star. Chaney was never a horror actor. He was a...
Tell to the Marines, 1927, George W. Hill. Okay. I'm doing okay. Okay. Hope you're doing better soon with your tiredness and sore throat.
Character actor, and in or out of makeup, character came first. Speaking to Theatre magazine in 1927, he said, "A man's face reveals much that is in his heart and mind. I attempt to show this by the makeup I use. The makeup is merely the prologue."
I mean, right, it goes a lot, right? Not just the makeup, right, but also the facial expressions. Apparently also, you can tell by somebody's face, how they've been doing for most of their life. You can see, for example, like if somebody smiles a lot, you can see that around the mouth, right? With how the skin looks. If somebody's like skeptic a lot, you can see that on their forehead, that kind of stuff. So, kind of true, yes.
Leonardus Frank Chaney was born in Colorado Springs on...
That is a crazy name. The first name is actually crazy. That's rather interesting. Is bro in 300? That's crazy.
April 1st, 1883, the second son of Frank and Emma Chaney. Both his parents were deaf. Emma from birth, Frank due to a childhood bout of typhoid fever, and so, from an early age, Lon learned to express himself without speech. When Lon was in 4th grade, Emma Chaney was stricken with inflammatory rheumatism, which would leave her bedridden for the next 3 years. While his father and elder brother went out to work,
Mama Chaney did not do too well. That's sad. Didn't know that kind of need. Yeah, it's really interesting.
young Lon dropped out of school to care for his mother. Every day he entertained her, told her stories, kept her up to date with local news, not just with sign language, but with pantomime, gesture.
Laugh, Clown, Laugh, 1928, Herbert Brennan. Interesting. Laugh, Clown, Laugh. That's an interesting name. Born on April 1st is unfortunate. Damn, he shares the same birthday as Logan Paul. Yeah, but the difference is Logan Paul was an April Fool's joke that would continue for decades. This one was a gift.
And facial expression, unknowingly honing the skills that would make him such a unique talent. When elder brother John Chaney got a job at the local opera house as a stagehand, he brought his younger brother along, working as a prop boy for 25 cents a night. Lon would remain a supporter and member of stagehands' unions until his death. From here, he worked his way up and made his acting debut in 1902 in The Little Tycoon. It is in a review for this show that we first find Leonardis referred to by his more familiar name. Lon Chaney provoked laughter whenever he appeared on the stage, and his dancing was welcomed with loud acclamations of approval. It's a far cry from the Lon Chaney of Hunchback and Phantom. During the 20s, Chaney's gift for comedy and music was largely confined to behind the scenes, joking around with Wallace Beery or entertaining the cast and crew on the set of Telet.
Yeah, but that makes sense, right? Obviously, at first, right? You're not gonna... I think, like, as an actor, singer, whatever, right? Whatever you're doing, even artist, right? I think, like, in your first initial years, nothing much is happening, right? You're just gonna get, like, some small stuff, some small gigs and all that stuff. But, like, overall, you wouldn't really, like, go... It wouldn't go crazy. It wouldn't go super hard for the beginning. And I feel like a lot of actors also, like, hit their peak very late in their career.
The Marines. The only comedy film he made at his peak was also one of the few horror films he made, playing a mad scientist in 1925's The Monster, also one of his worst films of this period. For the next 10 years, Chaney toured as a theatre actor, largely in musical comedy. He married Claver Creighton, and their son, Creighton Tull Chaney, arrived swiftly after. But these were lean years, and the marriage ended in acrimonious separation and divorce, during which Lon won full custody of Creighton. Chaney was badly in need of work.
Rare W for men in family court? Okay, interesting.
And turned to that bottom-of-the-barrel employment that many actors were forced into. The exact date Chaney entered the movies working as an extra is unknown. It would be nice to think that this was him in Suspense, a seminal thriller directed by Lois Weber, but the consensus is not. His first credited role was in the 1913 slapstick comedy Poor Jake's Demise, a film long thought lost, until part of it was rediscovered in 2006 in a private collection. This lesser-known part of Chaney's career is also the most productive.
The Scarlet Car. Interesting. Huh, so he had like his few little moments, then basically disappeared for a little bit and then returned. Talk about a comeback.
He joined the company of husband and wife filmmaking team Joseph DeGrasse and Ida Mae Park, with whom he made 64 shorts between 1914 and 1918, playing everything from a hunchbacked fisherman to a sensationalist reporter. He worked with Alan Dwan, one of cinema's most...
So he already, how do you say this? His wife was abusive is what I could find. Oh, that's unfortunate. That's very unfortunate for him. That was very unfortunate for him and his son. Interesting though. So he already had the hunchback role in his, blood, if you will. Also Discord and Harmony. Discord and Harmony don't go well together. Moving on.
Prolific directors. He even wrote and directed a handful of films himself, although sadly none of these survive. And in 1915, he married Hazel Hastings, with whom he would spend the rest of his life. Though some of these early performances retain more than a hint of broad theatricality, Chaney was learning his craft and adapting his skills to this new medium. Despite the hectic work rate, he strove to make each role a unique character, and as early as 1916 was featured...
Yeah, I cannot keep up with that beard. Sag, Discord. Shh, we don't talk about Discord and the e-kittens on there that you can rent. Careful. Horrible idea.
In Motion Picture Weekly as Master of Makeup. During this period, Chaney was under contract to Universal, but by 1918 he was feeling undervalued. When his request for a raise was turned down, he quit the studio and went freelance, eventually landing the bad guy role of Haim Bosom in Riddle Gone. Directed by and starring William S. Hart, the biggest cowboy star of the era, this film, of which only fragments remain, gave Chaney his most significant role to date. The role of Stoop Connors the following year in The Wicked Darling was important for another reason.
Interesting, The Wicked Darling. Okay, so one of his best roles is there's not much left of it. That's unfortunate. I've reviewed most of these. You nerd! But good for you. Lock in.
The film was directed by Todd Browning and was the start of a 10-year and 10-film relationship. After Outside the Law for Universal, in which Chaney played a dual role as gangster Black Mike Silver and R. Wing, they embarked on a series of outlandish melodramas for MGM.
Wait, he played an Asian man? They could have not found an Asian man? Then again, this is the 20s, so it kind of makes sense.
Starting in 1925 with The Unholy Three. Chaney and Browning shared a taste for the macabre, and Browning would often come up with a character for Chaney, then base a story around it. In London After Midnight, Chaney plays a detective who dresses up as a vampire, a makeup that has entered into popular culture despite the film being lost. Judging by Browning's 1935 remake, Mark of the Vampire,
Todd Browning, or however you say it, he mostly is remembered for making the original Dracula movie. Not bad, interesting.
being lost may be the best thing for the film's reputation. It's also credited with inspiring a murder. Robert Williams, a London carpenter, claimed visions of Chaney's vampire sent him into a fit in which he killed an Irish housemaid. A plotline that...
Huh? What are we using as justification for murder here? What on earth is going on? What? That's crazy. I had visions from Lon Chaney's vampire, so I had to obliterate this housemaid. It wasn't my fault. Crazy.
would have suited a Browning film. In The Unknown, one of their best collaborations, the character of Alonzo the Armless has his own arms cut off to hide his distinctive double thumb, an extraordinary act of hate-fueled masochism that required a leg double for Chaney. And in 1926's The Blackbird, Chaney plays the criminal of the title who hides from the police by pretending to be his own twin brother, a paralysed priest called the Bishop. The scene in which he goes to fetch himself, then conducts an argument through the door, is perhaps the most unbelievable.
That is so interesting. That is so interesting. That is so interesting. He really put in that. You can tell, right, that there's a lot of effort put into it. This man has a unique charm. Very true. Hi, Lumpy. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hello. People back then just be saying anything. Guy really just went. This guy I saw in a movie told me to do it in a vision. Kinda, I guess. I don't know. Send him into a fit of rage or something like that. I don't know. Interesting.
In a series of films that frequently stretches credulity, but that never stopped Chaney from delivering a believable performance. Silent film acting required a level of exaggeration to put the point across, but by this stage in his career, Chaney had become a master at making this exaggeration seem natural, here making a deal with gangster West End Bertie. When he sees Bertie with Fifi, the girl he loves, his jealousy is clear, but not histrionic. While as the Bishop, he is forced to hide that same jealousy for fear of discovery. Chaney's ability to say much while saying nothing was not just a matter of facial expression. As he watches Fifi's show, Even his posture shows his eager infatuation. And this brief encounter between the Blackbird and his ex-wife is wonderfully underplayed, but leaves us in no doubt as to their relationship. With plot lines that frequently spilled over into the ludicrous, the Browning films showcase how adept Chaney was at walking the fine line between expressive and over-the-top. Chaney...
You can tell, but the face expressions hit hard, for sure. Todd Browning and Lon Chaney is like Martin Scorsese. And Robert De Niro, they collab in so many movies. Interesting, very interesting.
He said, "Grotesqueries do not attract me. It is vivid characterizations for which I strive." The best of his collaborations with Browning managed to be both. While meeting Browning would pay off in time, the big event for Chaney in 1919 was playing the Frog in George Lone Tucker's The Miracle Man. The film is now mostly lost, but one scene that does remain is that in which Chaney's bogus cripple pretends to be cured by a faith healer. It is one of the finest demonstrations of how Chaney could use his body to sell a scene to an audience.
This man stood up, can walk, he stood up. Time to shut off. Interesting. Yeah, it's a... I think the art in silent movies is facial and facial and body language very much. You could tell them The Miracle Man I really want to watch, but I can't. Well, because it unfortunately does not exist fully.
Miracle Man was the biggest hit of Chaney's career so far, but he was about to outdo it playing another cripple, and this time he would be the lead. The role of crime lord Blizzard in The Penalty required little makeup, but was a test of another kind, as the character has lost both his legs due to a careless surgeon. Chaney's legs were bound back so tightly that he had to have the feeling massaged back into them between takes.
Whoa! Yo! Yeah, I was already saying, like, without CGI and nothing, how did they remove this man's legs? They put them back. Doesn't this hurt after a while? He probably needed quite a few breaks in between, right? That had to be the case. That is... okay, that's crazy.
But, thanks to a specially designed costume and weeks of practicing on the weighted stumps at home, Chaney's performance completely convinces, and director Wallace Worsley, who would later helm Hunchback, goes out of his way to showcase the actor's physical strength, particularly in this shot. Referenced by Martin Scorsese in the film Hugo. But, however great a physical achievement it is, once again what impresses is Chaney's acting. Blizzard is a symphony of rage, tainted with hurt when he is laughed at, tinged with fear when it seems his plan to walk again may not come off. And, as so often with the characters Chaney portrayed, there is sadness at the unfairness of his lot.
Bro, that's gotta hurt. That has to hurt. Is his niche playing disabled people? I guess more so freaks of society, quote unquote. That is very much, that you can tell that's very much something he does in a lot of movies. Like playing roles of people with abnormalities. But that's gotta hurt. I mean, look, he's literally sitting on the chair here, right? With like the stump directly like facing away, like it would be actual stumps. That's gotta hurt.
In Blizzard, Chaney gives us one of the most memorable of his 1,000 faces, without any need for grease paint. Though it has its subtler moments, like Blizzard teasing a drug addict, this is essentially a melodrama, complete with trapdoors, secret passages, and a plot about leg transplants. But even this, Chaney manages to make sinister. Embrace...
What an admirable pair of legs. Bro almost became who he was playing with that one. I just can't imagine how that felt. That, like, if he literally had to the feeling massaged back, right? You have to look at this, right? They were bound back so far that blood flow didn't properly work anymore, right? Because if your feelings are gone, that means the blood flow is like cooked, right? That's got to do some damage over prolonged time.
Its excesses ignore the irritatingly weak undercover policewoman, and you're left with an enjoyable thriller with a blistering central performance. Both in terms of its physical demands and the intensity Chaney projects, The Penalty seems a training ground for films to come. Another starring role in 1922's The Trap was less notable, but marks the first time that, in promotional material, Chaney was referred to as the man of 1,000 faces. The year also saw him in A Blind Bar.
Holy aura. Bruce aura farming. It's also like nowadays we do all of this with the CGI. Back then you literally had to put some physical work into it. Damn.
A rare horror in which he plays the dual role of mad scientist and ape man. And as Fagin in Oliver Twist. Made by Jackie Coogan Productions and largely based around the child star who was hot off Chaplin's The Kid, it sees Chaney once again using his whole body to create a character and conveying story without words. With these and other roles, Chaney had established himself as a star, but was yet to break into the top rank. All that changed when he returned to Universal to play the Hunchback of Notre Dame. Certainly, this was his biggest picture. 19 acres of sets, 750 crew, over 2,000 extras, and every lamp in the studio and more besides for 2 months of night shooting. But the scale of it could not swamp what mattered. Variety described Chaney's performance. His misshapen figure, from the hump on his back to the deadened eye on his face, cannot stand off his acting, nor his acrobatics, nor his general work of excellence throughout the film. Which is all the more remarkable since they described the film itself as a 2-hour nightmare, murderous, hideous, and repulsive. Hunchback may not.
So they glaze him, right? They say like great, everything, like his performance is amazing. See, I think they're not really calling it like a bad movie, right? They call it that movie in a positive way, nightmarish. Like, I don't know how to put it, right? Oh, there was a lot of horses. That was a lot of horses. Hunts.
Not be a masterpiece. Worsley was more at home with smaller productions, and the staging of some scenes is woefully undramatic. But Chaney's performance saves it. He had gone from character actor to that rarest of things, the character actor star, in demand with all the major studios. And the biggest of the bunch was about to come calling. MGM.
Wait, the lion back then existed already? Crazy. If only The Rock could do this. I highly doubt that he'll ever be. He plays literally the same roles over and over. Every time a man is in the jungle with his bald head doing bald head things. Anyways, so you're basically telling me this movie was very much carried by Lon Chaney.
Studios was the result of a massive merger and had inherited such unfinished projects.
Ben-Hur, A Tale of the Christ. Yeah, okay, 1925 by Fred Niblo, or the director's Fred Niblo. Interestingly enough, right? I only know one Ben-Hur. Only one. With Charles Heston. I think, is that how you say it? Right? That one I know. I like that one a lot. Obviously, I like the Ten Commandments as well, where he plays that role. And Planet of the Apes. That's also one I really like.
Projects as Ben-Hur and Erich von Stroheim's Greed. But for their first wholly in-house production, Irving Thalberg, who had left Universal to head up production of the new company, wanted something not just profitable, but prestigious. They hired the great Swedish director Victor Sjöström, known in the US as Seaström, to direct 1924's He Who Gets Slapped, starring Lon Chaney.
I was like, wait a minute, I know this name. Erich von Stroheim. Yeah, exactly. I was like, for a second, I needed to think, like, wait a minute, is that who I think it is? That is who I think it is. The story of a broken heart from the famous stage success with Lon Chaney, Norma Shearer, John Gilbert Tully Marshall. I'm not gonna read all these names, but yeah. He who gets slapped. Save this poor man.
Alongside future stars John Gilbert and Norma Shearer. From the start, this was unlike anything Chaney had done before. Sjöström's European sensibility favouring imagery and symbolism. Chaney plays scientist Paul Beaumont, whose work is stolen by his benefactor, who then mockingly slaps him in front of his colleagues. The gesture is then repeated by his unfaithful wife. Beaumont retreats from the world, taking this degradation and feeding it into a new life as a clown whose act revolves around getting slapped.
That is a crazy plot. Man gets slapped twice. Needed career change. This is actually his highest rated movie on Letterboxd. Okay, interesting. That's crazy. Crazy plot. Man gets slapped. Immediate change of career. Right away. I'm gonna go in hiding. I got slapped. I'm gonna become a clown. So this is what it feels like to be dancing as the clown in front of the queen, huh? With the one gift.
Circus's entire troupe as the audience roars with laughter. The act culminates with his heart removed from his chest and buried. Though the plot contains such melodramatic standards as unrequited love and revenge by lion, this central motif of a man repeatedly reenacting his own abasement.
Revenge by lion. Gets slapped, becomes clown. I have a plan. I need to be slapped, and then I will become clown. As I should.
Gives the film its soul. Chaney was coached by professional clown George Davis, seen here in The Phantom of the Opera. But there's more to this performance than a mastery of the Pratt.
Did he just say professional clown? Wait, he was trained to do this by a politician? I didn't know.
Sjöström called Chaney the finest actor in the history of the screen, and his performance here is far more restrained than in Hunchback, showing the clown channeling his hatred into a rictus grin or manic laughter, but also convincing in the quiet moments. This is a film of transitions and hidden emotions. No one was more adept at showing emotion through makeup than Lon Chaney, and nowhere is it more poignant than when he declares his love for Shearer's Consuela and she assumes he is joking. He Who Gets Slapped feels like a minor turning point for Chaney. As the films he made became more grounded in the real world, so his performances became increasingly naturalistic. At the end of the film, the world keeps turning as the clown is unceremoniously disposed of.
Gets slapped, becomes clown, gets yoinked off the planet. Wonderful, amazing. I too would use a revenge lion if I could, but unfortunately my government isn't that based enough. Sadly, mine isn't. I know that a guy further down the street once owned a tiger. Yes, a literal tiger. I'm not kidding. And then further back, we even have like a place where there's ostriches. So there's that.
Chaney would work with Sjöström again the following year in The Tower of Lies, the last film he made in which he was not top billed. And he would play a clown again 4 years later in Laugh, Clown, Laugh, Chaney's personal favourite of all his films. Both would be made for MGM, where the actor spent his peak years, but for now...
Was that just Friedrich Merz right there? You know? Pinocchio with the long nose?
Now he was still a free agent, and there would be one last film for Universal. The Phantom of the Opera was an unashamed attempt to cash in on the success of Hunchback, and again, Universal pushed the boat out. The opera set was the first film set built of concrete and steel and still stands today. 250 dancers were hired for the ballet sequences, and the film would even include Technicolor scenes using the new two-color process. But while Chaney had enjoyed a good working relationship with Wallace Worsley, he did not get on with Phantom's director, Rupert Julian. Julian favoured a far more theatrical performance than Chaney was willing to deliver, and relations between them deteriorated to the point that cameraman Charles Van Enger was forced to act as a go-between. Van Enger later recalled, "Julian would explain to me what he wanted Lon to do, and then I'd go over to Lon and tell him what Julian had said. Then Lon would say to tell him to go to hell." The original...
I want the more theatrical approach. No. I gotta tell you that homie comes over. This guy wants you to do something. And the bro's response is, "Yeah, buddy, tell him he should go to hell." Crazy laugh, poke a laugh. Happy?
Ending had the Phantom redeemed by Christine's kiss in his dying moments, but this was reshot on Carl Laemmle's orders after an unsuccessful preview. The replacement sequence, which allows the Phantom to remain a magnificent monster to the end, is second only to the unmasking, as the Phantom careens through Paris in a stolen carriage, before being trapped on the river's edge. A final moment of defiance. Then the mob takes him. Like Hunchback, The Phantom got mixed reviews, Variety saying, "It is impossible to believe that there are a majority of picturegoers who prefer this revolting sort of tale on the screen." But once again, Chaney's performance was acclaimed even by the movie's detractors.
Makes sense. Lon Chaney also called him a dictator. That's crazy. Go to hell, you're a dictator. Must have gone pretty hard. Phantom of the Opera is now considered a classic. Obviously, I'm not surprised.
Despite his successes at Universal and as a freelancer, for the remainder of his career, Chaney would make his home at MGM. And a home is what it seems to have been to him. According to his Unholy 3 co-star Harry Earls, at Christmas he gave cards and gift certificates to the office staff and crew members, and when a studio electrician's mother couldn't afford an operation, Chaney paid for it. Todd Browning said, "There wasn't a thing he wouldn't turn his hand to. He'd help move props, lights, or even make up the extras." For one particular extra, Chaney did more, giving him career advice along with a lift in his car, saying, "The trick in this business is to do something totally different from the rest, so they'll take notice of you." It was advice that the young Boris Karloff certainly followed.
I mean, that makes sense, right? I think that goes for anything really that you want to excel at. You gotta do something different to be noticed, right? Music, you gotta do something different. Art, you gotta do something different, right? Acting, social media, right? You gotta do something different to be noted, to be noticed.
His regular collaborations with Browning were now in full swing, but, as ever, there was more to Chaney's career. Tell It to the Marines is a Chaney film that seldom gets talked about, but it's one of his finest performances. The story of a Marine sergeant, hard as nails but with a heart of gold, taking a raw recruit under his wing, has now become a stock one, from Sands of Iwo Jima to Heartbreak Ridge. But that takes nothing away from the film or from Chaney's perfectly realised Sergeant O'Hara. From the first moment we see him, we know who O'Hara is. The way he walks, the way he gestures, even the way he stands informs his character. Chaney's use of pantomime to put character across was never more effective and never more natural. whether he is dealing with jerkish new recruit Skeet or chatting to unrequited love interest Nora. Thanks to Chaney's dedicated preparation, O'Hara seems completely at home in his surroundings. Despite the absence of makeup, outside of a little blood, or the grotesque, this is arguably the defining Lon Chaney film. The story is not...
That just goes to show how good he's at. This movie's turning 100 this year. Interesting, right? This just goes to show how well how good he is at this, right? That just goes to show. I mean, consider this, right? He does not, right? It just shows that he doesn't need the makeup to do incredible acting, right? He can do it without that, regardless.
Not that different to something like Hunchback, a pretty girl favouring the young, handsome hero, while Chaney is left to dream. But it's more subtle, and the realism of the settings make...
At least he's got a dog. Man's best friend. At least he's got a doggo.
The story all the more touching. Particularly in the scene where Nora, not knowing how O'Hara feels about her, asks his advice. And the sergeant speaks up for Skeet. And so O'Hara is left alone. This constant failure to get the girl, even when not disfigured or evil, was...
Or this could also just right? He could have just gave bad advice and then she would have, it would have just continued. But sometimes you gotta let go what you love most. So that's also something that this movie shows, I guess.
Key to Chaney's popularity with male audiences. At the end, as O'Hara watches the happy couple walk away, Chaney's face tells a story without any need for words. It is the perfectly underplayed summation of all the more melodramatic rejections that Chaney characters had undergone. Tell It to the Marines was hugely popular with the Marine Corps.
Real. Very real. Oh my god, it's just like you never getting the girl. I will throw you into the sun and make a Krokorok leather bag out of you. How dare you, you chunky walking meter.
For itself, and Chaney was made a lifetime honorary member. It was also the actor's most profitable film for MGM, and along with other dramatic performances in Mr. Wu and While the City Sleeps, it took him to the peak of his stardom. But despite being voted most popular male star in 1928 and 29, Chaney had strong ideas about fans, telling Motion Picture Magazine, "Vanity is a personal parasite that must be fed until it is gorged and renders its victim a failure." He seldom gave interviews, signed autographs, or attended premieres, and gave no commercial endorsements. His fan mail went straight into the trash can outside his dressing room, which he referred to as his high-priced secretary. The only mail that escaped this and was actually answered was that which came from prisons. Chaney was a staunch advocate of prison reform and even wrote on the subject of rehabilitation for Island Lantern magazine, published by McNeil Island Penitentiary. The last two Browning-Chaney collaborations are numbered amongst their best and worst. West of Zanzibar gave Chaney by far the most complex of his crippled characters. While Blizzard had projected his rage, the seething emotions of Froso remain largely beneath the surface as the story drags him through devastation to melancholic contemplation of what he has lost. While he was always a fine actor, Chaney's most subtle performances came at the latter end of his career, even amongst the...
Okay, take some fan mail. Nah. I wouldn't need to set up a mailbox, though soon I probably have no other choice anyways. Regardless. I keep the fan art that you guys all make, right? The fan art that I got. right? I keep it all. It's mine. It's mine now.
Heightened emotions of a Browning melodrama. Where East is East, by contrast, is weakly plotted, with Chaney oddly underused next to an animated Loopy Velez. It is a muted conclusion to the long association between star and director. By now, the talkie revolution was underway, but Chaney refused to make the change, instead making one more silent film, Thunder, another film of which only fragments survive, featuring a simple but effective old man makeup. Was Chaney afraid that his pantomimic acting might not hold up in the talkies? Did he fear, as many did, that talking pictures would kill the universal language of silent cinema? Or could there have been a more
I wonder, huh? I never forget that I was once poor, says Lon Chaney. Interesting. Oh boy, I wonder what's in this package. Kaboom. Yeah, over. I know a German YouTube streamer who got sent literal shit. I mean that. Literal shit. So they actually got shit twice. So that's pretty interesting. And one unloaded the shit into a KFC bucket, regardless, anyways, to a different one. Charlie Chaplin didn't like talking movies either. Well, yeah, obviously, because it's essentially a replacement for quote unquote replacement for something you love, so that makes sense, right? I'm pretty sure that regular artists, right, people that like just right people that draw probably weren't that how do you say it, fond of photos, right? I could imagine, right? Just like photographers weren't probably that fond when the average Joe could make his just make photos with like his phone, right? I am pretty sure.
personal reason for his intransigence? Chaney's parents were both dead, but he remained a supporter of deaf-mute charities. When Frank and Emma Chaney had come to see their son's films, they were on the same footing as everyone else in the audience. The talkies changed that. Did Chaney feel some sense of betrayal? We'll never know. But he was conspicuously absent from the Hollywood Review of 1929, which featured all MGM's other stars, except for Greta Garbo. In the event, MGM still found a way to include Chaney. In 1930, following some contract wrangling, Chaney finally signed up for his first talkie, a remake of The Unholy Three.
Well, friends, that's all there is to life. Just a little laugh, a little tear.
True to form, Chaney learned ventriloquism for the role.
Well, that's very fine, Tommy. That's very fine indeed.
And his vocal performance was so impressive that he signed an affidavit swearing all the voices the character performed.
What is this man not good at? What is this dude not good at? What on earth? Huh?
In the movie were his own.
Come right in, Rosie.
The film's success pointed to a whole new chapter in Chaney's career.
The man of 100 golden voices.
A slate of films was already lined up, and the studio was eager to usher its star into his next talkie. But Chaney knew something they did not. We can't be certain, but it's likely that Chaney found out he was suffering from lung cancer following a bout of pneumonia during the making of Thunder.
That's very unfortunate to suffer from that. Sorry, interrupted. Yeah, interesting. This he's gonna pass away because of lung cancer, huh? How many men are left? No way. This was a 33-minute video.
Though the prognosis was bleak, he told no one, suffering in silence through the making of The Unholy Three. When filming wrapped, Chaney secretly underwent radium treatments. Then he and Hazel headed to the couple's cabin outside Big Pine, California, Chaney's favourite place in the world. But this retreat was cut short. Lon's condition swiftly...
Interesting. It's even worse knowing that movie he got cancer from. Wait, did he participate in a movie where he was like around like chemicals or anything, or like a lot of like smoke, whatever, radiation?
Deteriorated, and he checked into St. Vincent's Hospital on the 20th of August. By this point, talking had become difficult for the actor, and in a strange irony, he was forced back to the sign language he had learnt as a child. It was now impossible to keep the news of his illness out of the press. When the story broke, the MGM switchboard was jammed with over 1,000 calls from people offering to donate blood. 5 days after he was admitted, Lon Chaney slipped into a coma. He died in the early hours of August 26, 1930. He was 47 years old.
Bro, he wasn't even that old. Rest in peace, my love. That's crazy. He wasn't even that old, not even 50.
He was buried on the Thursday after his death, and as his casket was lowered, every studio in Hollywood stopped production to observe a minute's silence. While he made many good films, there's a strong case to be made that Lon Chaney never made a truly great one. So, why is he still so well known when other silent stars have fallen from memory? Partly it's because, while some of those stars seem almost interchangeable, Chaney was unique. But the deciding factor is probably the perception and misconception of him being a horror actor. Universal's horror cycle started in 1931 with Dracula, a film which the studio had hoped to get Chaney to star in, though it never seems to have been a realistic possibility. The studio's makeup guru Jack Pierce, seen here making up Lon's son Creighton after his name change, was heavily influenced by Chaney, and Chaney's two best remembered roles were for Universal. The connection was reinforced by Forrest J. Ackerman's groundbreaking fan magazine, Famous Monsters of Filmland. From 1958 to 1983, the magazine celebrated horror and never stopped paying tribute to the classics, regularly including pictures of Chaney emblazoned with the legend, "Lon Chaney shall not die." So, although it is important not to remember Chaney as a horror star, without horror fans, we might not remember him at all. Uniquely amongst film stars, most Chaney fans become fans without having seen a film. It's the still pictures that are so enticing. How are these all the same man? This makes him much more accessible than most silent stars, in an era when the films are seldom shown. I myself became interested in Chaney through a copy of Robert Anderson's book, Faces, Forms, Films, The Artistry of Lon Chaney, which belonged to my grandfather. But, logical though all this is, there is just something about Lon Chaney. Something about the characters he played, life's losers who never got the girl. Something about the way he played them seems to reach out from the screen and touch us. The makeup is all very well, but that ability to connect with his audience, that was Chaney's real gift.
Well, and that's the end of the video. Very interesting. Well, that was one of the, I guess, very few movie videos I did in fact, or actor videos that I did in fact enjoy. Yeah, he's great. He's great. Not only right the makeup stuff, but the just like I said, the ability to convey emotions through the face and body language is very interesting. Like he excelled at that. But he was also good at other stuff. Apparently writing, right? Even with voices, right? Even with like speaking and such. Not bad, not bad at all. Crazy. What other actors' videos have you watched? Well, not the happy ones. If you remember the Pred one, we also did another one, didn't we? I'm pretty sure from the ones we've watched. Anyways, now we're doing something more normal. We're doing something more normal. We're doing this one. We're doing this one. We're doing this one. We're doing this one. This shall be rather interesting.
Canceling Michaela because she's
We're doing this one. Does the John Wayne one count? Kinda. That's mostly so for the movie, but I guess it still counts, I guess. We're gonna look at this one. We're going to. Right? So there's that. The one that the Apple suggested we should watch, so that's the next one. Getting very windy outside, huh? Interesting. Anyways. Nobody's pretty in person anymore. And it's getting hard to ignore by... I still have struggled to pronounce his name. I'm gonna say Janae Danielle, but my bad if I mispronounced that. That's gonna be rather interesting. Because I kinda agree. I kinda agree, but there's a different it's not that people aren't pretty IRL anymore. That's not what I would use. That's not what I would use. See, the problem's something else. The like what is created on social media is not real. But we are bombarded with it the entire time, right? Which is why because of like the delusion that social media creates, we think people are more unattractive IRL than they actually are. Because the screen makes us delulu. Anyways, also please consider liking and subscribing. We'll go in.
canceling Michaela because she's chopped in person is crazy. Crazy.
Your favorite influencers that you look up to and you think that they're gorgeous most of the time are ugly.
Does anyone else notice that the real pretty people on social media aren't that pretty in real life?
Nobody looks the same online as...
Yeah, obviously, because they all use filters. Like, you are not real. Well, obviously, I'm a fictional... I'm an anime man. Right? That makes sense. Right? But, like, yeah. Right? Makeup, filters, editing, right? You can't even say Photoshop, because that doesn't even keep up anymore. AI, at this point, right? There's people, you literally use AI to touch themselves up. And minor, and like you can barely like tell the difference anymore. That is it is unfortunate, but it is a reality that we have to realize. What we see online is not the people that are walking around out there. That is just not true anymore. Right? Back then it was like minor touch-ups, Photoshop, and then eventually Snapchat hit, and like filters became more popular. That everything had eventually filters, and now we're here.
they do in person.
The internet is having a brutal conversation about how people look in person.
Michaela Noguera's filter that she posted, and then what we...
And it's also like, that's the result of why we even have the looks maxing stuff, right? Let's not ignore that fact, right? There's a reason why the looks maxing stuff even exists. It's because of that, right? Because everyone looks more and more attractive, which makes us more and more delusional. Well, they aren't necessarily attractive, right? We are at times reaching levels where people's quote-unquote attractiveness reaches uncanny valley levels, right? That is this, like, somebody is so touched up that they don't even look human anymore, or they don't even look attractive anymore. That kind of thing. Yeah. So you aren't a walking orange man. I unfortunately have to disappoint you. I am not an orange man. I'm a man with brown eyes and brown hair and white and no yellow in the hair. You get the idea? Even more shocking, I don't even have a black and blue hoodie. I know, shocking. Wow.
Saw on the red carpet still is my fever dream and my paralysis demon.
And it's not just one person, it's becoming a pattern. The conversation usually starts with a clip of an influencer or celebrity that wasn't filmed under their control. And since it didn't come from their setup, their angles, or their edits, we're seeing what happens when the camera isn't in their favor.
Your favorite influencers that you look up to and you think that they're gorgeous most of the time are ugly, probably 90% of the time.
The think pieces are circulating,
Most of the people that you think are like gorgeous also, and that needs to be said, wear makeup. Mid to heavy amounts of makeup. You would never find these people as gorgeous as you did if they didn't wear that makeup, if they didn't have that surgery, if they didn't do that surgery. There is something to be said. There is something to be said. It is crazy, but it's like crazy that we even talk about this, right? It's like crazy that people wake up and realize, hold up, wait a minute. They aren't as attractive IRL as they are on the screen. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. I don't even know why we have, like, this discussion even exists. I think this should be common sense. But then again, common sense isn't all that common. I don't know if my previous message came through or not, but if you're up for it after this one, add an off-putting or spooky vid I could maybe suggest. Sure, why not? Sure.
comments are turning into a full analysis or just straight up bullying.
Where's this? Wait.
That's diabolical. That is diabolical. Okay, that's mean. Holy fuck, that's mean. They literally, right? They took the dude in the dress in Shrek, right, and just put a blonde wig on him. Now that's crazy. Hi, VT Nell. Do you say that way? Hi, how are you doing? Are we doing well? I've eaten all the common sense, so it would seem. What on earth? That is frying me.
This is her and her get ready with me, and this is who showed up to the carpet. Miss Hannah Bellfire Noguera.
And now, You Look Different in Person has officially become the new first impression because people are meeting your online face before they meet you.
So I went to an influencer event a few months ago, and there was a really big TikToker, and I've been watching her since the pandemic.
There needs to be also something said that people don't know. The selfies you make of your face is not how people see you. It's how the phone sees you in the lens. But that's not how people see you. Isn't that crazy? So if you think you're ugly on photos, you might actually look better off screen. You might actually look normal and fine and well and good enough. But since the lenses are a little fucky wucky on your phones, you're cooked. So you're telling me you're not an anime person IRL? Liar. Just kidding. Well, I am not an anime man. Sadly not. I wish I was, but I'm not. It would be great though. The Endwalkers of Hiroshima by Shrouded Hands, like 25 minutes. Also, if you're already seeing it, I guess I'll just cry a little. You want the tissue? You might actually look normal. Yeah, you might actually look normal, not disfigured. Your face might actually not be as puffy as you think it is.
The thing was when I actually met her in person, I was like, oh my goodness.
And when those two don't match, people take it very personally. In today's video, we're gonna look at what happens when the most...
Yeah, anybody remember the Chinese lady that was like exposed because her filter just turned off? Malfunctioned and turned off? She wasn't ugly. but she was still lying.
Honest version of your face turns into the least expected one. Quick disclaimer, I really don't like the idea of creating a video and discussing or critiquing only one person, in this case, Michaela Nogueira. Hence why in every video where I'm talking about a celebrity or an influencer, I'll include 2, maybe 3 examples, because it never gave let's dogpile on one person. But in this situation, Michaela became such a strong example that once you see it, you won't need another one. So, as always, let's give grace, but we do run a very strict program over here, so let's keep the comments classy. Welcome to the Girl Talk you didn't know you needed. Now, I'm not saying you have to subscribe. You're classy. I know you don't just give those away for free, but hopefully we become bestie enough for you to take that next step. In the past,
So, since I'm a part of the Girl Talk now, do I just get to slay? Is that what it is? Do I just get to slay?
the idea of looking good for the camera was a tale as old as time. We've always wanted to be seen in our best light. It's just that back then, people used the lens to witness the person that they've already seen in person.
When you're out with a beautiful girl, take her picture. You don't have to say anything, just aim and snap. She'll get the idea. Taking somebody's picture is a really modern way to pay a compliment.
And film didn't give you a second chance. There were no screens to check if you blinked, no delete button if you wanted to try that again. The pictures were grainy, sometimes a light leak washed out the whole shot, and you wouldn't need.
I think a different term is usable here, not in a most literal sense. However, the pictures were alive. They weren't fabricated. They weren't edited to the most minute detail. That is something. That is the problem. Yas King. Yas King. Slay. Maybe I'm slow or something, but no, I have not seen it, Big Eye. I have not seen it. Me has not seen it. I have not seen it.
Even know until you got them days later.
What a day!
Let's take a lot of pictures, okay?
Because your memories are important,
All right.
and because they happen only once, they deserve quality processing.
Let's mail the film tonight, okay?
With convenient Kodak mailers. Just drop in your Kodak color film, stamp, mail to Kodak, and Kodak will mail your prints right to your home.
What a shot!
It was just a simple click that caught you exactly as you were. Because back then, you didn't have the option to go back and fix everything. But thanks to Clover, the sponsor of today's video, they help handle the unexpected without needing a redo. Clover is a financial app that lets you access up to $400 before payday, with no interest, no credit check, and no late fees. The biggest piece.
I do not trust free money. Well, not free, you still have to pay it back, but I do not trust it. But for most normal people, the pictures are still alive. I'm gonna ask you this. Have you ever taken the picture and applied a filter to it to make it look better at any point in your life? Because I'm pretty sure that large, maybe not the majority, but a large portion of the population has done that. Money is something I will never hold. Me unga bunga, me broke. Me no have bananas. No coin, no bitches.
Of mind is knowing that if something comes up, I'm not stressing or scrambling about how I'm gonna cover it. And it's not that I don't have the money, I just don't like pulling money I already have set aside for something else. I like to stay financially responsible. Whether it's groceries, gas, or just something unexpected, Clover helps bridge.
Yeah, gas. Gas very much. Gas very, very much. See, it is hitting €2.30 over €2.30 here. Per liter. Yeah. Fun. Very, very fun. Me no money, me big sad. True. Oh hell yeah. but back in the day, it's a phase that you grow out of. The older you get, the less you do it. Yeah, but some people do not grow out of it. Right? Some people do not grow out of it. The vast majority of women, for example, that post anything on social media in that way, apply filters to them. That is something that needs to be said. This is something that also, like, this whole topic is something that affects women more than men. Because men, right, the average man is usually not putting on filters to make himself look hotter, right? Because that isn't really something that works well. Men do other things like the dentist daddy or the donut daddy, spanking the dough. Regardless, anyways, right? This is something that affects women significantly more than men, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it.
That gap without ending up in a worse situation later on. You can wait a few days to receive your advantage or pay a small fee to get it instantly. So if you're short on cash, you can access up to $400 with no credit check and no late fees. Just click the link in my description to let them know I sent you. Thank you, Clover, for sponsoring today's video. When disposable cameras hit the market, they were a real hit because you could conveniently capture the real you.
On this week in 1987, Fuji entered the war against Kodak with its launch of a disposable camera. The concept was just new to Americans, and both companies were betting it would be the next big thing in photography.
And not only could you conveniently capture the real you could conveniently capture the moments around you. People took them to the beach, weddings, family vacations, and overall, the camera was really about getting a deep
To take pictures of moobs. Makes sense, right? It makes sense, right? Disposable cameras. That was long past me. Not gonna lie, I literally just don't take photos or something. I gotta ask my mom for pictures of me. I do have photos of myself, but they're only if I look really good. That's when I will take photos, when I look really good. Otherwise, I kinda don't do that. It's only when I look really good.
Decent picture instead of trying to perfect that picture.
Disposable cameras were everywhere back in the day. You'd take them to birthdays, weddings, parties, really any event worth remembering. No one had phones in their pockets, just those little plastic cameras. You'd snap a few photos and hope for the best, then wait days to get them developed. The fun was in the surprise. Half the shots were blurry, someone's eyes were closed. But it didn't matter.
I also want to mention that these photos weren't meant for
Was that just the Godzilla movie? The American Godzilla. Disgusting.
for an audience. They stayed in shoeboxes or family albums, maybe your dresser, and you didn't obsess over them, okay? You looked at them to feel good, maybe laugh with family. But over the years though, the camera advanced and moved from the back of the device to the front, and on top of that, started introducing software that was capturing our faces, yes, but also trying to actively fix it.
The first Instagram photo was of your girlfriend's foot with a stray dog.
Yeah.
But it was maybe the first filter that was even more consequential.
She said, I'm not going to post photos unless I can make them look great, so you probably should add filters.
Of course, Instagram co-founder and CEO. Of course. Of course. And now the Zug owns it. The evil dark lord Zug. The lizard man. Also, whenever I am in a picture, I get the classic standing completely still with no expression pose, unless they ask me to smile, of course. I kind of do the same, but that's mostly because I'm, like, uncomfortable, like, getting pictures taken, but that's about it. I take pictures often enough, I guess. If I dress up, that number exponentially increases. I can't imagine. I think I'm very well aware.
And I was like, okay, I'm going to try making a filter.
How quickly did it become something that you realized could be not just big, but really big?
The way we saw it, we kind of had lightning in a bottle, and it was our job to capture it and to continue to work on it, not screw it up.
As the years went by, Instagram became almost like a digital mirror. It showed us who we were, but it also showed us who we could be. Suddenly, we were seeing filters not only on Instagram, but other platforms like Snapchat and TikTok, and we could blur, smooth, cinch, and eventually create an entirely new face right at our fingertips.
It's like an enhancement. Like you just look like a more put together, cleaner, or less sweaty, or longer eyelashed version of yourself. So that like flawless.
It gets even worse. We can now literally use AI to completely swap out who we are. It's not perfect yet, but we're getting there. Give it a year and the person you watch might not be the person on the screen whatsoever at all. Ever. Hi Toasty, how you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hello.
Kind of superficial look is what all these celebrities are, like you were mentioning, the Kardashians or Jenners will look like with their full faces of makeup. I think it really becomes attractive to be able to utilize filters to look that way in an instant.
But what happens when that face is seen from someone else's lens? Well, recently we got a real-time answer.
Michaela Nogueira's makeup looked horrible. Fans keep comparing photos of Michaela at the Hannah Montana 20th anniversary red carpet. This is her and her Get Ready With Me, and this is who showed up to the carpet. Miss Hannah Bellfire Nogueira. We could all act shocked, or we could all just say that we saw the real Michaela Nogueira on the red carpet this night. This look was a disaster all around, from the nail tech to the hairstylist to the makeup.
You're telling me she doesn't look IRL like she does on the screen? How could you? My illusion! It has been shattered. Happy Easter to you too. Jarvis to me to 10 out of 10, 6'5" rich version of myself. Nah, I would never use these under any circumstances. Like, the woman gotta see the whole thing, right? The whole thing, like, especially for like, in general, right? But like, also like dating, right? The whole thing must be seen. The whole poke package, right? That comes with the poke. That it just makes sense, right? So no filters. Good, I'm going to a party later. Nice, also.
Makeup artist who, she did her own makeup. Even down to the purse and the way that she stacks her jewelry, it screams insecure.
And it became something people found hard to ignore.
It looks more so that her, how do you say it? It's not a shirt, that's not what you call it, but her clothes are fighting against her chest. Or rather, a chest is fighting for survival.
Because it's not just about someone looking different. People are reacting to when the face they know doesn't show up in person or shows up outside of their usual environment.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Good to see you today. I haven't seen you in a while. How have you been?
Good, how are you?
Pretty good, pretty good. I posted you on TikTok and it went viral because people said you didn't look like how you look like on...
I know, I'm breaking out right now, so...
I mean, I thought you looked the same. Is there something different I'm missing?
No.
All right, well, good to see you guys.
And the internet has been discussing Michaela's looks for a very...
Okay. The whole... You pervert. Have Asling. Anyways, I'll be having one of our close neighbors over for dinner tonight. We also colored Easter eggs last night. Unfortunately, we didn't do this year because I didn't find the time. However, I did cook a delicious meal today. It was so good. I didn't eat much of it because, I'm on a diet. But holy, oh my god, that was so good. You mean to say she is fat? I mean, she is chunky. Yeah. Yeah. Kinda. Right? You can use like curvy. You can look like you can use like chubby, but like it's all just body positivity replacement words for fat. That is unfortunately true. It isn't hugging her body, it's choking it. The chest is fighting for survival.
Very long time now, but it spiraled all over again when she stepped foot on the red carpet of the Hannah Montana 20th anniversary premiere. A woman came on camera, she asked a simple question, and the video went viral from there.
Why doesn't her makeup eat when it's not on her camera? Why doesn't her makeup look how it looks here on everybody else's camera? Maybe it's a filter. What do you guys think? Why doesn't her makeup look as good as it does when it's not on her profile, on her TikTok?
People started noticing that Michaela's usual
social media person does touch-ups on her photos and videos. Fork found in kitchen. There are stars in the universe. Everything's made of atoms. Water is liquid. What's next?
look wasn't showing up the same once she stepped away from her camera. Her brightly lit, perfectly angled videos weren't lining up with what people were seeing from different angles.
At this point, I don't even know why Michaela still talks to y'all, because once again, y'all have harassed her into turning her comment section off. She is currently going viral for her appearance at the 20th anniversary Hannah Montana special, because her appearance on interviews in front of their cameras looks different than what's on her page. Specifically, people feel like her face and her makeup looks very different. It's not flattering in comparison to what she posts online, and honestly, I think it's just the difference in camera angles, because everybody swears that they're the baddest on TikTok and Instagram until I go over to your mama's Facebook page and see the real you.
Comments like,
that's kind of true. See, her makeup is just okay. It's just her face. She's how do you say that? On regular, like on her like other like her TikTok post things, her face looks less, how do you say it? Defined? Okay, what I meant was Michaela lady looks like she embalmed her face. It looks more, I don't know how to properly say it, right? But like her face is a lot more defined, and I think that's the word. I think that's the word than it is on TikTok. It could also be that her face is made slimmer than it is, like it's slimmer on TikTok than it is IRL, because, you know, high body fat percentage can do a lot.
Like, it's not her makeup, it's her face. She looks a mess, she's ugly, and just a lot of photo comments that really twist the knife started.
Yeah, that's what they're saying, right? It's less, it's more, way more, it's more masculine, I think. That's what it is.
It's circulating online, and I don't know, y'all, it just seems like one big fat bully party to me, but that's just me.
Oh no, woman that you guys always call ugly modifies herself to look better so people can stop calling her ugly, but it doesn't matter anyway because they're gonna call her ugly anyway, because that's the plight, right? That's the game.
What the F is wrong with y'all? Today I saw that basically the entire internet was attacking this one influencer at the Hannah Montana premiere for her physical appearance. These videos from men and women alike hating on her looks and disguising it as a think piece. And I saw this one particular video that said, what, we can't critique her, we can't give her constructive.
And once, even saying things that kind of sound like she's in agreement.
I've said this a million times and I will defend it until I'm in the grave, that there are no filters on my videos. There is constant confusion about why I look different in person than in my videos. I want to make something very clear. I am aware that I'm not an attractive person. Sorry, I'm aware that I'm not, like, aesthetically pleasing to look at or, like, photogenic. It's really easy to take a bad photo of me. I don't have the best side profile, which I've talked about and I've shown. I don't know why I look different in person. I don't.
It's sad to hear, but Let's be honest, we've seen this before. This is a rising phenomenon that's becoming more common the more makeup, filters, and editing start shaping how we look.
There's a very popular influencer on here who was crying, saying that people are saying she looks different in person and she doesn't know why. She continues to say, like, I know I'm not conventionally attractive, which is heartbreaking to hear that anybody thinks that about themselves. Girl, you're beautiful. She also says, like, I don't use filters. I don't know why I look.
Not really. There are just people that are not conventionally attractive. That is just a real. I don't think we should be that delusional. Is she like really unattractive? Not really. But like, I think we should stop out here and stop lying, right? There are people, absolutely. There are people that are definitely, most certainly, conventionally unattractive. I think that is just a reality we have to face, right? I think it would be. Nah, she's not a drag queen. She is a woman. But yeah, her more masculine features obviously do something. I think the problem is just that people have become so delusional that when they see somebody with their actual face out, that they're like, "Oh my god, she looks all different. She looks like oh god, horrible. What happened to her?" It's like the version you saw on the screen was never her real face ever. I'm like, the people that are mad about this are straight up retarded. Because how do you not know that it is so damn obvious that what you get to see on screen is not real? I don't understand. They have unrealistic expectations even in the time period we are in. Yeah, it's like, huh? No, it's just illusion. That's what it's delusion. She's not attractive, but she isn't as attractive as she poses herself onto. Exactly. What baffles me more so is that people are surprised by this. You shouldn't be surprised. And if you are surprised, I call into question if you should be voting. Anyways. Welcome to the club. On a serious note, she wasn't that mad. But yeah, some people are more beautiful objectively than others, and or something like that. Yeah, it's just the reality, right? And that's like fine, right? At the end of the day, it's all genes anyways. You can't really pick and choose.
Different in person. And I think I know just a little bit. When people do full extreme glam in person, it just doesn't translate the same. That is why men hate birthday makeup so much. Even if it's blended well, it just translates different in person than it does on the camera.
I can use the thing that think before you sleep. Yes, it said yesterday's video. Men don't hate makeup. Men just hate makeup that looks like, what was it, the 80s? Men hate makeup that doesn't look like, right? Men like makeup that looks like you don't use makeup, kind of thing.
But what really shines light on it is how people respond to it. Because once someone gets used to seeing you a certain way online, instead of just recognizing your face, they're going to expect it, demand it. And when you mix that expectation with allegedly heavily edited, allegedly filtered content, it's not surprising people start questioning what they're really seeing.
But why is she the only one that looks so different all the time? Why is she the only one that looks so vastly different? This isn't all about angles and lighting. She's doing something. Something is definitely going on with that chin. She's filtering it down. It is much, much smaller in all of the stuff that she puts out there. But when somebody else is photographing her or videoing her, it is not that small. It is not that sharp. It is different.
People don't care if you're turned to the side, 90-degree angle, if you're upside down. Your face needs to stay consistent. Now, here's where it gets weird, but not only that, it gets weirdly parasocial. And look, we're not gonna sit here and pretend that it's weird that people feel some type of way when influencers don't look the same in person. But the way people take that feeling and pour all their energy into it, it really shows you how personal influencers' faces are.
The problem is that it is a self-fulfilling prophecy. You edit yourself, and people get surprised when you don't look the way that you have edited yourself. So they get mad about it. But you continue to edit yourself. And then they get mad again. And like, you get the idea. It needs to be light and natural, correct as well, yeah. Yeah, I all got the Mario Galaxy ones and they smell nice. I use Brooklyn Bounce this Yoshi on it and it smells like fruit. It's my favorite so far. You nerds into Old Spice.
To them. I'm telling you, Michaela Noguera, she must have her filter on Power Ranger mode because it's working overtime, honey. I've been calling out Michaela for the past 5 years, girl. Like, seriously, when people get on here and they're like, well, I don't really know. I know. I watched every video. I've been blocked I don't know how many times. You posted this, Michaela, on your TikTok. And then this is what we saw on the Hollywood red carpet.
I do not understand the crash out over this. I do not get the crash out. I don't. I really don't. I'm confused. It really isn't that deep. It's not that deep. She's editing herself the way every other female celebrity social media influencer does. It's like also like very right. If they call out her, so must they do with every single person that does it. I feel like this is just like the mob found the target and now they're going after her. These are women and gay men. Yeah, obviously you can tell. Yeah, true. You're not wrong. I'm low-key too lazy to edit what I look like. It also doesn't really help us, man. I'll be real. It doesn't really help us, right? It helps us when right, when we're like decently popular, right? And our body does, right, look in like, if you're like in like a magazine or something, right? And like the men's magazine stuff, I guess there it counts, but like for social media, not so much. If what all you see on social media is pretty people, you compare yourself to them, so they make you insecure because they are insecure. It's a loop. So I get why someone would get mad, but it is really mean. No, it's just delusional. And that if you crash out over somebody that you should know does edit their right, or something that's so common that essentially almost everyone does it, you get mad about that. I am interested to what your mental state looks like. Actually, I actually get it, don't get it. I actually don't get it. This is literally a fork found in kitchen moment. Dude, I would rather not spend 2 hours editing myself and would rather spend two hours doing a face reveal. 2 hours removing the makeup. Well, people do it. They don't morph into a different person. Yeah.
Oh, honey, and I thought I was the clown. I can't. I tried and I can't. I tried and I can't.
Michaela's real face. Here she is at the buffet. Michaela went to the buffet while in Las Vegas. Her bestie Sydney Slays posted a video of her eating at the buffet, and look, that's Michaela's real face. Very rare do we see Michaela's real face, you guys. Take it in.
And it's not just a few comments and videos here and there. People are making video after video, analyzing, studying her face like she's an exhibit, breaking her down from every angle.
Hey, yo, somebody get Clavicula. Like, finish her. Hey, yo, somebody get the boy Clavicula to analyze her face. Get some looks maxers. It's just so stupid. It's just so dumb, to be honest. I would expect somebody who posts on social media to edit their photos a little bit. I wouldn't know. I don't have any social media apps like that. Yeah, obviously, it doesn't matter. Let her have her fun. It's not really that deep. These people are just that like, if you're so parasocial, well, one of the most important things in your life is another woman's face. We have a problem. A stranger's face. We have a problem here. We have a problem. Mental illness. Not their life. It's her. She controls what she does. Of course, she is definitely responsible for the culture that has been created. Let's not be let's not take the responsibility from her, right? There's something to be said that these people that do this need are accountable for, right? They are at fault to a degree for this culture being created. It's basically like it's like self-sustaining. It's like eating, shitting, and eating the shit again. It's a loop. Vicula would eat her self-confidence for breakfast, true.
There's even dedicated AI pages built on her demise.
Why does Michaela Nogueira's face look like an evil witch? Because she's self-conscious about how...
Did they just compare her to the evil guy from the Smurfs? That's fucking diabolical. That is crazy.
people judge her face, she relies heavily on filters and post-production to smooth her skin and tweak proportions. It's basically a polished version of her. But in real life, without those enhancements, the overfilled look stands out more, creating that obvious pillow face effect.
So now there's back and forth on whether people are being too mean or just reacting to what their eyes are seeing.
Canceling Michaela.
Nah, people are delusional. Because she's chopped. You're not doing it better. You're not making it better. But it's just that delusion is taken over. They think they see something on a screen and immediately believe that it is surreal. Though she dresses cute. I'll give her that, yep.
Because she's chopped in person is crazy. Crazy. Like, we're canceling people because they're chopped. Do we hear ourselves? I don't even like Michaela. I don't think her recommendations are good.
Missed the point. They're canceling her because she promotes an image that she isn't IRL. She promotes like being the super attractive woman. But she isn't. That's the whole issue.
I think she's a sellout. But we're canceling her because she's chopped. We are doomed.
I do think you guys are being a little bit too harsh and dramatic on Michaela. And I will go further and say that I feel like if a lot of people are in Michaela's shoes, I really don't think they can handle it. And I get it, like she's an annoying influencer and all this type of stuff. But like, I do feel like some people are very, very harsh, and it's easy to be harsh and negative and nasty to someone. Like when you're in the comment section.
Michaela under attack again. Y'all over here talking about her not looking the same in the photos from the Hannah Montana thing versus what she be looking like in her own stuff. She really didn't look that different. She didn't. Y'all be dragging it. Y'all just don't like that lady. And it is bullying. It is bullying at this point.
Something about...
See, I think something different is... It could also be something different. It's that they only see her face constantly from the front. And obviously... that the chin, right, isn't that pronounced if you're looking at her from the front because you don't see it as much, right? But since you get different angles, right, you get the side profile, right? You get like the sides to look at, right? That's also probably the reason why it does feel that unfamiliar when technically the only thing she ever showed was the front. My favorite little anime boy isn't actually an anime boy who has orange hair and two different color eyes. I'm shocked. Yeah, who would have guessed? Are you only watching 30-minute videos today? What the fuck? No, I'm not. This is 20 minutes. I just yap a lot. 22 minutes. 25 minutes, actually. Correction. You don't have orange hair and you don't have heterochromia. No, I have homophobia.
about this situation isn't sitting right, and it goes a lot deeper than you think. Y'all remember earlier when we talked about how the camera used to just capture you as you were? Well, fast forward to today, the camera isn't capturing you like it used to. The camera is creating a version of you. And today, what we see on camera is starting to matter more than what we see in real life.
I actually think one of the saddest parts of my life before I decided to lose weight and change my appearance was that I was so unhappy with how I looked that I never took pictures of myself. I have several years where I have like maybe 3 selfies to account for the entire time because I just did not want to have to like try and present a good version of myself.
A lot of us don't know what our faces look like because a lot of us are fat fucks. it is very much true that I think the number one thing, the most important thing to make yourself look better is stop being a fat fuck. Sounds harsh, but it's true. That's all there is to it. Yeah, I'd riot. And that's when I was so nice to you, and now you're banishing me and punishing me. I like that.
Myself and allow myself to exist on the internet or allow that to be documented. And it's so sad because the purpose of your face is so much more than it being desired.
The biggest scam of our generation, well, one of the biggest scams of our generation is pictures being the highest measure of beauty. Pictures don't even have the capacity to capture what we see in those moments. That's why pictures being the measure of beauty really bothers me, because we were meant to be viewed through interaction. Like, it's very rare that you'll be talking to somebody and they're just there, like, posed up, like no, that's a pose for a picture. But when people are interacting, I really feel like you get to see the full essence of their beauty.
With the everyday use of makeup and filters that literally rebuild your face, it's starting to show something. And that is that a lot of people are living in a digital la-la land.
I met Michaela in 2023. I believe it's been 2 years now. So we're walking and we see a group of...
A lot of people very much are. Guess how the whole thing was created? Every woman is like a queen and a princess and so pretty, right? Every woman is so pretty. Guess where that comes from? Social media delusion. You have ladies out here telling women that aren't attractive that they're beautiful. And you spike up those women's ego that much. We don't have that for men. There's no men out there be like, oh my, yeah, Skull King, you look great, to like a 100 kg man, or like 200 like 150 kg man. We're not saying that to men. The harsh reality is that we have women kind of into a unicorn rainbow la la land. And this is also the result of that. Anyways, from the moment I understood the weakness of my flesh, it disgusted me, of course, in this context. It's makeup. It's not even just the makeup. It's what we can alter digitally.
Girls, we see it's a bachelorette party. We're trying to figure out if it's Michaela, because like we see her, but we don't think it's her because she looks completely different, unrecognizable. I had no idea it was her, but I watch her videos all the time. I had no idea if it was her. This is how she looked when she filmed the video of her getting ready for her bachelorette party that night when she was going out, and the night I took a picture with her. It's the same day and everything, but this is Michaela in real life. This is Michaela in her videos and TikToks and pictures. Completely two different people.
The video we just watched shows it perfectly, okay? That creator has been watching Michaela for a long time. She knows her face. She knows her online face. But when she saw her in person, her real life face, she barely recognized her. But then you look at the comments and people are saying, well, she looks the same to me. Comments read, she looks completely recognizable in this.
Yeah. Interesting. Bro, whenever I see a dude on Insta showing guy progress or whatever, all his friends are commenting lewd shit in bro's comment section. Well, you don't understand the bromance. You don't understand you don't understand the homosexuality. You don't get it. But you know what the problem is, big girl? You said progress. I said if you're overweight, if you are a woman, will call you beautiful. If you are overweight as a man, every person in the comment section, if you like act a certain way, if you were acting the same way that these ladies do, you would have been made fun of and called a fat fuck. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's got to get... I'm going to push it deep into your ear canal so you understand. It's funny how you say progress. That means they're hyping their man up because he does something. He improves himself. Meanwhile, they're hyping their women up that essentially do nothing. You said men don't appreciate other men enough? Yes. If a man is a fat fuck and acting like that's a good thing, he's gonna be shamed and made fun of by both men and women. If a woman acts all glorious, even though she is a fat fuck, she will be called beautiful and amazing by the girlies. What is your... Toasty, I will obliterate you if you do it one more time. For like 5 minutes.
Obviously, you did recognize her and you also look different. Her video kind of backfired because a lot of people...
I mean, yeah, she does. Those eye bags are carrying her. Right? The eye bags. And like, yeah, she also looks different. This is a homeless man calling another homeless man broke situation. That is the thing. Okay, kind of. Now, wait, I didn't even realize that was her. See? I didn't even realize that was her. There we have it, the proof. Chat, I'm 5'4" and 320 pounds. Am I cooked? Like, son. Yeah, it's like... Yeah, exactly. Bro is Lizzo. Crazy.
People noticed. Well, you don't really look the same.
Though we can't make the Lizzo argument anymore because Lizzo lost a ton of weight. And then the girlies felt all betrayed because how could you lose weight? How could you do something positive for your weight? In the land of the blind, one-eyed man is a king. So philosophical. So philosophical. You know, guys, climate change has gotten so bad that the whales have moved onto land. Moving on.
Either.
Michaela looks different because she's in a different angle. It's really that simple. Mind you, everybody has a good side. Everybody is going to make themselves look better when they have control over the lighting and the angles of your phone. You can't tell me that whenever you take pictures with your friend, you like every single picture that you take. In a group picture, when someone else has the camera, you know how many times I get my pictures taken and I don't post those pictures because
she is to a degree right. She is to a degree right, because like we're only seeing her from the front, like I said. But if he comes across somebody with both eyes, you poke them, out. That simple. Can't let another man become king.
I don't like how I look because I can't control how that person is holding the camera. I can't control what that person sees behind the camera, so I know how to pose. Like, guys, like, come on. Like, come on.
Do y'all see what's happening? We're so used to staring at the faces on our screens that can entirely warp our facial features. They can make you look slimmer. They can make your nose look smaller, your features more centered. But we stare at these digital faces so much that when we step outside and see the real faces moving, turning, and existing, it doesn't register the same.
We see bald men, bald white boys. May, but I'm not bald. But I am, according to sources.
Photo of Michaela Noguera is going viral on TikTok, and I'm not sure why people are upset with her this time. I'm not the biggest Michaela fan, mostly because I think some of the practices she has are just not really ethical. But this, she's just being a normal person.
And then a lot of women turn it around on themselves, and they wonder why they don't look like the influencers on their screen.
Does anyone else just feel like they're not pretty anymore? It doesn't matter how much makeup I put on. It doesn't matter how many people tell me I'm pretty. I just don't feel like I fit in with society.
So I know I'm not ugly, but I don't think that I'm like influencer pretty. You know what I mean? Like, yes, I understand that I'm like objectively attractive, but I also don't think that I am
The arrogance is crazy. Ever heard anything from being humble? Oh, yeah, I'm not influencer pretty, but I'm conventionally attractive. We can fix that. A door can fix that. Look at Squidward. Look at Squidward. Aren't you that bald man? Bald black and white man? I'm gonna make you see black and white. Anyways. Hi, Chris Claudio. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Yeah, happy Easter. Happy Easter to you too. He has risen. He has risen.
Influencer pretty.
Posting content online when you're not the internet standard of beautiful is so difficult and so humbling.
Whole time, the influencer on that screen might be feeling the exact same way. They may be thinking that they're not internet pretty enough either, so they fix a few things, they adjust the lighting, they edit a little here and there, just to match what they're seeing online.
So I went to an influencer event and there was a really big TikToker. This is absolutely no shade to this creator. The thing was when I actually met her in person, I was like, oh my goodness, she has a lot of wrinkles around her eyes. And again, there's nothing wrong with having wrinkles around your eyes or on your face or anything. Like, I don't care. But the thing was that in her TikToks, I have never seen a single wrinkle on her face, and it's because she uses a filter. I really feel like this generation is effed in how they view people's faces now. Like, we just don't see normal faces anymore. And so it was a shock to see her face, and she just looks different.
And that's when it comes full circle. The internet loves a snatched, edited face, but real life doesn't translate like that. And it's gotten to a point where people don't even feel comfortable taking pictures without adding some subtle tweaks.
I look quite pretty.
Recently, someone...
That's why as a man, you must always be equipped with a wet tissue. Always, at all times. And probably, nah, actually, I'm not gonna say that.
I wanted to take a picture, and I said, can I use this filter? Is that okay? And they're like, oh yeah, of course. I'm like, I'm sorry, I'm just insecure. And they said, hold on, no. Is it that you're insecure, or does the filter free you from body and facial dysmorphia so that you can just relax and be yourself and take the picture?
At this point, I don't even think the issue is that people look different in person. I think the issue is that real faces are starting to be compared to faces that were never really real to begin with. Just like how back then a camera was basically used to just capture moments, today it's used to almost shift reality and beauty standards, leaving a lot of women feeling like they don't measure up to what they're seeing on their screens.
I don't think I'm beautiful. And I think that's why.
I also find the duality very simple. Like, as a man looking at these women compare themselves and think they look horrible in comparison. And I'm like looking at like people like jacked Chris Hemsworth or jacked completely unattainable Chris Pratt. I'm like, I look at these and I'm like, hell yeah, dude, I gotta work out more. Yeah, that's what it is. Be right back. Take care, Somax.
I'm not consistent with my content. I don't have the perfectly symmetrical face. I don't know how to do crazy glam makeup. I keep it simple, like really simple. And when you're on social media, simple doesn't feel enough. And let's be honest, brands don't usually partner with simple girls. They want the polished ones, the flawless skin, the perfect lighting, the aesthetic life. And sometimes I look at myself and think I don't fit that mold.
And that's why this conversation around Michaela got so big and very messy. It's because she became a very clear example of something people have been noticing for a while. And while no, the answer isn't to zoom in on people's faces and start dissecting them, I think the biggest issue here is that we've been staring at altered faces for so long that now the real faces don't hit anymore. So let's all remember that our faces are beautiful and they should not be compared to a face on a screen. Let's go outside. Thank you for tuning into the Girl Talk you didn't know you needed. If you enjoyed,
yeah, that's pretty much the end of the video. And no, I don't like touching grass. Touching grass is ew. We don't do that. Yeah, to summarize, stop being delulu. Stop being delusional and believe that the person that you see on a screen actually looks like that. I'm even curious to figure out if she uses a filter. You know, I'm curious if she does that. Anyways, regardless, that was rather interesting. Although this is random, do I ask my friend to be my girl? Because I don't know if she will say yes. I asked before. And she said no, but it was like 7 months ago. Yeah, I think you're cooked. Pack it up, big guy. Pack it up. I don't think this will end well. Realistically, nothing has changed unless you have really upped your game. You are not the same toasty you were 7 months ago. You see, I don't like my own face because I just don't like it. You don't like your face because you compare yourself to fake faces. We are not the same. Real, true and real guys being guys, right, Poke? From guy to guy, you look like shit. Thank you. I know I look glorious. I have a magnificent face, a magnetizing face. The face of all them faces. A goonable face, even. Anyways, damn, 2 hours in, we watched 2 videos. I'm gonna take a quick break and then we'll go through some shorter stuff. So yeah, I'll be right back. I need to take care of my kitties because they need food. I have returned. And noted, Croc. We can do that right away. I also was, Puck, if you had a Goonable phase, GT would be right now. Oh, he has done that before, don't worry. You look horrible. Yes, I know. Average conversation between guys be like, pretty much. We can do that. I'm so ready, because it's one of my favorite formats. Dumb tweets. We love to see it. We do. We very much do. We do. So let's do that.
Look, y'all gotta go.
Silence. Sorry. F no. F yes. You go into anything that's male. Punks, femboys, bears, the dentist daddy, the donut daddy. You get the idea. Anyways, you know what's also smart? You know what's not smart? Me. I forgot to put up the laundry, even though I wanted to take a shower after stream. Yay. I'm the smartest. I might be the smartest man on the planet. I'm pretty sure you haven't watched this one. I'm pretty sure I've not watched this one because it isn't liked. If it isn't liked, then I probably have not watched it. So I'm pretty sure I actually haven't. Anyways, the dumbest tweets of 2014 by Fresh Prince You. This is part 5. So we're gonna look at this. So we will either see really funny but dumb tweets or man-made horrors beyond our comprehension. There's no in between. There never has been. There never will be. Anyways, we're going in. We're going in.
Are all nerds as good as you?
Yes.
Eternal HBIC tweeted, if Bay got HIV, it's gonna turn into HIV because we in it together forever.
So if your man just caught HIV from someone, you just
wow. Wow, we're starting again with this. May YouTube strike you again. May Zeus strike you down. YouTube isn't striking me. But a big black man will.
Be cool with that.
Oh, you nasty. College Dropout tweeted,
It will strike you down.
damn, my uncle got prostitute cancer. Pray for him, y'all.
So your uncle just been afflicted with a malicious case of hookers. That makes perfect sense.
Bruh. L. West Megan tweeted, some Japanese lady had a P-shirt on like, bitch, you bombed us on this day. How are you gonna wear a P-shirt?
So if you to wear
Especially on that day, you should probably wear a peace shirt. Guys. Especially on that day. How can you be so, what's the word? How can you hold the grudge for that long? But I guess, not only that, I feel like it's kind of hilarious, you know, that, the US bombed the shit out of Japan as well, right? With 2 fat fucking bombs. Yeah. Not only that, they hit the most major Christian cities in Japan as well. Consider me shocked. They speaking French or something? What you mean we? We? There's no we. Okay, did you have to invade France? Nah, they already it has already been taken over.
wear a peace shirt, black people could be like, come on, slavery, bro. How you gonna wear a peace shirt? And Native Americans would be like, you only took like all of our land and killed all of our people. How you gonna wear a peace shirt?
That's kind of hilarious, considering that, well, it's kind of hilarious, you know. I'm gonna head out. Take care, Toasty. Bye-bye. It's kind of hilarious considering that I saw a clip recently, right, of a black American woman, right, realizing that her ancestors were colonialists and slave owners. Because yes, people that was black people that were slaves back then were slaves already when they brought them over to the US. See, it didn't happen that like white people went to Africa and just captured a bunch of black people there, right? They were already slaves made by their own people. In fact, Africa still has slaves. The more you know.
Lana Del Cunt tweeted, Atlanta spelled backwards is Atlanta.
So, first of all, the name is crazy. First of all, that is not at Nelta. That doesn't work. That doesn't. She's stupid. She's stupid.
Girl, let's spell out and alto.
CeeLo Green replied to a tweet, women who have really been raped remember, but point taken.
So CeeLo was replying to this tweet saying that if she's sleeping, it's not rape. The fuck? If you don't take your fat milk dud gobstopper head looking ass out of here. DiGiorno Pizza tweeted, why I stayed. You had pizza. Now this tweet don't even seem that bad until DiGiorno's failed to realize that this hashtag was about domestic violence.
Keys tweeted, Drake is Canadian? Say word, I thought he was from Toronto.
Can't do this anymore. I can't do this anymore.
If you don't Google map the location of Toronto.
Tats and Snapback tweeted, I could really be a misuse. My massage game is on point. Ask about me.
You about
the misuse. I always often do misuse. I like doing misuses. Very much. Wow. Okay, so the worst one, right? The worst one was easily the grape one. No doubt about it.
Be a what? The irony here is that you're misusing the word misuse.
Blueberry Kush 55 tweeted, watch an anaconda. The first one is better than all of them because the snake is actually real.
Yeah.
Anaconda don't. My anaconda don't. My anaconda. That fake ass snake.
RK London tweeted, I miss what the fuck?
I might as well. I miss well move. I'm out of words.
I might as well move on.
You might as well move on to a damn English course.
Mr. JD21 tweeted, Patience is
a vulture. That snake is real. You mean like so real like in the remake movie with Jack Black? Well, not really a remake, but like acting like they're making a remake. Patience is a vulture. Well, maybe there is a vulture out there named Patience. Who knows?
Is a vulture.
This tweet is so dumb that it makes sense. Patience is the virtue, but vultures are some of the most patient animals on this earth. They be waiting for food like we be waiting for Tupac to come back.
Is Haja bitch tweeted, I'm about to be very serious with school. Man, what the fuck? I'm trying to get a 4.0.
That you're not getting a 4.0. You're not even getting into school anymore with this. If they see this, they're just like, yeah, you cannot be helped. If they see this tweet, they're like, yeah, we can't get you into school anymore. We can't help you with this. That is essentially impossible. Terrifying.
I'm about to get the exact opposite GPA if you spell them like that.
Madame for Madame tweeted, Beyonce was born in Houston, not Texas.
The city of Houston's in Texas.
You stupid. Trippy Stoner tweeted, my mama said never use a dirty toilet. You'll catch hemorrhoids.
She told you never to use a dictionary either, huh?
Wonderful. Your parents never had children. Chances are you won't. So this is either bait or actually true, right? Because like if my parents never had children, that means I wouldn't exist, and then I wouldn't exist either. But he said chances, which means that you know, that there's a chance you will have children even though you don't exist. We have a slight problem here.
Jalo and Hollow, and I don't even know how to say that. If your parents never had children, chances are you won't either.
I'm mad that your parents had you.
Hi, I'm Lindsay tweeted, boy, if I hit the lotto one day, I swear that will be the first day I start speaking tongues.
So you just gonna hit the
speaking Tums. Maybe technically ain't wrong. He's technically not wrong, but still, it's a bit stupid. But maybe not. Maybe this is bait.
lotto and start speaking in indigestion medicine. Tum dum dum dum. You know Domingo tweeted, I want a pet turquoise. So you want a pet rock or a pet color? You walk into Petco like,
give me that teal blue right there. Right there. That one, yeah.
H2OK Diz tweeted, why do we always close our eyes when we blink? Garcia Susie tweeted, happy Labor Day. Be thankful for all the mothers who went into labor for their kids. That's what this holiday is all about.
I mean, I guess, right message, wrong day? Because I don't think that's what it's about. I don't think so.
Susie. We all appreciate mothers going to labor and having our children. But you out here celebrating Labor Day, all types are wrong.
Use Wave, they said. It'll charge your iPhone in the microwave.
That. By the way, crazy name, I Punch Babies. That is rage bait. That is rage bait. That is rage bait. That has to be rage bait.
They said, do not try the Wave thing for iOS 8. Just in case any of y'all are as gullible as me, do not microwave your iPhone.
Bait. 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 Bait.
You must have fried every brain cell that you had if you thought you could microwave your iPhone to charge it.
Chief Keef tweeted, me and Chop did 30 songs in 3 days. 75% written and 40% freestyle.
So 70 plus 40 is 110. Plus 5 is 115. Meaning 115%. That's rather interesting. How exactly do you do that? I do not know. But this person just did. But do we always blink when we close our eyes? Good question. I do not know. This is what we call a skill issue. Also, yeah, it definitely is.
75 plus 40 don't add up to 100%. Math skills.
What they at though? What they at though?
Drums, please.
Yo, what up, everyone?
Yeah, that was rather interesting. So the worst things were definitely the microwaving your phone. I don't know whoever told them that, but there's a reason they have these little notices of like, don't drink on chemicals, right? Regardless. And the great one is also crazy when you don't sleep. Anyways, rather interesting. Don't do that at home. Both of those. Thank you. Crazy. Crazy. Very crazy. Very, very crazy. Okay, let's look at something. Let's look at something ridiculous. Right, let's look at something ridiculous. I just realized I'm closing my eyes when I blink. Shocking, I know. Let's actually, should we? Yeah, let's go. You know what? I don't care. We'll do it. We'll do it, Poker. Try putting your phone into the microwave. I will not do that. No, I will not put my phone into the microwave. I will not do that. I won't do that. I think I'm very happy the way things are. I like my phone the way it is. Or I don't want to go too long with the videos, so I think we're going to do this one. Because it's silly.
Look, y'all gotta go.
Because it is silly, we're gonna look at this. We're gonna look at this. Oh, I just realized my headphones are almost empty. I gotta switch them. I gotta switch them. Quickly. I gotta switch them quickly. And this one has to go. Are y'all ready for some AI slop? I am. I certainly very much am. The Strange World of AI Fruit Slop by Cameron. We're gonna look at this. I only have heard heard of this. Also, please consider liking, subscribing. I appreciate it. I have only heard of this before. It's like a fruit. It's basically like The Bachelor, but with fruits. So there is that practically. Why do you have so little short videos? Because we did all short videos yesterday, which means that technically I already have enough videos after this one for. Actually, I already have. Also, okay, we're gonna still gonna watch the video suggested at some point, or is that for a different time? We can throw that in there as well eventually. Why not after this one? But yeah. It is. I'm already done with videos for Saturday. Up until Saturday, isn't that crazy? Anyways, we'll continue. Let's see what the fruit slop is all about.
Look, y'all gotta go. When I say y'all gotta go, I mean go on your toes. When I say y'all gotta go, I mean y'all gotta go before it snows. With global warming, I don't even know if it'll snow, but my message still stands. Y'all gotta go. Now, y'all may be asking, Cameron, why did you come on the mic serenading us with those immaculate bars straight from Mars on why we gotta go? Now, as we all know, recently on the internet, there has been an uprise of people using AI to create.
Apparently, people were incredibly mad at the fact that the AI's fruit stuff is gone because Sora AI shut off, right? And so will ChatGPT probably by the end of this year. Isn't that crazy? Because they're not making money. It's not sustainable. Surprise, surprise.
Whether that be music, food, or even TV shows. Hence why RAM is $10 million and your electric bill is higher than Snoop Dogg on 420.
Yeah, so here's your electric bill. Cool, thanks. Wait, why is it $9 million? I can't pay this. I don't know, figure it out. Broke ass nigga. You're right. You're right.
But it seems like this AI slop that is plaguing the internet has just become worse and worse. And in today's video, we're going to be talking about these AI stories and AI TV shows that people are creating and calling better.
Yeah, Fruit Love Island. Make better art if you don't like it. Pretty much. Pretty much. It's gonna be everywhere anyways, eventually, right? You're not gonna stop this. You're not gonna stop this. It's just the harsh reality. And the people that are saying, oh yeah, I'm not gonna consume it. You already do, and you probably already have. Because eventually you will not be able to differentiate. You're cooked anyways. So it doesn't matter.
Than actual media. I feel like we might be in the end times at this point, man. Now we're gonna start with AI Fruit Love Island because this has been the hot topic on the internet pretty recently. To give a quick rundown, it's essentially Love Island, that show where they get freaky and crash out on each other. That's literally all they do. It's an NPC's favorite show, except for AI Fruit Love Island. I mean, it quite literally says in the name, it's an AI version of it using fruit instead of real humans. And people have fell in love with this series on TikTok. Like, people are talking about this series like it's the second coming of Jesus. Like, bro, when I tell you, I saw people saying that AI Fruit Love Island is better than their firstborn, I knew we were cooked after that. I knew we were cooked. People
ain't no way. Yeah, it's just like, I don't know why it exists. I would like to know why it exists, but I guess people like it, and when people like it, you can't stop. I mean, there's so much AI on YouTube, right? There's like on TikTok, right? And I'm like, oftentimes I don't even care anymore because like I have to do a double take, and when I have to do a double take, I'm just aware, or like I don't even notice it ever at all anymore. And I'm like, anyways, moving on.
People loved AI Fruit Love Island so much that the account that posted these videos,
like the first time I was basically fooled was with just a bunny video that looked way too real, so I couldn't differentiate it anymore. So yeah, definitely. To be honest, I don't get it. Of course, I wouldn't watch the show it's based off of either. Yeah, obviously, it's been around long before AI. Obviously, Love Island, yeah, definitely.
garnered millions of followers within days, with many viewers thirsting over the next episode and the next one and the next one. And from how I'm explaining it, it might sound like I'm just a hater, you know, maybe the show truly is next level, but no, when I tell you this show is complete and utter trash, and I don't understand how people genuinely watch this. I don't understand how people watch Love Island in general. Oh my gosh, Jeremiah, oh my gosh, shut up. You got a job, Max Brody. But here's the first episode.
Welcome to Fruit Love Island, where 8 single fruits are about to flirt, fight, and trust. Things get messy fast.
They really put a freaking peach in Erie.
I would get freaky too. Anyways, moving on.
Why they also give the peach a big badonkadonk though? Hold on, bro. Hold on. I might be a little invested now.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. They're all stacked. Jeez. Job vanishes. Oh, hold up. They even got the lolly. The short cherry. Oh, they're all stacked. Jeez. They were cooking. That's crazy.
This villa is insane. I'm not leaving here single. I just hope the guys are hot.
I'm here to have fun and probably break a few hearts.
Nah, bro. That's crazy. That is crazy. That is crazy. That is crazy. Anyone remember Jersey Shore? No. That is crazy. Okay, that's insane. Never mind. Maybe someone cooked here. Maybe.
Bro said the quiet part out loud. I just hope the girls like nice guys.
Like, how can people actually enjoy this? How? And is this grape supposed to be a black dude with dreads? Is the grape just the token?
The token black guy. Well, that's rather interesting. Son, nephew, folk. I got news. The fruit is hot.
Black dude that all of these dating shows have. Like, this dude has fluffy dreads, man. Like, what are we doing? And then
Poker, that's nuts. It would be surprising if there was a nut, but it's fruits and nuts aren't fruits, so we're gonna have a problem.
Look at this banana with this fake ass chain on. Like, bro, and this banana doesn't even have a freaking chin. Like, come on, gang. This is pissing me off, bro, already.
Okay, the banana guy is definitely my type. Wait, I saw him first.
So, which one of you is the troublemaker?
I could be. He might not survive both of us.
Oh, this is gonna be messy.
Islanders, it's time for the first coupling ceremony. The girls will choose which guy they want to couple up with. The guy I want to couple up with is Benanito. Actually, I'm not letting that happen. I pick him.
Look at this thing. I don't know what this is in the back. I don't know what fruit that is.
I think that's supposed to be the watermelon. I'm pretty sure this is the watermelon. Annoying orange, is that you? Do not do anything more than eat the fruit, please. I'm gonna eat the fruit. Especially this fruit. Regardless, how do you say this? How do you say this? Hold up. Bananito was the name? Or this is escalating quickly.
Is that like a tangerine or something? Look at her in the back. Like, why does she look so derpy, man? Oh my gosh. And just the voice acting. Like, this junk sucks. How can you watch this over a show like, I don't know, freaking Invincible? Invincible's coming out with some great episodes right now. And you're telling me that...
Yeah, the problem with Invincible I have is that they swapped Tech Jacket. They swapped Zach for Zoe. And I'm not particular to make him make her a love interest for Oliver. I'm not particularly happy because I like the idea of Oliver cracking a cockroach, right? Because he's not in the comics. He's not into human women. He likes cockroach. He wants to crack a bug.
People are out here thirsting over the next episode of this complete and utter garbage. Now, look, I am an Invincible Glazer, as y'all can see, the Omni-Man. As y'all can see, the Omni-Man in the mark in the back. Shout out them boys with the Labubu. But this show just sucks.
You can't just steal him like that. Looks like I just did.
I mean, I'm not complaining.
That weak ass punch. What type of mechanics are those? She quite literally just went like this. Bruh. She wasn't even looking behind. She just pumped her fist out. And then what was that titty punch right there? Are we being serious right now?
Are you serious right now, bro?
She tried. She tried, okay? No, we're not all strong, right? But she tried.
And for some odd reason, this video has 2.7 million likes. Don't you just love the AI slop? Y'all, I low-key love their names. I absolutely hate their names. Anyone watching this on a Friday night for the first time, imagine it's a Friday night, you know, you just had your last day of school or work for the week, and you decide to decompress by opening up TikTok and watching Fruit Love Island. Actually, you know, I think we just can't judge too much. Why don't we watch the second episode? Maybe the first episode, like, that's just a pilot episode. Maybe things ramp up in episode 2. Maybe they got a better budget.
Welcome back to Fruit Love Island. Tonight, the villa is throwing a tropical...
Now she's a coconut? Or like a fusion between a coconut and a peach? Or something? I mean, she still has some serious badonkers, so sure.
beach party. And trust me, things are about to get messy.
I absolutely just hate the voice. Like, it just sounds like a robot. Like, Siri could voice act better than this. Hey Siri, would you like to voice act in AI Love Island?
Shut yo big forehead ass up, nigga.
Look, you didn't have to say all that. Come on, gang.
I like Rapunzel, but Orangelo is kind of fine. Charita, that is literally Watermelina's man.
Why does this cherry look like a child? Why did a child sneak onto the villa, man?
Look, Rapunzel is sweet and all, but Orangelo, that man is dangerous. And I might be a little stupid tonight. Islanders, tonight we are playing a little game called...
These people are opening their mouths and cheering in the back, yet you hear nothing.
You hear nothing. My message came out later when I wanted because I couldn't spell a certain word. Are you sure? Stop with the are you sure? You have to do that every time Invincible is referenced. Stop. Stop. Otherwise, I'm marking it. I'm conquesting it. I'm omning it. Anybody seen the Chinese censorship for blood? Horrible, isn't it?
Like, this just pissing me off at this point, man.
Tropical shot! Oh, this is about to get messy!
Charita, who's hotter, Grapenzo or someone?
Charita quickly became a watermelon and now she's a cherry again. What on earth happened to this man's face? She's a short stack, yeah. What on earth is with this man banana's face now? It's the full banana now as a face. Also, he has 4 fingers. 4. He has and 5 on the other. And yeah. I don't know. Weird.
Else guy.
Okay, did he just hear me cooking on his chin and he just grew a long chin now? What the heck? Why is his head a banana now? I thought his whole body was the banana. Bro, this is exactly why the show sucks.
Okay, don't hate me, but Orangelo has that citrus thing going on.
Why was the cherry a pig?
Dance with her right.
Now she's not the short stack. Now she's just short. Wow, what happened? And why does she have such big legs all of a sudden? I guess somebody did not skip leg day.
Right in front of me? Oh, relax. It's a party.
Honestly, the fucking pineapple. I wanted to say the German name for that thing. The pineapple seems to be the most consistent out of all of these.
Pinapina really thinks she's hot shit just because she stole Bananito. Girl, please. That banana still looks at me. You bitch! What the? Hey, stay
I said stop!
This isn't over.
This is another titty punch again, bro. Like, can she just not, like, move her arms upwards? I mean, it looks like she can because you just punch her in the eye, but yeah. There's many more episodes, but I just don't think it's necessary to watch all of them in this video. Especially since, like, number one, it's just garbage AI slop. Like, why would I want to watch every single episode? And number two, it's just, like, the show sucks. I feel like instead of having the electric chair as, like, a punishment, we should sentence terrible criminals to watch every single episode of Fruit Love Island. We are sentencing you to only watching Fruit Love Island.
No, Tell my family I love them.
Don't worry, we will, sir. Honestly, let's just give him the electric chair and stuff. Yeah, I agree. Give him
Oh
the
yeah,
chair.
that's way better. Honestly, yeah, I'm completely fine with that. Let's get straight to it.
And what's crazy is you also have people reviewing Fruit Love Island episodes like it's an actual TV show, which I honestly think is just sad. Like, if I go on Letterboxd...
Reviewing? 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 Bro, is my chat just retarded today? What is with you? Are you sure? I'm going to throw you, every single one of you. No, I would no longer love you if you were worms at this point. Behave.
And I see people ranking this show, I might be a worse villain than Thanos. That's all I'm gonna say.
Water Melina and Benito need to get kicked out the villa right fucking now.
No bullshit.
I've been watching this Fruit Love Island shit and they ain't been doing nothing but pissing me the fuck off. Water Melina ain't been doing nothing but fighting every fucking episode. Then Benito just easy as shit fucking with anything that looks.
This has a letter. Wait, this has a letterbox? There's no way. How does one review such AI slop like that? It has a letterbox. Nah, bro.
His way.
Shut the fuck up.
It's crazy because this man has so much peak in the back. Like, he has Destiny, he's got Spider-Man, even Batman. But he's over here reviewing Fruit Love Island like it's amazing. Like, this is the next freaking Stranger Things. Okay, hold on. Stranger Things last season, I didn't even finish it. It was that trash. But I feel like I'll get the point. Now, like the actual Love Island, they also have the voting system where fans can vote like certain people off. And I found this post during the research of this where this girl claims that voting for one of these fruits was one of the hardest decisions of her life. Hardest decision I've had to make. Which, this is clearly satire, but hey, there's truth to every joke. She was probably stressing. Like,
I don't know like who to vote for, because if I vote Benito, like, I don't know if I can still watch the show, so I kind of want to keep them on. You know, no, this is so hard. This is very hard. I'm getting emotional. This is hard.
You would think that it's maybe hard to vote like in the presidential election or something like that. Nah, bro. It's harder to vote for this AI fruit show. And what's crazy is just thinking about this, there's definitely people out there who can vote in the United States, right? They can vote, except they choose not to. But when it comes to Fruit Love Island, oh nah, they're voting straight away. They're putting that ballot in. I feel like our brains are just shrinking, man. Like,
God, our brains are shrinking if that's what we're consuming nowadays. Send another video. It's not liked, so I think I haven't watched it. We'll see. Should I follow him on like Letterboxd? Don't consume Fruit Love Island, please. The hardest choice in my life was to do that. Well, obviously it's probably a joke. I hope you just keep the hottest baddie. That's it. And it has a high rate, Poke. No joke. God, why? You have risen today just to create this? Huh.
you can't tell me they're not. And when I tell you this AI Love Island stuff just gets even more cringe and sad, you got people creating edits comparing some characters to people from the real Love Island. Like this Huda Cherita edit. Bro, there's probably people getting emotional to this. Like they probably cry every time they check out this edit. This edit has 1.4 million likes, dude. Now, even though the show did have a large fandom, there were many haters of the show, like myself. And this actually drove the creator of the show to stop because of the hate and quote unquote losing motivation, which I feel like just shows how lazy we're becoming as people. Because like, how are you losing motivation to type in a prompt and poop out this shitty show? Like, let's be so real here. You cannot sit here and tell me that this.
Well, it doesn't matter anymore because apparently this was made with Sora AI, and Sora doesn't exist anymore, as far as I'm aware. So my guy's not making shit anymore.
Is actually hard. And honestly, I think the hate for this show is valid because this is just a waste of AI. Like if we're gonna use AI, why don't we use it for something useful? Like asking ChatGPT what time it is when our phone says it on the top of the screen, you know? And what I find funny about all this AI Love Island stuff is that some people are actually out here lying on why the show was made to make themselves feel better watching the show, because I mean the show is literally just AI slop. Before you hate on Fruit Love Island, the girl who started it is just trying to save money to get out of Iran.
Why the fuck you lying?
Brother, where did we get this information? Holy propaganda, we're just making stuff up, man. People will say anything to justify watching this garbage, dog. And you know how I said the creator is done making the AI Fruit Love Island because of losing motivation? Well, I guess the creator got a little bit more motivation to create a new show, which, here's the trailer. The Shore Between Us. As you can see, the AI suburbs in the background. Sienna, Noah, Levi. Bro, is this supposed to be like a throuple show or something? Like, is this just an AI version of Challengers? There won't be a shore between us if you keep using AI. That's actually hilarious. No, I can't lie. That's very clever. And this AI Fruit Love Island has inspired people to even make Candy Love Island. And AI...
That's crazy. By the way, don't use the water argument against AI. It's a shit argument. It's probably the worst argument we have that you could possibly use because, fun fact, you eat burgers, right? You eat burgers. A single burger needs more water than a single episode of the show. Show, quote unquote. Single episode of these videos. Anyways.
AI Baddies, you know, the show where women just fight and act ratchet, no clank.
Oh, you need to run to the gym. Yeah, get that fat asshole!
Nuke the whole generation. Yeah, that's enough of that. Oh my gosh. Now, another popular thing that's been being made online recently are these AI stories, which are pretty much these made up scenarios with AI ranging from not wanting to raise an ugly baby to things being a little weirder. That's all I'm gonna say.
Why does he have that ugly black mark on his face?
Why does that matter?
Is that my son? Huh? What on earth? Looks like every sexist reverse harem shoujo series. Accurate. Is Earth doomed? Insert that one image of the big ass thing in the ocean from a Marvel movie or something. Yeah, I know what you mean.
He's still ours. Give him back! What are you doing?
I'm not raising this ugly baby.
No! Please don't leave with him! He's your son, please!
I'm sorry, little guy.
Now, here's another AI story, which it's this AI slideshow about how it would be if a girl and her boyfriend got drafted into the war, which I feel like we all could agree would suck. Getting drafted with your significant other, that sounds terrible. I wouldn't want my significant other to go through something like that. I wouldn't even want to get drafted either. I'll serve crack before I serve this country. I'm not fighting for Israel. But this is what someone created. Me and my boyfriend, if we got drafted, I see...
Ain't no way. Cutesy war. Can I send you a DSP fail? Can I send you DSP fail at Pokemon? Sure, I'm not gonna react to it, but you can send it. FYI, he got destroyed by Misty. Sure. Are we dead ass? We are dead ass. I see them. Cool, babe. She's eating fries. Unreal. I'd rather go to jail than be drafted. Same, especially for a country that does not, for a government that does not, care about my interests.
See them, cool babe, and she has McDonald's fries and a McDonald's bag, while the dog, aka her boyfriend, has a gun. You're telling me that on the battlefield, you are going to be eating McDonald's next to your boyfriend while your boyfriend is fighting, and you're gonna have this little picnic blanket, and you're gonna have a McDonald's apple pie, it looks like? Bro, what? Stop shooting. Fear me, bitch. Let's just go to the next one. Okay. We ate that up. Whatever you say, baby. If someone says we ate that up right after battle, you know, people are dying, families are losing fathers and mothers. Yo, I'd cry. Oh my gosh, yeah, this is making me sick. Do you understand? No. Can I drive? Absolutely not. Is this supposed to be propaganda? Is this supposed to get like women and men to join?
War propaganda right there. Agree, make women fight on the front line. They keep saying they want equality. Make neither fight on the front line because these aren't our wars. These are the politicians' wars. Right? Right? Germany? Right? I need to get a permission to leave my country if I want to leave my country for 3 months or longer now. Since January. Isn't that crazy? Like, let's say I wanted to go backpacking, right? Around the world. I'd have to get permission like a child. Isn't that crazy? From our military, by the way. Wonderful! Truly great! Especially because the man who is my president is a horrible person. I don't like Trump whatsoever. Though enough of that. Oh, I don't like mine either. Mine is Mine is conservative on the outside and red on the inside, if you know what I mean. We know of global homo communism. We love race communism. Yay.
The military with their significant other. Is this what it is? Yo, government, I see what y'all are trying to do, and it's not working on a young man with a big forehead, bro. Y'all are gonna have to try harder if y'all want me to join the war. Oh, y'all said some free Rick Owens?
ChatGPT, how do I reload this thing?
This actually ruined my whole year. Me and my BF, if we got drafted, you placed number 100. Why are we acting like if you got drafted, it would be this cutesy thing that like you could do with your partner? Like this is no date. Like if you go to war, you know, there's a chance you can die. This isn't something where it's just like, oh, it's a little fun date, you know, we're just playing Call of Duty Zombies. No, you can die in the war. Like what? Now this was probably made for satire as well, but like I'm telling you, there's some people out there that actually might think this is how it is to be like in war with your significant other. Now those are a little tame, you know. Like I said, these things get a little weirder. And in this video, it's a light-skinned strawberry cheating on her man with a dark eggplant. I'm guessing this symbolizes a girl cheating for a dark-skinned man, which I think is just odd.
Shut the door, nigga.
Relax, your husband trusts you.
This can't.
That is great. Okay, that's wild. I gotta go back. What did you just call him? I gotta go back. I gotta actually go back. Huh? That's crazy. Hold up.
Plant. I'm guessing this symbolizes a girl cheating for a dark-skinned man, which I think is just odd.
Shut the door, nigga.
Relax, your husband trusts.
The man that made this video is a cuck. Moving on. Also, you have to pay a fuck ton of money if you want your pension when you move to a different country. True. Yeah, we're never making it out of poverty at this point. Still been here in Australia, Labour Party. We hate it. My president is orange on the outside, enjoys minors on the inside. That's crazy work right there. Who knows? Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. Also, holy, I wasn't expecting that. Neither did I. But here we are.
Trust you.
This can't go on.
Yo, I'm not gonna lie. That strawberry is thick, bro.
Yo, this is how I would rizz up that strawberry. Yeah, my name Cameron. Yeah, I be doing YouTube and shit. Nice to meet you.
Shut the door, nigga.
Oh, you don't gotta tell me twice. Yeah. I'm on it right now. ASAP.
Also, shut the door, nigga is kind of crazy.
You always say it.
I can't say what I want to say. I can't say what I want to say. Why you gotta act? Why you gotta act like it's in your blood? Calm down. Just because she got a nice round plump booty doesn't mean you gotta revert to ancient dark times. Literally, stop.
This is the last time. Honey, I'm home.
You have to stay late at work again?
My boss was really demanding today.
I hate when he treats you.
It's over now. I just want to be with you. I'm pregnant.
Are you serious? We did it!
Yes.
Our child will be the most beautiful strawberry. The baby was born healthy. Give me my child. What is this? What am I holding, an eggplant? This can't be my baby!
I can explain.
What exactly are you going to explain?
I'm a strawberry, you're a strawberry. How can an eggplant be born?
I don't know, dear. I can explain.
He looks just like your boss.
It was a mistake.
Why did she become red? Why did she race swap? Or fruit? Or species? Or not species? Why did she swap strawberries? Country doesn't believe in free speech. You need a VPN to use the internet. We know. The forbidden arts.
He was dropping a plate, not this fucking eggplant, bitch. I prepared a nursery. I picked a name. I told everyone I was gonna be a father. Fuck you, bitch!
Yeah, I really felt that one in my dad. This feels like those gym cuck posts where it's like they're thinking about like these made up scenarios to go harder in the gym. Except for these scenarios are just made just for the hell of it. They're not even in the gym or doing anything. They're just making up these weird fantasies of getting cheated on. You also got people making these videos where it's eggplants.
That is crazy. Yeah, these are definitely this is definitely fetish content. Let's not deny it.
Running a train on a light-skinned strawberry, and the strawberry gets pregnant and becomes a single mother. Like, what in the BET storyline are we talking about?
So this is either cuck or a reflection of real life. Sorry, black homies. You unfortunately have a problem with leaving mothers and them becoming single mothers. Don't know why that is the case. You gotta elaborate. Though we have it too. Just not to a degree.
Whoever's creating these has some weird ass fantasies. Like, I just can't fathom someone just sitting in the dark, you know, nerd neck and everything on their computer, hunched over, typing up these weird sexual fantasies of like fruits and vegetables cheating on each other. And when I tell you, this stuff just keeps on getting weirder and weirder, because you also have people making these AI gooner videos where they make food overly sexual, like this video of a thick ass omelet getting butter rubbed inside of its
What on earth? Damn, that one's caked up. The butter is like what the fuck is that? Bro, Cameron got some crazy white teeth. This is almost flashbanging me.
cheeks. Someone drained an entire lake to create this. You also got AI frosting sticking their tip into cinnamon rolls and icing their insides, which I feel like we all know what they're doing with this. Like, this AI stuff is just getting out of control, man. That's the world of AI slop, and it pisses me off. Because, like, how do people genuinely enjoy this content, bro? How? Like, when it comes to AI Love Island and these AI stories, like, how do people watch this? Like, oh, yeah, this is, like, my entertainment for the day. There's so many better things that we can.
You should see my sister's For You page on TikTok. Holy AI. Their entire thing's just AI.
Can indulge in, you know, not made by a freaking robot, made by humans, but for some reason people decide to watch this stuff and say that it's better than actual media. Like, what? I don't really know much more to say. Like, while I do think AI can be beneficial for certain things,
maybe the reason why people prefer it is because regular content is uninspired and boring. That is just the theory. A game theory.
I just think, like, all of these videos, it's just a waste of AI. We're wasting energy and water creating, like, bullshit like this, man. Like, this stuff is just brain rot. But yeah, that's gonna wrap up the video. Let me know your guys' thoughts in the comment section below about all this AI slop online. I enjoyed that. I enjoyed this video. I enjoyed giving my opinion. I want to know your guys in the comment section below. Make sure to check out the second channel, Cameron Live. Do a lot of reactions over there. Twitch, Cameron WAK, Twitter, Cameron WAK, Instagram, Cameron.
Anyways, that's pretty much about it. Yeah, I'm rather interested. I did not want to see your sister's TikTok feed. You don't want to. It's all AI, anime AI. That's pretty much what it is. You see my fantasies don't involve things like this. So maybe I'm in fact not that bad. Wait, you don't like to be Adam 22? Crazy. If a human made this, it would still be ass. So yeah. When will AI replace music and music, movies, and other things? Music has already happened. Some of the most popular quote-unquote artists on Spotify is AI. They're AI. So this is music has already happened. Somebody spot AI and also a recent anime as well. Yeah, it's gonna happen, and you're not gonna stop it. It's just you're not gonna stop it. You're gonna like it or you don't. And no, but it's not gonna be stopped. It will not be stopped. It cannot be stopped. It won't be stopped. It is impossible to be stopped. Does Miku count? Nope, because Miku is not AI. Anyways, let's watch the Andy Pants gaming video. Why not? Since it was recommended.
Here's a question.
Well, that already escalated. Is AI? No, it doesn't. I'd say no, that's just me. Yeah, let's watch the Andy Pants video, and then we're gonna do the video that Kaiser wanted as well. So yeah, let's do that. Anyways, that's gonna be rather interesting as this man has some insane, crazy takes. Anyways, why everyone wants the 2000s back by Andy Pants Gaming. Well, I want them back because the times were better. Regardless, we're looking at this. We got hot women, so there's that. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. Here we go.
Here's a question we've all been haunted by as we tried to fall asleep at night. Why have...
Also, I find it rather interesting that, you know, Dead or Alive is there, right? Considering that they baited and switched, right? They censored Dead or Alive heavily. Bait and switch. They bait you with cleavage and then they switch. Funny.
Video game budgets and graphical fidelity skyrocketed the past 20 years, while games themselves have gotten objectively worse. At age 43, people tell me, you're just nostalgic. But then I see 20-year-olds preferring games from the 2000s to modern slop as well. Doesn't that pretty much...
It's also, when you look at the data, right? You look at the data. What people in the industry said was concerning, right? That most people play older games from like even 2000, like around 2015 and earlier, right? And I'm like, yeah, it makes sense. It kind of makes sense, yeah.
Prove these games were objectively better? Classics like Metal Gear Solid 3, Devil May Cry, Final Fantasy X, San Andreas, and God of War put modern slop to shame. But if games from the 2000s had less pixels, less hardware, less gigabytes, how could they possibly be better? This is the question I want to explore in this video, and I think it begins with understanding 2000s culture.
I don't know why you showed me Nickelback. I wouldn't use that as an argument. Anyways, yeah, it is just that we've put ideology in the forefront instead of games. See? People say like oh, but Baldur's Gate 3 didn't fail and it was woke, and I'm like, no, it wasn't woke. Was there any ideology put in the forefront? You could just do what you wanted in that game. It's not the case, right?
If I had to sum up the 2000s in one phrase, it would be, fuck your feelings. The 2000s was literally the opposite of our safe, overly sensitive
School. That's a lot. Well, I can't argue with the lower row of people. That is accurate.
2025 culture today. Fear Factor threw people into pits of snakes. Jackass had people getting gored by bulls and firing bottle rockets out of their buttholes. American Idol had Simon Cowell tearing people apart on stage. Gordon Ramsay was putting bread on fat women's heads and calling them idiot sandwiches. Tropic Thunder had Ben Stiller making fun of...
We had like a talent show, right? Even in Germany, right? Where the dude literally said, a bucket full shit sings better than you. Crazy work. I know. Okay, hear me out. Good games are good, bad games are bad, and good games still come out today. But the amount of good games that come out is a lot less. It's a lot less. Especially when you literally have BlackRock admitting in an interview that, quote-unquote, the woke era was a failed experiment. Isn't that interesting? I feel like some of these things are not the same as others. You can, however, say that the 2000s were people in the 2000s were a lot less sensitive than they are now. That's pretty much the case. Yeah, you heard you can even run around butt naked in Baldur's Gate 3, so Or so I have heard. Of course you would know this.
Retards and Robert Downey Jr. in blackface saying,
"For 400 years, that word has kept us down."
Damon and Marlon Wayans made fun of white chicks. Nicolas Cage dominated the box office. 2000s culture did not give an F. We pretty much peaked as a society, and some of the greatest games of all time came out. Resident Evil 4. What makes this game so iconic is it's basically like playing a corny B-action movie from the 90s. You're saving the president's daughter, you're fighting a giant fish, you encounter hilarious villains like Ramon Salazar and Krauser. The entire time, Leon is just flirting with hot women and
was that not just Napoleon? I've never played Resi 4. I think I do own it, but I've never played it. Getting trampled by a bull, getting yelled at by a British guy. Yep.
Delivering epic one-liners while doing backflips.
Well, the difference is now you can still get trampled by a bull, right? But you can no longer get yelled at by a British guy, as they're a dying species. They're a dying breed out there, the British people, right? There are no British anymore. Soon. All will soon be over. The British will be gone. Not because the ocean has taken them, but mass immigration.
The one word to describe this game is just fun. Although RE4 Remake is definitely better than most of the slop coming out these days, I feel like they took a bunch of the edgy stuff out, and I will always prefer the original. Racing games. So I feel like the only racing games coming out these days are simulator-type racing games. Your Forzas, your Gran Turismo.
The funny thing is, originally, I would have not put in the new Fable, because Fable characters were always dead ugly, right? The reason why I'm putting the new Fable in now is because originally there wasn't even a male character plan, to the point where they literally just put on a male skin over the female MC, which meant that the male walked like he was a woman, which looked really goofy and weird. Anyways, yeah, now I can put in Fable. To be honest, I don't play racing games, old or new. I'd say old racing games are better, especially old Need for Speed is a lot better.
With $10 trillion horse testicle shading, and honestly, I think they're boring as hell. If you're an old head like me, you remember when racing games were way edgier and funnier, like Twisted Metal and Destruction Derby. What I really miss is when racing games prioritized fun over realism. Fun is always more important than realism, and I feel like modern racing games have forgotten this. Burnout Revenge is a great example.
I'd still put Need for Speed Underground and Most Wanted into that as well. Especially, oh god, I loved Underground so fucking much. It was crazy. I played it on the GameCube. Ugh. Loved it.
This game is so insane and over the top. Each race, you have a different objective: wreck the most cars, take out opponents, finish the track fastest. The game just prioritized fun and insanity and wrecks, and it didn't care about realism, man. It was just fun. Need for Speed Hot Pursuit is another game from this era. You can call in helicopters, fire EMP pulses at other cars, and lay down spike strips. And every race is really intense. You're basically just either playing as the cops or playing as the bad guys, and you're trying to get away. Even all the way back on the original PlayStation, one of my favorite racing games of all time was Wipeout XL. It had this badass techno soundtrack, just awesome music, peak graphic design, weapons you could fire, and close races. It was really a different era of racing games focusing on fun. Metal Gear Solid 3. MGS3 is often cited as one of the greatest video games of all time because it had this amazing, edgy, and over-the-top story coupled with some of the greatest gameplay of all time. I have no idea what Kojima is doing now, but this ain't it, Chief. Solid Snake in amazing boss fights, delivering one-liners,
What? Was that just a fucking baby? What on earth was that? Freaky.
flirting with all the hot women, difficult and hard as hell gameplay that really challenged you as a player. It was peak. Dead Rising 1 and 2. Dead Rising 3 and 4 were made by Microsoft and are dog water, so if you want to experience peak Capcom, I think you need to play RE4, Dead Rising 2, and Devil May Cry. Again, what makes these games so good is they just didn't give a crap, dude. They were like, hot chicks? Yeah, of course. Funny dialogue? Of course. Edgy dialogue? Yeah, of course. Hilarious and over-the-top villains and story? Yeah, of course.
If you wanna experience peak Capcom, Monster Hunter before World, that's peak Capcom right there. I can understand the point of less good games come out nowadays, but also this video is just kind of if you get what I mean. Yeah, but his point still stand. I think Andy Pans also is a lot more hyperbolic, to be fair. I think people kind of forget that he's very much hyperbolic when he calls things gay and retarded. It's mostly just that he really hates his ideology, and I do too. We don't like race communism. Money.
Badass and awesome weapons? Yeah, of course. But another thing that made 2000s games so iconic is often they're like really, really hard. For example, in Dead Rising 1, you could just run out of time in the middle of a playthrough of the game and you're just done and you have to restart. And I love how punishing and uncompromising old 2000s games were in this way. Crackdown. So Crackdown is a super edgy game from 2007 where you play as a cop just beating the shit out of people. It's wonderful. You run around and collect giant green orbs, which is just a viscerally satisfying thing to do. The edgy thing this game had was that different gangs correlated to different races. Ooh, we can't do that anymore because we're just pussified now as a culture. So the Shy Jin were a really funny Asian stereotype, Los Muertos were a funny Mexican stereotype, and the Volk were a funny Eastern European / Borat stereotype. I think what made later Crackdown games so bad is they took everything that made this game edgy and funny and just watered it down or removed it so it really wasn't the same game anymore. Silent Hill 2. Again, the Silent Hill 2 remake is fine and it's still better than most of the slop out today, but it's nowhere near as disturbing and good as the...
There is a large problem with that remake, and that is that, how do you say this? How do you say that? The combat is just a bad Souls game, and that's a huge problem for the Silent Hill 2 remake. That's an issue that people have been pointing out. But aside from that, it's just like they didn't get the people just took it because they didn't get a Silent Hill for a little while, so that makes sense. I'm also pretty sure he had a channel where he is pro woke or whatever, so Unk doesn't have aura or El Bozo. Kinda. I get it, I guess.
The original, so just play the original. They had to make the main chick ugly because, of course, it's a bunch of gay Jews running things. But does anybody remember when you first encounter Pyramid Head and he's like strangling / having sex with one of those mannequins? It's like one of the most disturbing things I've ever seen, and I'm going to blur it out here on screen because you're probably not here for that. But my point is just how edgy and badass games in the 2000s were. Konami out here like, yeah, of course we're going to traumatize a bunch of 8-year-old kids with the most disturbing scene ever. Silent Hill 2 was the kind of game spoken of in hushed tones at the lunch table in 2001. Medal of Honor. So this one is kind of random, but I was playing Medal of Honor European Assault on the original Xbox the other day, and this game is super patriotic because our culture is just full of beta cuck soy boys now, and being patriotic is somehow considered edgy. Basically, the music of the game wants you to feel like you are this heroic American badass fighting.
In general, Medal of Honor was such a fun first-person shooter. I loved it. I played Medal of Honor, honestly, only on the GameCube, right? It was one game, and it was decently fun. Generally, I feel like shooters have lost their edge, and that's mostly just like, I don't know, we'll just get Call of Duty and Battlefield, and it's just the same games over and over and over for 70 or 60 bucks, and I can't see it and I can't stand it anymore. See, Sony actually had 2 very good shooters. Very good first-person shooters. Very fun, very good. One was Resistance, right? One was Resistance, and the other one was Killzone. You broke Killzone's neck with Shadowfall because for whatever decision you decided that you completely separated the Shadowfall from the rest. You took out the driving different vehicles. You just... It's not the same. I don't know what you cooked there. You should have stopped. You should have picked what you had. And Resistance, well, we haven't gotten the Resistance since Resistance 3. wonderful, amazing. Okay, but if you want to play a good World War II game, I'll just play COD World at War. Well, yeah, that makes sense. But Battlefield 1, though, I love that game. It came out in 2016 or something, so do with that what you will. It's just like, I feel like these games have become too similar, and there's nothing, Rising Sun first level takes place in Pearl Harbor. Interesting. There aren't really any new concepts explored in first-person shooters. No real new stories being told, and that's a huge problem. In my opinion, that's a huge problem. Like, I wanna absolutely eat some alien ass. I wanna kill some hybrids. I wanna kill some ghouls. I wanna, you know, give me a new resistance. But just keep it the way it was. Just a new resistance would be nice, or and a new kill zone. But they're gonna let that die because they're incompetent.
World War II. It's awesome. Another thing I love about this game is just how good it feels to play. The game wants you to feel like a hero. The way the guns shoot and move is really satisfying. I know Medal of Honor got dominated by Call of Duty starting in 2007, but this 2005 game really shows you what I think is sort of peak Medal of Honor before it went down. San Andreas, Manhunt, and Bully. So we all know Rockstar is gay, woke, and soft now because of all the women working at the company. We can see this in the safe, sanitized slop they have been putting into GTA Online the past 5 years. But did you know there was a time Rockstar was absolutely peak edgelord and constantly pushed the envelope? GTA San Andreas invented the famous hot coffee mod. Tons of sexual references in the...
Good lord, what on earth? Didn't even know that was in the game. Wow. Yeah, I don't keep up with the GTA Online, right? I played it GTA Online back then when it was still only on the PlayStation 3, and that's it. So I haven't particularly kept up with that. So there is that. So interesting. Regardless, right? Regardless. I think Rockstar still stood for a while until more recently. So there's that. Also, I think even in Bully, I think you could even make out with a dude. Could be wrong though.
Game, tons of violence. The game was brutal and showed real life Los Angeles. And did you know San Andreas actually made fun of trans people? I wonder what the developers at Rockstar today that are all woke think about that now. Manhunt had absolutely brutal and nihilistic killing by the player. Can you imagine some 10-year-old playing this game on the screen and his parents walking in? Wild. Zooming out a bit more, I think what the PS2 and Xbox had was simply just variety. Guitar Hero, Medal of Honor, COD, GTA, Final Fantasy X, Soul Calibur, God of War, Twisted Metal, Jak and Daxter, Tekken, Simpsons Hit and Run, Kingdom Hearts, SSX, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater. Back then, we didn't have all these games that were just copies of other games. It was way more likely that a game would be unique back then. Possibly the most indicting number that it shows you what dog shit video games are now is the number of...
I think what people are... There's an achievement trophy with 20 kisses. Interesting. I think... I have a different reason why games are ass, actually. I think there's something different that actually causes games to be ass. My god, Bald Man, did you miss me? Very much. Did you miss me, though? You always ask me if I missed you, but did you miss me? You see, I only played base games when I was a kid, so just Lego Lord of the Rings, trademark. Yeah, I also played Lego Lord of the Rings and Lego Batman on the Wii. So here's the reason why all of these games are bad. Or ass. Graphical fidelity. It needs to be said that squeezing out every little bit of graphics, every little pixel, every little bit is incredibly expensive. So rather than focusing on what you can actually do in the game and what the game actually does, You focus on how the game looks. And that's a problem. That is an issue. See, Elden Ring, right? Looks great, looks amazing. But it doesn't have, in most parts, the sharpest graphical fidelity you could want. You know what games need? A good art style. Go away from this hyper-realistic, almost uncanny valley look, and focus on games actually having an art style that doesn't necessarily, what would you call it? Enter uncanny valley. I don't want to see every single ass pore on somebody's cheeks. I don't care. That's not what I care about. A game needs to look good. Sure. But I don't need, I don't need to count, I don't need to have every single mole on somebody's face in highest resolution, 8K. I don't need that. Also played Lego Jurassic World, or whatever the game is called. I forgot right now. It is called Lego Jurassic World. Graphical fidelity, actually, such resolution, just high graphics, if you want to call it that, simplified. That's a reason why all of these games are ass, because they're not focusing on what's actually important, and is that the game needs to be fun. But Poke, what about 2B's butt? I don't care about 2B's. Would people care about 2B's butt as much if the game wasn't actually good? See, people also like 2B's butt because 2B's butt is in a good game. Nier Automata is a good game. That's what people care about also.
Exclusives that came out. So the original PS2 had about 4,000 games. Of these games, some people estimate that about 1,500 of these games were exclusives to the PS2. Guess how many exclusives PS5 has? Wait for it. 15, dude.
And they were, first of all, 15 games that are exclusive. Even further, they upped the cost of the PS5 by $100 for each version. That should give you an idea. We lived once in a time where consoles with age got cheaper. We now live in the times where consoles with age get more expensive, and they're already working on the PS6. They barely have 15 games. I'm gonna say it straight up, everyone who bought the PlayStation 5, and especially those who have bought a PlayStation 5 Pro, are morons. Absolute morons. Dick guzzling trash cans.
The PS5 has 15 exclusives, and the PS2 had 1,500 exclusives. And it gets even worse because have you noticed how boring the exclusives that
I wouldn't really go by how many games a console has, because like if 99% of those 1,500s are like bad games, then we have a problem, right? But I don't know.
PS5 even has are Horizon Forbidden West, Spider-Man 2, God of War Ragnarok, Death Stranding 2. These are all kind of the same dog shit third-person over-the-shoulder cinematic slop game, aren't they? They're just boring as hell. They take no risks. And of course, they're full of just gay, degenerate LGBTQ propaganda. I mean, compare these 4 games, which are supposed to be the best that the PS5 has to offer, and compare that with the catalog of the PS2.
Don't take it from him, though. Oh god, I see Buzz. Anybody remember Buzz on the PlayStation 3 with like the buzzers, like the separate controllers that you had, and like the stick that you had to put in, like all the questions and stuff? Don't take it from him, though. Take it from BlackRock in an interview where they say the woke era was a failed experiment, which means that the richest company on the planet pushed this agenda and said straight up, yeah, by the way, we swung too far. Yay! But God of War Ragnarok is good though, right? Or at least I thought people thought so. Apparently the original creator of God of War does not like the modern God of War games. I think there's like two categories. There's like the categories that like what they're doing with God of War, and there is the ones that are, how do you say that? That prefer the more hack and slash style of God of War. And you gotta say that like old God of War definitely was more hack and slash than modern. Okay, that was on PS2. There was buzz also on PlayStation 3, because I own it. I have the stick upstairs. I still have all four controllers and the CD. That was PlayStation. There was a buzz for PS2. There was also a buzz for PlayStation 3.
We used to have variety, man. Developers actually used to care about what they were making, and fun was always the primary motivation of making a game. So what changed, boys? What killed 2000s culture and also killed video games? And it's quite simple. Redditors, soy boy beta cucks, progressive white women, LGBTQ degenerates.
I cannot argue with the white women part and the LGBT. I can't argue with that. I can't, because it's true, because we can look at numbers, right? We have the numbers. The one that have the highest DEI stuff are the ones that are also the most cooked financially and have to let people go because their games are flopping.
Trans people and Jews. The feminization of culture, the gayification of culture, the pussification of
Okay, the Jew part I did not see coming at all, bro. I don't know if you could. I don't know if you could put that on the. I feel like it's kind of gay and retarded in itself to put everything on the Jews, because that takes away from your own responsibility. It's like people blaming white people, other people blaming white people for their own mistakes and failures.
Culture. My wife was recently watching some woke Netflix documentaries, and the point of the documentaries was how, quote, toxic and problematic The Biggest Loser and America's Next Top Model were. If you remember, those were reality shows in the 2000s. I never really watched either of these shows, but apparently they were funny, edgy, and hilarious. Coaches would yell at fat people and tell them to get their fat ass back on a treadmill. Tyra Banks, who actually sounds based as hell, would roast the shit out of women who wanted to be models. It sounds great. And guys, it all goes back to fuck your feelings. We had balls in the 2000s. You don't like it? Cry about it. Stop being a little bitch. These Netflix documentaries perfectly capture what fucking pussies progressives have become today. They talk about how, quote,
I have to say that the Will scene in Stranger Things was pretty cringe. What do the Jews have to do with this? For some weird reason, Israel pushes very weird agendas. It's very weird. Especially the mass immigration specifically for Europe. I don't know. This is, by the way, politicians in Israel saying that, not Jews in Europe saying that, regardless. It's very interesting. But then again, you gotta separate. Benjamin Netanyahu removes $5,000 from this man's bank account. Yeah, true, right? You gotta separate the government from the people. So, what is this? Bro has bigger boobs than some of the women I know. Maybe some of the women in chat. Anyways.
Problematic Tyra Banks and Jillian Michaels were, even though all they were doing is telling fat asses to get back on the treadmill. I think this is a perfect analogy to what we are seeing today and why video games have become so bad. And we only have ourselves to blame because we allowed trans people, gay men, and women to work at these companies. Old games were edgy. They didn't give a fuck. They were fun. They didn't take things too seriously, and they were primarily designed to entertain men. Games today are soft, safe, bland, sanitized, watered down, and gay, man. They're just gay. I was playing Grounded in 2020, and it has a checkbox at the beginning of the game that says, check this box if you have arachnophobia. It basically turns all the spiders into blobs floating around. Like, imagine if Silent Hill 2 at the beginning of the game had said, check this.
Yeah, Monster in the Wilds has that too, where like the spider monsters, small spiders, get turned into like green blobs, except for the big spider. I don't really like the government of Israel, but I think Jews are completely fine. You know why? Because I'm a reasonable person. Yeah, I don't think the problem is really the normal people. I think the government is doing really weird shit, shady shit. I don't know.
Box if you don't want to see the pyramid head sex scene. Like, what is wrong with people? So guys, how did this happen? How did edgy games from the 2000s get replaced with Fortnite and Roblox slop? And what I think it all goes back to is the fact that progressive women, gays, and Redditors do not have God in their lives and therefore need to project their incorrect morality on the world around them to justify their own pathetic existence. Let me explain. In the 90s, who were the only people complaining about violence in video games? It was Christian Karens, right? It was our moms. But today, who are the, quote, religious people of today? Who are the, so to speak, priests and bishops of our culture today calling out things and calling them wrong? Is it not the woke people? Is it not, ironically, the degenerates who are calling things right or good or evil? And do you guys see the irony here? And that's a problem. They call everything you do.
I mean, he isn't wrong to the degree that those are the people complaining about that when something is offensive in fiction. He isn't wrong. I can't argue against it. He isn't wrong. He isn't wrong. He isn't wrong. I'm still putting the blame on billionaires. So there's that. It's the billionaires. It's the billionaires. It's always been the billionaires. BlackRock, they straight up admitted it. We watched the video yesterday. They straight up admitted it in an interview. Right? I don't really care about your religion, but I don't think it's related to this. And all to be clear, I'm completely fine with pretty much all religions. I think that, like, they are treating that as a religion, which is what he means by that. Right? We had, like, the satanic panic, if you know anything about this, right? Where, like, everything that was remotely not, quote-unquote, normalized in society was, quote-unquote, satanic. Like Pokemon, for example, right? That was... We basically have the exact same thing, though it is with far left extremists that do this. It's almost the exact same. It's just that the sides have switched.
White supremacy, even though you're just a white guy who wants to live his life. They create words like toxic masculinity to make men feel bad about their God-given desires. They preach diversity, except when it's a bunch of fat, purple-haired white women in a room. No, they're fine. They don't need diversity. Have you ever thought to ask this question? Why is it only the majority white countries that need diversity? Guys, I hope you see what I'm getting at here. Wokeness isn't just a cancer. It's not just a symptom of a mentally ill person.
I mean, he's right. Nobody's like, oh yeah, Africa needs diversity. Nobody's like, oh yeah, China needs diversity. Asia needs diversity. Nobody's sitting here and saying, well, they are sitting here saying Japan needs diversity, to be fair. It's like weird, right? It's just Europe, the United States, and Japan, realistically. Nobody's sitting there is like, Pakistan needs diversity. India needs diversity. There's not enough, black people there or white people, right? Nobody's saying that. It's only for Europe and United States and Japan. Not even Korea. Just Japan. It's weird.
Person who screeches whenever they see Trump. Wokeness is an alternate religion. It's an alternate faith. It elevates the gay black lesbian to the status of a demigod. And by the way, I know tons of black people who actively hate this woke shit and are tired of being used as pawns by white liberals. So guys, I guess what I'm saying is this. In the
I mean, I know gay people that are the exact same. They're just like, nah, we're done. One of the major groups is Gay Against Groomers, and in some parts we have groups that say LGB without the T. So there's that, right? To be fair, that kind of makes sense because LGB are sexualities and T is not, and the rest is not technically. I'll be the first to say China needs more black, gets exploded by CCP. Chinese communist penis. Moving on.
2000s, entertainment was allowed to be edgy because we had free speech. We had a free market. Christians, for the most part, wanted entertainment to be fun and didn't feel the need to project our values onto culture. But what we've seen since 2011...
Yeah, because that went the way in the 90s and 80s. So that's why the 2000s were chill. Ah, look at that. Me Too. It was so fun seeing celebrities push Me Too, but then protect PDFs in Hollywood. Wonderful. Amazing. Truly amazing.
Is the rise of literally Satan himself, the woke religion. It's a religion that feeds on the blood of young children as it sacrifices them down the garbage chute in the form of hundreds of thousands of abortions. These white progressive women doing this stuff, and they must be stopped.
Actually, we still have free speech today. I mean, well, you do. Technically, you do, right? In the US, you do, but in Europe, you do not. I can confidently say that I, in Germany, do not have free speech. If I say something that might be considered remotely offensive, I may end up having the police here. This is particularly towards things like Islam and LGBT. Isn't it fun? I do not have free speech. You may have it, but I do not.
Reject the woke religion. Reject mind control. I'm a Christian, but I don't need to see my particular religious values projected on every form of media around me. I'm simply tired of seeing gays and Jews and Redditors running all the media I consume. I'm tired of diversity. I'm tired of the obsession with multiculturalism. I'm tired of the hatred of white people. White people created the internet, toilets, modern plumbing, and Western society itself. These are our culture. Why is every other race allowed to have a culture except for white people? So bringing this all back to video games, guys, let me tell you how we get back to the 2000s. We do it by this. Number one, make art and stop caring about what people think about it. Number two, do you and stop looking to other people for affirmation. This is what the 2000s was all about. Just make something, man. Make.
Back then, I think what the core issue is, right? I think what the core issue is that we have is that we need affirmation for everything, right? I mean, I need to feel good. This needs to make me feel good. If it doesn't make me feel good, I don't like it. Then it needs to be gone. And I feel like that going back to a time where you just do your thing and anybody who is a dick you just ignore, right? Is much better, right? Because right now we're in a time where like this very loud but small but loud minority is like catered to me. It's like how do you say this? They want special treatment, right? When LGBT of the old days just wanted to be treated the same. Not special, the same. But these people want special treatment. That's why we're here where we are. Okay, to be honest, extremism on both sides is bad. No, duh. Yeah, makes sense, right? We can't... See, I shit on feminism a lot, right? I do a lot. But both extremes are still bad. If we go too masculine, we'll end up in Islam. If we go too feminine, we end up where we are now. There needs to be balance. As Thanos said, perfectly balanced. I don't like insanely woke. I don't like insanely conservative. Also, sorry about your elbows, country twin. This country is hell on earth. I swear to God. Yeah, this video is supposed to be about video games. Well, kinda. He drifted off. Doesn't understand art like Metroid Prime 4. Metroid Prime 4 is one problem. Right? Metroid Prime 4 is one huge problem. Everyone talks except Samus. And I feel like if Samus doesn't talk, nobody should talk. Or if somebody does talk, it should be limited to simple dialogue. Like it is in Prime 2, for example. Or Prime 3. Regardless, anyways.
What you want and forget about the repercussions. Forget about what people are going to say. Just do it, man. Reject pussification. Reject gayification. Dude, our culture has become so fucking soft, man. Be as offensive and as edgy as you want and let the chips fall where they may. All right, I'm out.
For 400 years.
Immaculate 2000s vibes. Anyways, yeah, I agree with him, but I kind of don't. It depends. I feel like there are definitely people who are completely normal. And then there's people who aren't, and that's the problem. Right? There's totally normal gay and trans people who actually don't give a shit and are edgy as fuck and just want to do their shit. And then there is whatever's running the gaming industry. Secret black agents. Anyways, rather interesting. I don't think you should get special treatment, and my answers got displaced and slimed out. Bunch of white people, Native Americans. By the way, if you were curious at all, yeah, it sucks, but well, you got conquered and lost. As much as it sucks. That's how history always was and always is. Unfortunate. Right, my ancestors got their ass beat eventually at one point and were placed somewhere else. I had to leave. It is what it is. War. War never changes. Somix is dumb. You are dumber. Smiley face. You see all the normal people of a certain group get a bad rap because of the small, loud group. Yeah, that's the problem, right? See, the reason, for example, why, for us, our generation, right, Gen Z, the acceptance of LGBTQ has dropped is not because of the normal people. It's because of the fucking weirdos that chill in front of children with dog masks and want to read them stories in a drag children's party. And I'm like, huh? What's going on? Or an LGBTQ kindergarten in Berlin, funded by a man who wrote a book about who is a PDF. It's just very interesting where this is going. Regardless, we had a good one here. All right, let's look at this one. That was recommended. Let's look at this. It's a short one, like Sumex. Dora! We're probably gonna see man-made horrors beyond that comprehension, but I'm into it. Also, we still are. I'm having a stroke. Wait. I don't like how people act like the Native Americans are all gone. Not saying you were saying that, of course. I just thought of that right now. Yeah, obviously you're still around. I follow a VTuber on Twitter, actually two, that are Native American or have Native American ancestry. Obviously you guys are still around, but like, it is what it is. Obviously. Makes sense, right? You weren't obliterated. Well, you kind of were obliterated, though that was mostly due to not knowing how illnesses work. Which is interesting, right? A large portion, unfortunately, of Native Americans died due to white boy illnesses. Or viruses. It is sad, but it is true. No man-made horrors which are in which are incomprehension twin. We are getting man-made horrors now. Anyways, medical student posted inappropriate videos about female patients. His career might be over. Not gonna lie, this sounds like a Ref Says Des title. Anyways, this is by Penelope Lou. I'm having a stroke saying this name. That's crazy. Also, please consider like subscribing. We'll go in. I have no idea what to expect here. We have a nice 8-minute video of probably a degen medical student. Here we go. I'm ready.
Dora! Damn, girl! How many pussies you got?
Would you trust your doctor?
What on earth? Huh? What are we doing now?
They posted something like that? Well, Nick Baumel is a fourth-year medical student at Mayo Clinic and is facing possible expulsion. Hello everyone, my name is Penelope Lou. I like to bring you internet drama that I find interesting and tell it to you guys so we can have a discussion about it. If that sounds like your sort of thing, please consider subscribing. I'm trying to hit 2,000 subscribers this week. We'll see if it happens. I'm actually going to be moving this week, so...
How many do you have, girly? How many do you have? Almost 4K. Lock in. Lock in. You can do this. Lock in. You can do this. You can do this. Poker loves brain rot. Well, at least I have a brain to rot. Yours is the size of a walnut because you are a crocodile. Oh, this. Yay!
This background will be no more, just so you know, and if I'm not posting as consistently for a little bit, that's why. My general schedule is Monday to Friday. That's my goal, and we'll see what happens during the move, but that's a little bit of a small update into my own life for you guys. But before we get started, please give this video a thumbs up. It tells YouTube that people want to watch this content, and it shows it to other people, and I would really appreciate it. But let's get into Nick Baumel. Let's get into this controversy. Nick Baumel was a fourth-year student at Mayo Clinic. Now, he had a TikTok page where he would make a lot of content regarding the medical world, and it was meant to be humorous. However, a lot of his TikToks actually were stealing other content creators' ideas and then redoing them himself. And they were very successful. I believe they got a lot of likes. And then he had 2 original content ideas.
Yeah, not a big deal, right? I think a lot of people do this right now. Everything has been done at least once a while. The thing, the art is in not doing it in a way that's too obvious. That's the art. You gotta, like, that's the art. Doing it in a way where it's not too obvious. But apparently it is very obvious.
And that is where this video is focused. The first one he posted was this one.
Dora! Damn, girl! How many pussies?
When you're on your 3rd catheter at 10. What on earth is this? So basically somebody stealing somebody else's idea. I've never heard of that before. Yeah, but it's like not a big deal. Who cares?
You got!
Which
this is especially on TikTok, right? Everything TikTok lives from redoing and re-uploading trends and same stuff. I don't care. It's TikTok.
Wow, what a concept. He immediately received backlash on that content, and then he doubled down and he decided to post this one.
I can't tell if it's discharge or a yeast infection. Diabolical, bro. Yeah, bro, you're not recovering from this. They're gonna kick you out of your. You're not gonna get your medical degree, big guy. I think it's over. I think it's over. You don't have the looks to be pulling these, by the way.
This video is where people got very upset because he doubled down, posted it, ignored people saying that this was an inappropriate idea and content, and yeah, was just not taking any accountability or acknowledging that maybe this was a harmful video to be posting, or videos, should I say, considering there was 2.
Don't make fun of patients. Don't make fun of diseases. Don't make fun of body parts that have diseases. Don't say or post anything that could be remotely interpreted as making fun of a patient. Why do you think I don't have any patient characters in any of my skits? because I don't want to say anything that's going to undermine the public's trust in what I do as a physician.
Now, at this point in time, Nick has actually deleted all videos because Nick is under investigation for this content. Mayo Clinic has released a statement, and it's not confirmed if Nick has actually been expelled at this point or not. People are saying that he has.
Oh well. This is a classic case of the more you fuck around, the more you're gonna find out. And if you never fuck around, you'll never find out. It's that simple. At least now we know that you can't make jokes like this or you get absolutely obliterated by your hospital. We know it now. We know it now. Anyways. Buffo!
Has been, but I don't think it's actually been confirmed, so I'm just going to read you the statement from Mayo Clinic. Mayo Clinic's official statement was, the videos posted by a student and circulating on social media do not reflect Mayo Clinic's values or the standards we expect of our staff and students.
You could have not picked the worst name, Mayo Clinic. What are you doing? Performing surgery on Mayo bottles? Or tubes? Or whatever? Investigation. For what exactly? For the weird videos.
We firmly reject behavior that is inconsistent with our commitment to professionalism, respect, and integrity. This situation is being reviewed and addressed through the appropriate processes in accordance with our policies. Yeah, there's no confirmation if he has been expelled or removed from Mayo Clinic. When Nick posted these controversial videos, obviously this caused a huge amount of people to start taking sides. People were siding with Nick, saying that the videos were just jokes.
I think we all need to cut Nick Blomel, that medical student, some slack.
And that they shouldn't be taken seriously, Nick shouldn't be punished. And then there was the other side of it, where people were extremely upset with Nick for posting these, and they were saying that he should be punished accordingly. Why did I say the word like that? I'm sorry. But that he should be punished accordingly.
I don't think he should be expelled. I don't think that ruining somebody's how do you say it? I don't think that you should ruin his his entire career over this. I honestly don't think it is that deep. I don't think it's that deep. Oh, by the way, yeah, we can do that. Fine. Sounds like a fun title. Yeah, it's not that deep. Also, you're wrong. They don't do surgery on Mayo. You get free Mayo for getting surgery there. They're gonna give you Mayo straight into your bloodstream.
To his actions.
I'm a doctor who has so far treated hundreds of women with gynecological cancers. Some people are saying that this med student is just making a joke and hey, it's not that deep. But the history of obstetrics and gynecology is that deep.
My personal take on Nick's videos are that they were inappropriate to post. And what I really want to focus on here is that they were centered around women. And I feel like there's been a lot of medical videos recently that have been being posted about women, and they have.
Yeah, I think that he should get a warning. That's all, though. I don't think it's that deep over ruining his his potential future. Like, come on, it's not that deep, right? It's not that deep, right? You wouldn't like. If you wanted to do this, I could probably go back, right, in a lot of people's past, right, so online past, and find probably a few jokes that were like in bad taste, and you wouldn't want to get you wouldn't want to get fired over that. Nah, I don't think so. A warning's good enough. What is it with you murdering people recently? This is the second time in 2 days. Hopefully, hopefully this doesn't continue. Very aggressive. Samus is turning into a misandrist, except for me, of course. I'll take that. Should he get kicked out? I don't know. Should he stop? Oh yes, definitely. He probably should stop, because like, if he did these like 10 years ago, sure. Okay, I think he could have probably pulled it off, but nowadays not a good idea. I feel like overall, I think overall, yeah, I don't think he should be kicked out. Nah.
been negative and honestly a step backwards for the medical community. In specific, there was a creator recently who also made a shocking video, and I'm going to put it right here for you to watch. I have to turn the volume down because it is copyrighted, but I just want to let you know that it was inappropriate music, and one of the lines was like, "Spread that pee wide." Now, I'm sure that you all know what that means. It's about inserting a catheter into a woman again, and this man has sexualized it. You can see he's licking his lips during the video and being promiscuous, which is, again, inappropriate for medical professionals and focused, once again, on female functions. Nick could have made a video.
Honestly, though, I kind of find this hilarious, right? On one side, these dudes are getting obliterated. On the other sides, the women's mouths are foaming when seeing the daddy dentist. Also doing sexualized things to the patients. So, that's weird, kind of weird, man. Kinda. Like, you get the idea. I think it's just, like, weird. Some people can escape with it. Hot take. I think it is the looks. The better you look, the easier it is to get away with this.
Without naming gender, but he made it about gender with the audio he chose. And this one made it about gender when he said inserting into a female and sexualized it. Both inappropriate things to do. This isn't a joke. This is about a procedure that is very vulnerable. You put your faith into medical professionals' hands to do this for you. If you are getting a catheter inserted, it's for a serious reason. And you have to put your faith in these medical providers. And by posting these videos, they destroy any sort of...
Also, it depends on who does it. If a woman who if a female doctor who takes care of men parts, right, does similar sexualized content, I highly doubt anybody would give a shit. I know, incredible enlightened moment, but I hardly believe anybody would give a fuck. Personally, I don't like jokes like that. I just don't fuck with that kind of stuff. Yeah, I can see that. There's like two options. Either you bonk the dude or you just stop engaging with it. It's like the only two options you have. But like, yeah, I think if you're good looking enough, you can pull it off.
Professionalism that they may have had and any sort of authority that they may have had. Seeing these videos would make me not trust them. And again, I think that it's overall an issue because it deters people from wanting to go seek out medical help because they are...
I don't have that problem. I don't trust any medical professional. The last woman I wanted to trust that was a medical professional wanted to cut off my entire hand. Stop. It's very hyperbolic. She just wanted to check, right? She just wanted to check what's wrong with my nerves, but she was then like, yeah, I'm gonna cut that off. She was really eager to do the surgery is what I'm trying to say. Hi, Mila. How you doing? Hello. Hello. Yes, I know. But in reality, it should be men and women are called out for being weird regardless of who they are. I know I'm crazy. Yeah. Yeah.
Are scared that they're going to be made fun of because of videos like this. In fact, I don't know if you guys remember, but about a year ago in Santa Monica, an OBGYN office made a video that got intense backlash as well.
Barbara Health Clinic is investigating a controversial social media post that has been called disturbing on many levels. The now viral TikTok video shows staff at Sutter Health's Pacetta's Urgent Care Clinic standing around exam rooms showing off used paper sheets after patient exams.
All of those staff got fired from that video. Why? Because it's unprofessional. There is a history of women in the medical world being ignored and diminished. From diagnoses of hysteria to Henrietta Lacks cells being taken without consent, there is a history there that can't be ignored. And when creators create content that is making fun of women procedures or woman anatomy,
and yet you want to use that argument, yet medical research, especially on the female health, is almost double that on men, right? it's like almost 60 or 70% more. Well, yes, the thing she says is true. The numbers don't back that. The numbers sadly don't back that. There's more money put into research on the female body than on the male body. I mean, how do you come to the conclusion recently in March that there's a G-spot on the male wiener and it's not in your ass? Or like, it is also in your ass, but it's not in your ass particularly. Crazy, huh?
Or women bodily functions, then it erases any progress that has been made and is part of the problem. Yes, people in the comment section again say that this isn't serious, but based off of the history, it has to be serious, and based off of the fact that Nick would be a medical provider and anyone who is posting this content, it should be a trusted provider. This undermines any trust that may have existed and creates damage.
Want to use history as an argument, then you would need to call out every woman that said men used to go to war, every single one of them without parole. Yeah. Because history isn't fun.
They are free to make this content, but they are not free from the consequences of their actions. And again, this is all about opportunity cost, something that I have talked about before on this channel. But when you're creating content, you can post it, but you may be costing yourself other opportunities by doing so, especially in the modern era. Future employers can see what you're posting. You can be kicked out of school, it sounds like, from any content that you make, and you can be fired from your current job by posting content. So
That's why I'm a VTuber. I can say what I want and get away with it because there can be no face can be put on my ass. I am completely... I'm not immune until I get doxxed, right? But like, I'm immune right now.
So be wary of what opportunities may be put at risk because of the content you're posting. You have to be pretty sure that you are going to be pretty good at social media and make money off of it to be creating content like this. Otherwise, it's just not worth it because it costs you so much. I'm a really large supporter of medicine, but I can't support these videos and I can't ignore the harm that it causes against women and the medical field and, of course, medical history and progress. I think that it needs to be spoken about and brought to light because it can't continue and it's harmful to everyone who sees that content. I would like to hear your thoughts. If you don't think this is a super serious conversation or topic, please comment down below what your opinions are. I'd like to hear them because this is just my thoughts. If you agree with me, let me know. Or if you have
Anyways, that's pretty much the video. So basically what I think is that the videos were in bad taste, but they're nothing over that the dude should get fired for. I don't think that is necessary, right? He deserves a warning. He deserves the little spank. And that's that. That's pretty much that. That's what I think. What is this video about? It was about the dudes making how do you say it? Questionable jokes during medical procedures or about medical procedures where my friend's Beyblades are off-brand and broken because they asked the Easter Bunny they didn't know. Funny. Okay, I got a book for you. You can read it before you sleep. Check Twitter DM. Oh god, what did you do? We know which side of Germany he lives and how far he lives from the border, but you'll never... Oh, look at that. It's the Kama Sutra. It's the Kama Sutra. We love to see it. We love to see it. I should read that to Samax. As punishment. Divine. Not we, you. Yeah, you know. Regardless, I dox you. You have nothing to dox me on, kiddo. Nothing. Nothing at all. Alright, let's do Crocrock's video. Did I even add it? And then we'll do the Gen Z one. I'm interested in how that looks. Did I even add that? I didn't even know. I didn't pay attention. Brain is less. Less is brain. We know this. I did add it. Okay. Okay. I'm buying it for you. No, you don't. I have no use for this because I am perpetually single. I am unfixable. I am unfixable. I cannot be fixed. Maybe I have watched this though. That's the question. Oh no, I definitely never mind. I have definitely not watched this. I've definitely not watched this. For sure, I have not watched this. Absolutely certain I've not watched this. Never mind, because I've never seen this comment in my life. Anyways, I've not watched this. So yeah. The Dumbest Yahoo Questions Part 2 by Fresh Prince Yoop. I have no idea what I'm getting myself into. I swear you saw this one. I swear I did not. Because never seen how somebody asks dislikes. How you can see if somebody disliked the video. I'm pretty sure I've not watched this. Also, I've liked it. And usually I like the stuff. I always like the stuff. I haven't liked this one. So it can't be the case that I've watched it. Right? Why are there school? Nah, I've not watched this. Definitely not. I'm pretty sure. I'm convinced. Anyways, we'll go in. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Man-made horrors, possibly.
Are all nerds as good as you?
Yes. What does it mean when someone says meow to you? Someone keeps saying meow to me. You're either delusional or talking to a cat, or
Yeah, you are probably either delusional. What on earth, Samax? Anyways. What on earth? Anyways, you are either delusional, you are talking to somebody who calls himself a Therian, or I can't say mentally ill because those are all the same.
the person you're talking to thinks they're a Pokemon. My bro has not got his first period yet. I'm 11 and I have mine. My brother's 17 and he hasn't gotten his yet. Takes longer.
So is this a girl asking this, or is this a boy asking this? If it is a boy, I am concerned. Takes longer because he's... I think this is a girl asking this, because takes longer because he's a boy. I think this is a girl asking this. Poor girly. Poor girly. After these two vids you have lined up. Maybe mine, please. Pretty please with a cherry on top. Fine. Yeah.
Because he's a boy? Me and your brother in the same boat because I haven't got mine either. Why are there...
I haven't gotten my period either, chat. Am I cooked?
School. Is a point to it? Why are there school? There's school so we can understand what the hell you're trying to ask. My girlfriend is pregnant.
That is interesting. Well, good question. Why are there school? Guys, any idea why there are school?
And we didn't have sex. How could this have happened? If you don't take your simple-minded ass to Maury, you're old not the father-looking ass. Paused by evil? How do you know if you're paused by the devil? Are there any signs? The fuck is paused by evil? You got possessed by evil so hard that you can't even spell right. I'm 39. Why do I only have 3 teeth? I went to bed Thursday with 32 teeth, and when I woke up the next morning, I only had 3. The tooth fairy had a field day in your mouth, or you were in the World Star Fight comic and got slept. I don't know if...
Horrible. Absolutely horrible. Like, terrifying. I don't know if my daughter's mine. I don't know if my daughter's mine. I gave birth to her, but I'm not sure if it's my if it's my boyfriend cheating on me. And I had his other girlfriend's baby. Bro, what? Holly is asking if her own daughter that came out of her that she brought into this world is hers. I am concerned for society. What?
My daughter's mine. I don't know if my daughter's mine. I gave birth to her, but I'm not sure if it's my boyfriend cheating on me and I had his other girlfriend's baby. Can someone help? I hate you because you already acknowledged his other girlfriend. And I hate you again because the child came out of you, but it might be his other girlfriend's. Bruh. Have you ever bent over sneezing and blown out a tampon? You are.
Okay. I have women in chat. I have women in chat. Can you confirm that you essentially can use your tampon like a torpedo or like a bullet? Can you? Imagine, right? Somebody shoots you with their tampon. Oh, I'm a loaded gun. Or the tampon's loaded. Horrible. Horrible.
You're sneezing tampon missiles out your coochie? If you sneezing that hard.
It's possible. And another day for thanking the Lord, I'm not a woman. This silence is crazy.
You need to go to the doctor. I have this cramp in my leg. After having sex, I got a cramp in my right leg. I asked my sister about the cramp and she said she had the same cramp. Could have been the position we were in. The first question said you had doo-doo in your leg. But then we realized you just got a cramp from having sex with your sister. The fuck are you smashing your sister for? Dog nut business. I plan to start a business of selling dog nuts in a former USSR country.
Dog nuts. Is this a white woman? Hey, could be a white woman. There could be a white woman. That's why she knows where the dog nuts are. Oh no. Please don't nut the dogs. Don't let the dog nuts. Don't so. Either she's selling dog balls or she's selling the stuff you don't do during No Nut November. It's one or the other. It's one or the other. It must be one or the other.
Any advice? I really hope that's donuts in another language. Because I don't think there's a big market for dog testicles. If I eat myself, would I become twice as big or disappear completely? This question actually makes you think. But then you realize you just be inside out boy or just dead. How do you find out the exact users who disliked your YouTube video? I also need help tracking down where people live and making someone's death look like an accident. Are you?
That is well, I get the vision. Honestly, guys, as a VTuber, I get the idea. Like I get the vision. I get it. I understand. I actually understand. I get the vision. I get it. Wrong. Hi, Cricket. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hello. Poker would do that. I would do that. So yeah, if you dislike my videos, I'm gonna come to your house and touch you.
Mad or nah? You too, y'all gotta find Jimmy. I was hugging my kitten, one of her eyes popped out, but it went back in. Is she okay? It didn't fall.
Well, I thought this could only happen to pugs. I guess not. Bro, were you hugging her? Or were you pushing the life out, like pressing the life out of her? There's no getting out of the question of eating yourself completely. I will eat myself completely.
Wow, it just popped out of the socket. I saw a person do this on Maury Povich. What? I saw a person do this on Maury Povich do this once and he was fine. I think you meant killing instead of hugging. You just thought your cat was a dude from Our Real Monsters? Can I breastfeed my husband? I'm pregnant. I'm going.
My woman! She understands. She understands. She understands. She understands. She understands. Now, back to the original question we were asking is, Does titty milk taste different based on the ethnicity of the woman? Which we had this question in another one somewhere. That is a later episode, like in time. Suddenly, I want to become a husband. I can't explain why. It's like, here's the thing, right? I wonder. Anyways, she can legally at that, obviously. Anyways, moving on.
I want to breastfeed the baby as long as possible, but can I also breastfeed my husband?
Why is he drinking milk? Why is he drinking milk? Stop.
You just gonna let your husband have all the titty juice? Feed your child. Why does asparagus make your
So, he asks, why does asparagus make it taste funny? The more important question is, how do you know that? Why do you have the feeling that asparagus makes your pee taste funny? Did you taste it? We got a pee drinker here. We have somebody who likes golden showers. James Raynor, he either tasted his own pee or his girl's pee. I don't know which is worse.
pee tastes funny? Now let's all forget about the spelling of his asparagus. The real issue here is that you taste your pee so much that you know what it tastes like normally. And when you started eating asparagus, you knew that your pee tasted different. Why you drinking pee, man? Bruh.
Drums, please.
Broccoli.
Yeah, that is it's better not we ask questions to these kind of people, Poke. But I need to know. They're important questions, right? I need to know. Anyways, that was horrible. That was horrible. Anyways, that was horrible. That was horrible. I love it. I love it. I do love these. They're horrible. I love them. I really do. I really do. Why did my thing actually reload? I find that very interesting. Even though I clicked on it. My entire React let's just reload. That's rather interesting. So we're doing next the Gen Z culture one, and then the Endwalkers. So yeah, let's see.
The other day,
let's see it. Unless Samix wins the Gooners. Unless Samix wins the Into the Gooners ranked. Just so she knows if she's on the list or not. That's the thing, though. That's the thing. Hawktua. Anyways, we're continuing. We continue. I will continue to be silly. Right? And my water bottle's almost empty. I don't know if I make it through. Satch. Anyways. Why Gen Z culture is basically medieval China. By medieval mindset. How exactly are we medieval China? Was medieval China also purposeless at the verge of war and gooning all day? Anyways, we're gonna look at this. Also, please consider liking, subscribing. We'll see. We'll see why we are or why we are not, I guess.
The other day, I was thinking about it and I realized, you know who these dang Gen Zers remind me of? The Song Dynasty from medieval China.
Wait, the Song Dynasty from evil China. Anyways.
Anyone else been feeling this way lately? No? It's just me? Well, let me explain what I mean. There's all this new data to suggest that younger people these days want to spend their money on experiences, not physical items. I think it reflects this growing hunger for third spaces, and if you don't know what third spaces are, let me just quickly break it down for you. Basically, your two main spaces are home and work, and historically the third space was somewhere in the middle. Maybe it was the bar, or the guild hall, or the tea house. These have all but gone extinct recently or have become prohibitively expensive, and young people are feeling it.
Yeah, because of the pandemic. We got cooked. Why even bother asking it? Because I was way faster. We can still do the Gooners. We can still do the Gooners. Don't worry. We can still check if you are on the list. Don't worry. We can still check. I just realized I had 0 water since morning. That's interesting.
They want the third spaces back. This maybe feels like a very 21st century vibes-based phenomenon, but it's actually extremely Chinese. The Song Dynasty was the first era in history to have what we would consider as a lifestyle culture, where the cities were actually designed for pleasure and snacking and nighttime entertainment, just like so many downtown areas are today. There was this 12th century writer named Meng Yuanlao who
Interesting. Well, I know a certain someone who would definitely enjoy this time quite a bit, especially regarding the snacking. Interesting. So we're basically similar because we want experiences instead of like things. Thanks.
wrote this fascinating memoir called The Record of a Dream of Splendor at the Eastern Capital. It's one of these shocking works from the Middle Ages that I love reading because it seems like it was written by someone recently instead of someone 1,000 years ago. He writes this whole nostalgic reminiscence of the Song capital city, Kaifeng, and talks all about the 24-hour tea houses and the professional performers and storytellers and the specific vibes of the different districts. There's this one section where he talks about restaurant culture. I'll just quote the full thing here and you tell me if this sounds familiar. When the guests arrive, a single person holding chopsticks and a menu questions all of the seated guests. The men of the capital are extravagant and they demand 100 different things. Some hot, some cold, some warm, some regular, some extremely cold, and things like noodles laced with lean and fatty meat. Everyone orders something different. The waiter takes the orders and draws near a counter where he stands in line and recites the orders off from the start. I don't know, this to me literally sounds like a night out in 2026. I'm positive this isn't what you would picture in your head when you hear the word medieval. Also, just to give you a historical timeline here, this is basically
kinda true, sure. Yeah, I could. Then again, I live in my own backyard, so that kinda doesn't work for me. I don't know. I wouldn't know. I'm barely going out. But yeah, this is from 960 to 1279. That's pretty interesting. Not bad. I guess the Chinese knew what was good.
China on the eve of the eventual Mongol invasion, and it's a time and a place where consumerism is starting to flourish and it's becoming a core identity for younger people. Bringing it back to Gen Z, I've noticed that there's this big obsession with what I would call curated living. I don't know, maybe I'm not describing it accurately, but it is super vibes based, like life is one big Pinterest board. Think of terms like cozy games or the aesthetics of going on a walk around the city with an iced matcha. It's this sort of return to the Song Dynasty Scott.
Matcha is just performative. It's just a performative drink, and it doesn't even taste that good. And as for cozy games, most of them are dog shit. I'm gonna say it straight up. Anyways, I don't go out at all. Basically, I'm the last person you want to ask about outside stuff. I go out a lot, but it's not like out in the city. It's not like restaurants. It's more like I want to walk through a forest, or I want to look at like small art gallery, or like a local little like flea market and stuff. That kind of stuff, but not in the sense of, yeah, let's party. That's not me.
Gentleman urban ideal. Your status isn't just about money, although that'll obviously always be important. It's about your taste. Back then, it was about your taste in tea and incense and interior design. Now it's more so about your taste in underground music and niche TikTokers. The youth don't want to be told what's cool anymore by commercials and MTV with big corporations calling the shots. They want to create their own experiences. They want to get medieval Chinese again. Also, semi-relatedly, there's been a big surge in traditional Chinese medicine trends among
Day one of being a Chinese baddie? Is this Nina Lin? I know who you are. I will find you and put you away into jail. Anyways, I like the taste. I felt like I was being healthy while drinking it. Oh, that's what the people that drink that protein Dunkin' Donuts drink feel when they drink it. Oh, it's so healthy. It's the protein boost, whatever. Mm-hmm. It's not. I too would enjoy walking in the woods. I just don't feel like it. Lazy bum.
Westerners on TikTok recently. You see it everywhere. A number of Chinese American influencers have been sort of introducing these ancient concepts like Qigong practice or drinking hot water instead of cold water, and the internet has been going crazy for it. So maybe medieval China is making a comeback in more ways than one. We won't just focus on the Song dynasty here. There's more to China in the Middle Ages than just that one period, but I do have a few more Song boxes I want to check before we continue. Before we do that, just a quick plug. If you like my content, which of course you do, you should definitely join my Patreon, link in the description. You'll get access to the official Medieval Mindset podcast with weekly episodes, the Medieval Mindset book club, voting rights on topics and titles and thumbnails, the essential medieval history reading list, special videos that don't get posted on my main channel. So sign up now, and if you're not subscribed to this channel, go ahead and do that as well. Back to the video. Maybe you've heard of the modern phenomenon of looks maxing, or maybe you aren't chronically
It follows me around now everywhere. Where are you, Clavicula, when we need you? Well, where is the goat when we need him? Where is he? When we need him? That's how I think you look, Duck. I have no idea whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. But knowing you and your history with white boys, it's probably a good thing. I'm lazy and unmotivated, and other things I won't name here right now. You mean retarded? We're all retarded. How does that make you unique? Huh? I'm confused. That doesn't make you unique. You're just like everyone else. Everywhere I go, I see his face. Every white boy she sees is just me. Every bald white man that she sees is just me. That's it is. Now, should I take this as a because it is kind of a compliment to live that rent free inside of someone's head, right?
online and have no idea what I'm talking about. Basically, looks maxing is the new version of the age-old concept of getting hot, although it goes way beyond diet and exercise and a little Botox. Young people, I would say especially young men, are exploring all of these scientific avenues to try and improve their looks. The most medieval-seeming looks maxing method is called bone smashing, and it's been promoted over and over again by probably the most famous looks maxer.
By the way, cope. By the way, absolute and utter cope. It does nothing. And I mean, in the most literal sense, nothing. It does nothing. It does nothing. Nothing at all.
A 19-year-old streamer named Clavicular. Looks maxer, bone smashing, clavicular. I understand this all might sound ridiculous to you, but stick with me because it's interesting. Also, don't you want to understand the youth? Anyway, the way Clavicular describes it, bone smashing is when you take a tiny hammer and tap.
Do not try this. This is for trained idiots only. I don't want to understand. I am the youth. Kind of still. I'm 25. I'm unk age already. The youth is already considering me unk. Listen. I am the youth. I don't want to understand the youth. This guy's 19.
Hard along your cheekbones and your jawbone. It causes a temporary swelling that lasts for a few hours and makes those bones look more defined. So it's something you might do just before a night out so you can look more masculine to any ladies you meet. Maybe at this point this isn't a crazy revelation, but it turns out young guys in medieval China had the same insecurities that modern men do, and they eat.
We're all Chinese communists. Rather interesting. Too bad that he didn't mention that this doesn't work. Too bad that this doesn't work at all.
even went about similar methods of soothing their anxieties. During the Song Dynasty period, there was this really interesting tension between the Wen class, who were the more literary, refined scholars, and the Wu class, who were the more martial and physical warrior caste. Depending on which group you belong to, you'd basically looks max to make sure your outward appearance matched what you represented. So that meant young men who were part of the scholarly class went to these extreme lengths to achieve this sort of refined, pale, physical aesthetic with slender features to essentially highlight the fact that they never had to work with their hands. They'd even use specific diets and cosmetic aspects of traditional Chinese medicine to maintain this look that would instantly signal to everyone that they were part of the intelligentsia. Those in the military class, basically who we would consider to be the modern day Chads, focused primarily on bone strength. I don't know, maybe that sounds...
He forgot that one was okay, while the other one, the modern one, is retarded. I feel like he forgets that. I think he doesn't add that. That's also because he doesn't know enough about it, right? Regardless, I too am part of the Youth 18, by the way. And I don't get it. I also don't think you're old. Someone here thinks I'm old. I think you can guess. I knew it. I am Chinese. We are Chinese. We're all deep in our hearts. We all medieval China.
Familiar to you. It wasn't just about muscle, although of course they made sure they were in great shape. It was about the chi energy within and physical density. You wanted to look like a brick wall. That was kind of the physique they were shooting for. It's important to note, of course, that they weren't hitting themselves in the face with hammers like modern looks maxers. Their routine usually included things like hitting sandbags or poles to increase their bone density. There was a 20th century French scholar named Jacques Journet who specialized in Chinese history, and he talked a lot about how these...
Oh no, the French. Is he also surrendering? Okay, got to rush to work. Enjoy. Take care, cricket. Have fun at work. And never be late again. You're not too old to me, Poker, and nobody will ever convince me otherwise. So it would seem.
Aspects of appearance became kind of a coded language of your class. In the incredibly hierarchical society of medieval China, if you didn't have the specific look, you were culturally invisible. It seems like a lot of young men, and young women too, feel this way today. If you just look up the term looks maxing on YouTube or TikTok, the insecurity is overwhelming, but it's understandable. We were all vulnerable teenagers once too.
Yeah, though, see, the problem is that this doesn't solve the problem, right? There is an issue to be named as that. Your children will not look the same that you do with all those surgeries and injections and looks maxing stuff, right? Your children's still gonna look ugly as shit. So you're gonna have attractive parents with ugly ass children. Wonderful, amazing.
But you see these guys giving each other ratings on a scale of 1 to 10 and recommending which specific steroids or looks maxing techniques to try so they can bring their flagging features up to speed. This includes peptides, which as far as I understand are these amino acid based performance enhancers, and the use of GLP-1s like Ozempic, which I feel like people associate with an older audience, but there seem to be a shocking amount of young people taking them. The medieval Chinese were actually big on this kind of thing too. They were obsessed with elixirs made from rare minerals and herbs that were designed to lighten the body and extend life. A lot of these were incredibly dangerous and even included mercury, and I'm sure in the next 10 years or so there will be a bunch of studies showing the horrific side effects of looks maxing and peptides. The idea behind this medieval Chinese looks maxing
already does. Clavicula collapsed recently in a club and started shaking so on the floor like crazy. Yeah. Already happening.
maxing was essentially the same as the idea behind the modern version, using some kind of external chemistry or method to hack your biological limits and achieve this sort of superior physical state. The Chinese wrote a lot of things down, and thankfully a lot of them have survived over the centuries. Like the 7th century physician Sun Simao's essential formulas worth 1,000 gold pieces. It was basically this manual for longevity and physical refinement, and if you're familiar with the European concept of balancing the 4 humors, this was along the same lines. lines. Samao describes the body as this chemical system that can be balanced or enhanced with specific substances. This idea went even further with the medieval Chinese concept of naidan, or internal alchemy, which taught that the body was composed of three main ingredients, qi, jing, and shen, that could be forged into a golden cinder if you were locked in enough on your physical discipline. Locked in is a good term to use here because this sounds just like the trend of locking in that has been popular with Gen Z for at least 5 years now. If you're not familiar, it just means cutting off outside distractions and focusing intently on some kind of personal goal. So maybe getting your side hustle off the ground or working out more regularly or whatever. It's become sort of a cult.
So I am locked in other words. I am getting more Chinese by the second. I can feel it. I can feel it. I can feel it. I can feel the CCP coming inside of me.
Online, especially among the gym community, and based on what you see from these fitness influencers, it's like your pump and your physique are proof of an internal moral victory, like a victory of the will over the laziness of your base body. A medieval Neidan practitioner literally thought the same exact way. They knew that their physical health and their outward radiance was proof that they had successfully cultivated their soul in a way that others couldn't or hadn't. Young people seem way more into fitness now than they did even 10 years ago. I'm not sure if that's a COVID thing, but I love to see it. There seems to be a lot of conversation around the idea that your body is the one status symbol you can't really buy. You can buy a Bugatti or a nice watch or whatever, but you can only achieve a truly amazing physique through countless hours in the gym, so it's really the most impressive thing you can have.
Yeah, too bad a lot of these people that are promoting this are on steroids. They're taking substances. Anybody familiar with the Trend Twins? Yeah. I think it makes sense, you short Chinese man. Well, then you gotta change your tastes now. Anyways. What is the CCP doing to you? It is doing things, man. Things. It has done things to me.
There's also this quote from the video game Disco Elysium where a bouncer says to the main character, "Your body betrays your degeneracy." And that always sticks in my head when I don't want to go to the gym. I just felt like...
I mean, it's kind of true, right? It's kind of true. Your body does do that. I mean, look at my favorite favorite woman ever, Bonnie Blue. She looks like mid-40s at like the same age as I am almost. I think she's maybe a little older. I could be wrong, but you can tell. All that sausage made her age. Anyways.
Including that, I like tossing random tidbits into these videos. Now, most of what I've been talking about so far has come from the Song Dynasty, which lasted for a few centuries right smack dab in the middle of what we would consider the Middle Ages. But the Middle Ages lasted almost 1,000 years, so what about the rest of medieval China? You know what? I'm really glad you asked that. First of all, the Middle Ages happened differently in China than they did in Europe. Basically, even though there are quite a few Song Dynasty parallels, Gen Z is actually in more of a late Ming phase. That's right, I said it. In the earlier Tang Dynasty, which lasted from 618 to 907 AD, your identity was defined by your clan or your rank in the military, basically how people's identities have been defined for most of human history. You were a cog in the great chain of being, and the same thing was true in medieval Europe. You existed within a feudal system put in place by the divine mover. By the late Ming period, which went all the way into the 17th century, there was this rise in individualism that started to run so deep that it turned into the same kind of identity crises and obsession with labels that we see among Gen Z today. You see, Chinese society had reached a level of complexity to such a point that...
So, you are saying, okay, that China has already went through this, and we're now in the global homo phase. That's rather interesting. Wasn't it Rachel Zegler? She's nice, but honestly, there is another woman that takes probably the top spot. You know who it is. Yeah, yikes. Although unrelated, of course, women in their 40s do be bad as hell sometimes. You like MILFs? MILFs, hags, or cougars? well, I can't fault you for that. You enjoy things very much. I get it.
People started to define themselves by their personal quirks and not their family or job. So instead of saying, I am a soldier, a late Ming youngin might say, I'm a connoisseur of rare incense who suffers from melancholy. In a similar way, you'd be hard-pressed to meet a young person today who primarily identifies by their profession or their nationality. Find me a 22-year-old who introduces themselves as Garrett the American plumber, and I would
Poker the retard. Okay, I'm a VTuber. That's what I say. I'm a VTuber. Guilty as charged. I'm a VTuber. Poker the VTuber. Yeah, I don't know. I don't do the labels thingy at all. I'm like, I'm this and that, and that's it. I'm my name. That's it.
genuinely be shocked. I'm sure Garrett will now show up in my comments to prove me wrong because that's how YouTube works. Instead, just like the Ming youth, young people now might identify as a neurodivergent creative with a hyperfixation on looks maxing. It's this obsession with self, and it can be dangerous because you stop viewing yourself as part of a wider community and start squeezing yourself into these ever smaller and more specific boxes.
Remember when we watched the whole math video? And I said, and he said, you know, society's actually not built of individuals, but relationships. And we're like a brick house, and the more bricks are doing their own thing, the more unstable the brick house becomes. Yeah, that's pretty much what he's saying here. It's in its core, it's pretty much the same thing. I'm doing me now. Whatever.
The late Ming period was a kind of renaissance that ultimately failed. It was this explosion of individual expression and art and looks maxing and everything else, but it was cut short by the Manchu conquest in 1644. I honestly think we're going to see something similar with Gen Z in the coming years. They're in this period of extreme self-expression and pursuit of individual destiny right before a massive systemic reset comes. Maybe that's AI, maybe it's something else, only time will tell. Anyway, we just briefly stepped outside.
Yeah, I'd love for the reset to be Fruit Love Island, right? I'd love for it to be the reset in society, Fruit Love Island, because we definitely, most certainly, needed that.
Side of the Middle Ages, so let's bring things back a few centuries for our next comparison. I want to go back to those Song Dynasty third spaces we talked about earlier. One of them was the Watsi, or the Pleasure Precinct, which sounds pretty good already. Basically, during the Song Dynasty, the government moved away from these strictly managed residential wards and allowed for the growth of pleasure precincts, or Watsi. If you've ever seen The Wire, this was kind of like the medieval Chinese equivalent of the Amsterdam experiment. The Watsi were these chaotic 24-hour zones where all the basic social rules were temporarily suspended, kind of like the medieval equivalent of the unregulated internet. Now, if you let a bunch of young men loose in an area with no rules, the first thing they'll be interested in is prostitution, but in the modern day you
So they basically created medieval OnlyFans. That is... Wow. China went through all the phases way earlier than we did. That's rather interesting. Yeah, that's basically... They had their Chinese OnlyFans.
already checked that box with online adult content and gooning. After those urges are satisfied, literally the very next thing they want is to gamble. It's a tale as old as time, and it was a big problem in the Song Dynasty pleasure districts.
So we got OnlyFans, and they had their own gacha games. Yeah, that's why I see now. That's why the Chinese are so into making gacha games. I'm starting to get it. I'm starting to understand this. I am slowly but certainly getting this. Rather interesting.
And it's an even bigger problem now on private gambling Discord servers and even huge publicly accessible apps like DraftKings and BetDSI. I see so many young people now who are almost turning online gambling into a sort of career path. And guess what? They did the same thing back in the day too. You see all kinds of criticisms from these Song Dynasty officials like Sima Guang, who laments that young men are abandoning the plow and the book to chase the flip of the die. There's also this modern modern sociologist named Beverly Yuen Thompson, who writes great stuff about subcultures. And she's noted that fringe groups usually start to form when the mainstream promise of hard work equals success is broken. In the song Dynasty, your ticket to...
Well, we do have that, right? Can't afford a house, can't afford children, can't afford a wife. What are you doing with life? Nothing. You go unemployed, drop out of school, and just live off the state. They pay it, of course, so you know what does it matter? What does it matter? 1 hour life. 1 hour life. Let's go gambling. Ah, dang it.
success was passing the imperial exam, but you could study 30 years just to fail an exam that only had a 1% pass rate. That's a bad bet. Young people now are seeing the same thing. Their parents bought houses and supported an entire family on a modest single income, and now they can barely afford their rent. In this kind of paradigm, why wouldn't you open up DraftKings and put everything you own on some ridiculous parlay? Why wouldn't you dump your whole portfolio into some meme coin in the hopes it'll take you to the moon? We might think of this younger generation of gambling addicts as just irresponsible kids whose frontal lobes aren't fully developed yet, and that's definitely part of it, but they're also making a desperate, calculated attempt to exit a system that has already failed them. Going back to the WotC, the pleasure precincts, the reason they never fully took over society is because you had to physically go to them. There was a spirit of anonymity, basically what happens in the WotC stays in the WotC, but you still had to go engage in these acts in a somewhat public place and deal with the internal shame of that. Now, with the internet, young people can indulge in all...
You can gamble and goon at home. You can gamble and goon at home. I can't afford jack shit, besides gooning, of course. Control yourself, mortal. Control your primal urges. Gooning destroys the brain. Never goon. Regardless, it is kind of true. I guess it's kind of true. I think it's kind of true. But the problem is, right? Like, that doesn't go anywhere. It feels like everyone, right? We originally lived in a society of what do you call it? We lived in a society where you had to be a member of society, where you had to participate in society. You had to bring something to society, right? You had responsibilities. That's the word I was looking for, right? You had responsibilities, and now you don't, right? Men aren't doing their responsibilities. Women aren't doing their responsibilities. And we live currently in a society that is in decay. We are currently in societal decay. That's the word I was looking for. No, I meant 1 hour left. Yeah, obviously. I could tell.
Of their most base desires without ever even getting off the couch, and it can literally cost them their entire future. It's worth noting too that when you have a bunch of young, desperate people gathering in one place for a set objective, it can create a sort of ideological powder keg. So in the WotC, these guys formed gambling brotherhoods, and the Song Penal Code tried constantly to break them up because they feared the brotherhoods were becoming more loyal to each other than to the emperor. Now you might get into a private Discord server ostensibly to do some gambling and trade some insider tips, and next thing you know, you're radicalized into committing some horrific public act of terror. This feels like a good place to land the plane because the main point I want to make with these videos is that time is a flat circle and we're essentially repeating the patterns of the past over and over again. There's the old saying that those who don't study history are doomed to repeat it, but it seems like even when we do study history, we're powerless not to make the same mistakes. The difference now, of course, is that these things are happening on a massive global scale with the full weight of tech companies and government institutions behind them.
The problem is that when the radicalization works, and I mean that in the most literal way possible, looks maxing is so big because it works. That's the problem. The red pill is big because it works. That's the problem. You're not getting rid of this because it works.
A soldier in the Song dynasty might drunkenly head to the Watsy and lose his monthly wages, and that was it. A young 20-something now might obsessively bet his entire savings on an app on his phone and ruin his whole life before it's even started. This is why we need to pay attention to these trends and recognize that even though human behavior hasn't changed, how we respond to it can. But what do you think? Has this video found you at a very medieval Chinese time in your life? Let me know in the comments. As always, I'm John, this has been Medieval Mindset, and remember, the past isn't gone, it's simply waiting to be rediscovered.
Anyways, that was rather interesting. It kinda has, but kinda not. I'm not gambling, so there is that. I put all my eggs into this basket though, which is rather interesting, right? Even though I'm still studying, and I kinda hate it, and it's still a decent plan B. But regardless, that was an interesting video. I guess I kinda agree. I just kinda don't agree that he just says young people are putting it in gambling. It's young men. All of what he was naming, it's young men doing it. Anyways, rather interesting. Very interesting. Alright, let's do Kaiser's video, which is also rather interesting and a little bit insane. So yeah. So we're gonna look at that. Something more sad. Time is still left. We can do the Gooners, right? So we can check if our favorite lady in here is on the list, of course. Neither am I, because I don't have the money to do so. I do have money. I just wouldn't do it. I enjoy using my money for stuff that actually young white and Chinese men apparently. Are you prepared for man-made horrors within our comprehension? Yeah, apparently this is gonna be a bit sadder and deep. So if you don't like it, sucks to suck, I guess. Here we go. The Ant Walkers of Hiroshima. This is a bit of a heavier topic, so if you can't handle that, I think you should leave. This by Shrouded Hand. We'll look at this. Let's hope that since this is a little bit of a documentary, I don't get nuked. But we'll see. We'll see. We'll go in. But yeah, this is gonna be a bit depresso.
On August the 6th, 1945, the United States dropped atomic bombs on the Japanese cities of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The bomb that was dropped on Hiroshima was named Little Boy, and it was designed to detonate before hitting the ground.
Bro was a lot of things, just not little. As an American, this video made me feel, I don't know how to describe it. Interesting. Sad. No, I'm on my happy era. Ciao. Take care, Joe. Bye bye. But yeah, yep. Anything but little though. This one was anything but little.
The city had a population of around 350,000 people.
It's also kind of interesting to note, apparently, that both of these cities had the highest rate of Christians in Japan. I'm not gonna say what I think, but I think you get the idea. I find that a bit odd. Why specifically these two, regardless.
Initial explosion killed over 78,000 people, but some would say that these were the lucky ones. It's the accounts of people who survived that truly describe a hell on earth, and it's those accounts that I'm going to be exploring today. Hello everybody, Shrouded Hand here. This is the horror of the Hiroshima bomb. The accounts in this video come from Charles Pellegrino's book, To Hell and Back, The Last Train from Hiroshima. If you want to hear more stories like this, I recommend reading the book, because this video only scratches the surface of the nightmares described.
A short time ago, an American airplane dropped one bomb on Hiroshima and destroyed its usefulness to the enemy. That bomb has more power than 20,000 tons of TNT.
Why is this motherfucker laughing? Why is he laughing? Why on earth is he laughing? What? He read this out and just started laughing. Either it's like out of like being I guess people do laugh when they're nervous or like when they feel weird. I guess that can happen. But like, okay.
We have spent more than $2 billion on the greatest scientific gamble in history, and we have won.
Akiko Takakura and her friend Asami were inside the Geibi bank, and they were just about to open when the bomb detonated. Although they were relatively close to the hypocenter, just some 250 meters away, the bank's sturdy granite and concrete structure provided significant protection against the deadly atomic rays and the advancing shockwave. Nonetheless, when the shockwave hit, Akiko felt a painful squeezing sensation in her lungs. Asami was thrown against a wall and compressed like an accordion. And then the decorative cladding on the wall burst into shards of granite shrapnel.
I don't think that you had to be that specific about her being compressed like an accordion. That is insane. Regardless, I don't think that regardless, if they made the mistake of going outside regardless, I think that would have still resulted in death.
Akiko would later recall drifting in and out of consciousness during the first few minutes after the explosions. Her lungs ached and she struggled to comprehend what was happening to her body. Then came an overwhelming thirst unlike anything that they'd ever experienced. The bomb's explosion had instantly caused water to evaporate from rivers, ponds, and all exposed surfaces within a 2-kilometer.
Obvious also in her own body, right? In the own body, that makes sense. That's a logical conclusion.
Radius, stripping moisture from every living thing caught in the flash, even those who were inside buildings. They managed to fill air raid helmets with water from a ruptured pipe, but no matter how much they drank, their thirst only became more intense. Within a short while, the air inside the bank became unbearably hot, and the women decided that they must evacuate. At 8:25 AM, 10 minutes after the explosion, they finally managed to step outside and they saw the extent of the devastation. The sun had completely disappeared, and the landscape was bathed in red, caused by fire rising from the remnants of buildings that had been reduced to burning rubble. Akiko looked down the streets, and at first it appeared to be empty, but then she noticed the charred remains of people who had been walking towards the bank when the bomb detonated. There were blackened, scorched bodies collapsed over each other as far as she could see. Several bodies had crumpled apart like
artwork drawn by survivors. Very interesting. Hell on earth, to put it lightly, of course. Yeah. And we still have these weapons of mass destruction. Woohoo! But it's also kind of good that we have multiple people have them now, because that keeps others from using them. Huh. Interesting. We are on a loop. Atomic bombs keep others from using atomic bombs.
Sacks of burning leaves spilled onto the ground. Others had been reduced to charcoal and piles of burning wax. Nearby, Akiko saw the body of a man who was still standing. He appeared to have been flash fossilized whilst pulling a large 2-wheel cart. Inside the cart, she saw the bodies of 2 charcoal-crusted children. They were sitting, clutching their knees. Overwhelmed, she crouched down in the street, trying to comprehend what she was seeing, and then she noticed something on the ground next to her. Something that had remained soft and fleshy. It was a hand, its fingers sticking up and burning like candles, the fat being drawn to the fingertips from the tissues below. At this point it began to rain, and as the drops fell, the intense thirst returned, forcing Akiko and Asami to turn their faces towards the sky and drink the rain, opening their mouths as wide as possible.
Oh, yeah, they're dead. 100%. I mean, they've been dead regardless, right? The moment they stepped outside, they were dead. But now they're extra dead. Now they are really dead. Right? Because that rain is radioactive. They're now definitely dead.
The water tasted foul. When Akiko looked down at her arm, she noticed that the water was staining her skin black. The rain was thick and repulsive, like crude oil, but their thirst was so overwhelming that they just continued to drink. The city's vaporized moisture had ascended into the stratosphere. Here it had absorbed the stratospheric soot and radioactive particles from the bomb's cloud and begun to descend again. It was extremely toxic. Ingesting even small amounts of it delivered a deadly dose of radioactive material. Whilst Akiko survived, Asami would quickly succumb to radiation sickness and perish.
Well, that makes obviously sense. Mutually insured destruction or something like that. Imagine that though, black rain falling from the dark sunless sky. Yep. And remember, you don't even know what happened, right? You just hear the loud explosion. You don't know what happened. You don't know that this is going on, right? You didn't expect that.
A boy named Hiroshi Ito was in school when the bomb was dropped. 5 minutes after the explosion, he managed to emerge unscathed through the roof of his collapsed school. Hiroshi stepped out into a mist of black fog. All the other boys around Hiroshi appeared to be severely burned. The toxic black mist and the black rain sent him and about 40 other students running to a nearby swimming pool, crying for help. On the swimming pool's floor, Hiroshi saw rows of schoolgirls slumped at the water's edge. The girls were dying one after another. Most of them wore only white shirts. Their dark pants had ignited when the flash came and had burned away along with the skin on their legs. When he later climbed out of the pool, everywhere he looked he saw burned schoolchildren moving in an eerie silence like automatons. They had blistered eyes and lips covered in black ash. They appeared to be resigned, strangely lifeless, despite still being alive. Hiroshi looked across the river to the opposite shore, and he saw hordes of people fleeing from the direction of the violent fires, falling into the river like swarms of insects. Riverside houses began collapsing into the water, and soon the people in the river were overtaken by burning debris.
That makes sense, yeah. I would have thought I died and woken up in hell, to be honest. Yeah, at that point, you probably would think that. Yeah, it is kind of insane.
The ground around Hiroshi began to erupt into spontaneous fires. Panicked, he ran in random directions, desperate to get away. A 13-year-old boy named Yoshikata also managed to survive the collapse of his school, cocooned in an air pocket. He was able to push his way to the surface almost immediately after the blast, and he saw a massive mushroom cloud towering over the city. All around him, among the bricks and the rubble, he saw other children half buried and dying. Dozens of burned hands reached out, grabbing at Yoshi's feet and shins, desperate to get his attention. This was too much for him, and Yoshikata panicked. He kicked out at the hands reaching up from the rubble, and he ran as fast as he could into the smoke.
I mean, yeah, if you didn't know what was going on and random hands coming out of the floor and trying to grab you, yeah, that would feel like I was being pulled to hell, whatever. I can't even imagine being a kid during this either. Yeah, of course, right? One minute you were just chilling in school with your homies. Next minute, everything looks like you just ended up in a bat horror, in like a horror game.
Nearly 2 kilometers away from the hypocenter, Mrs. Sasaki was in her garden when the flash occurred. She emerged from the rubble holding her 2-year-old daughter, Sadako, in her hands. Somehow they were both uninjured. Years later, Mrs. Sasaki felt grateful that her daughter didn't remember much of what they'd seen that day. She never spoke to her daughter about the horrors that they'd witnessed, especially the tap dancer who'd ran past them moments after the explosion. Initially, Mrs. Sasaki thought that everyone around them had disappeared. Then she noticed a strange man climbing out of a collapsed house. He got up and ran past them towards the curtain of whirling smoke and sparks. He didn't cry for help, and he appeared to be unaware of anything or anyone around him. The only sound he made was a rhythmic click-clacking as he ran down the road, as if he was tap dancing down the street with metal taps on his shoes. Then Mrs. Sasaki noticed that he wasn't wearing any shoes. Instead, where his feet should have been, there were two bony stumps. As he ran, these protruding bones tapped against the pavement.
Bro just ran, like his feet were gone and he just ran. Bro was locked in and just ran. I don't even think he was that conscious anymore. He just ran, damn, bro. The feet were gone.
Chipping and fracturing with each step. Soon the man disappeared into a cloud of smoke, and the nightmarish tapping faded into the distance. A soldier named Nishioka was stationed outside the city. He heard the bomb going off, and he saw a huge mushroom cloud rising above Hiroshima. Shortly afterwards, from the direction of the city, a train came running in. All of the train's coaches had lost their windows. Most of the passengers inside were burned to death, except for a few stunned people who gathered by the empty windows, looking out with blank expressions on their faces. The coaches were all smouldering. At least two were completely engulfed in flames. The soldiers looked on, stunned, as the train rolled past them. It didn't stop. The engineer at the front looked like a scarecrow, his clothes bloodied and tattered. He leaned out of the portside window, vomiting out a foaming stream of bile. The soldiers managed to stop the train, and they took command of the locomotive. They decided to head back towards Hiroshima. The soldier Nishioka went with them. Within minutes, Nishioka and the other soldiers encountered lines of people walking along the railroad tracks away from the city. The engine pressed on, blowing its whistle to clear people off the tracks. The further they got into the city, the worse the burns.
And you need to consider this, that the buildings, right, at that time were not... Many builds were not concrete, right? These were wooden, a lot of those were still wooden buildings, which made everything worse, because it made everything burn even easier than it was before, right? If you drop that into a major city, into the US, it would be terrible, it would be tragic, but the damage at the time would have been less than, what is going on here, right? Remember that.
On the walking wounded gods. There were more and more people looking like the walking dead, shuffling along, constantly murmuring, "Water, water." They moved in a mechanical manner, forming long trails, one horribly burned person after another, slowly navigating through the smoke. Due to their burned, blackened skin and their automaton-like movements, many survivors would later refer to them as the Ant Walkers. Another soldier, Private Shigeru Shimoyama, was about 6 blocks away from the hypocenter when the explosion came. As luck would have it, he'd just stepped into a concrete-reinforced warehouse. The force of the wave tossed him against the back wall, saving him from being crushed under a collapsing roof. Outside the warehouse, his fellow soldiers had all vanished in the blink of an eye. When he regained consciousness, to his horror, he discovered that he was hanging about a meter above the ground. His arms and shoulders were impaled on nails protruding from the wall. When he finally broke free and emerged from the rubble, he saw in the distance a group of bureaucrats struggling through.
Yikes! I wonder why. Maybe because they just saw someone moving in front of them. Yeah, no shit. What on earth? Wow.
The wreckage. These bureaucrats were carrying a life-sized portrait of the Emperor away from the burning remains of the castle. Then on the river, Shigeru noticed a naval boat navigating through the debris and bodies. The boat slowed down and stopped. The crew gathered on the deck to salute the portrait of the Emperor. This gesture seemed to stir something within the ant people, and many of these horribly burned people turned towards the portrait and bowed their heads. When he finally turned around, Shigeru found himself standing face to face with a horse. This horse was strange looking. It was pinkish white, and it took Shigeru a moment to realize what he was looking at. All of the horse's skin and fur were gone. This was caused by something known as degloving, a phenomenon where the skin, when exposed to a wave of compressed supersonic air, is pulled off like a leather glove being pulled from a hand.
Yo, stop! Ugh. Basically, the horse just got vacuum cleaned. Ew. Wow, so they also crazy that they just like bowed while being essentially cooked in the most literal sense possible.
And the animal didn't appear to be in any pain, but the sight horrified Shigeru so much that he began to run away from the area.
You know why the horse wasn't in pain? It's actually quite simple. The nerves are dead. The skin, right? The skin is an organ. And when the skin's gone, probably significant nerve damage. Therefore, the horse cannot feel the pain because the pain receptors are destroyed. A skinless horse, definitely an SCP or something out there at this point.
Every time he glanced back over his shoulder, he saw this skinless horse following him, staring at the soldier pleadingly. Before the explosion, Father Matthias heard two planes overhead revving their engines as if they were trying to escape something. He doesn't know what happened after that. When he regained consciousness, he realized that he'd joined hundreds of other dazed, half-naked people, and he'd become one of the ant walkers. He looked at the man in front of him, and he noticed that his skin was hanging loosely from his back like pieces of tattered shirts. All of the flesh on his forearms had been stripped away, revealing blackened bones. Father Matthias aimlessly followed this walking corpse until he bumped into the frame of a charred streetcar. Inside the car, Father Matthias saw the scorched remains of a family. Then he noticed movement, an unborn baby struggling inside its dead mother.
Oh, it just gets worse with every minute and second. What on earth? Yeah, there's a reason we don't use these. There's a reason we don't use these anymore. There's a reason. Oh my god. Don't tell me this baby actually survived.
The horrified Father Matthias stumbled away. He didn't know where he was going. He just wanted to get away from the smouldering car as fast as he could. He noticed more than a dozen ant people had formed a line behind him and began to follow. He didn't know how long he'd been walking, but suddenly a noise from above caught his attention. He looked up and he saw the corner of a 3-story brick apartment building. It was the only structure still standing. 3 naked children clung to the top of the tower, screaming hysterically. One of them seemed to be completely covered in blood. Father Matthias continued walking. As he reached the river, the first rescue boats began pulling corpses from the water. Wading in, he noticed a woman carrying her child towards him, pleading for the infant to open his eyes. When the woman stepped into the water, her skin and muscles began to fall away from her bones. At this moment, Father Matthias's numbness began to crack, and he was overwhelmed by a sense of guilt. That's when he started to think about the 3 children that he'd seen on top of the tower. Every day for the rest of his life, he wondered what had happened to them. Each night, they were the last thing that he thought about before falling asleep, and his dreams were plagued with their screams. Tsutomi Yamaguchi, a ship designer, was nearly 3 kilometers from Ground Zero when a bright flash almost blinded him. Instinctively, he dove into an irrigation ditch and covered his head. The ground shook violently, tossing him nearly a meter into the air.
Damn. Even 3 kilometers away. I don't think a single piece of media could ever be more horrific or terrible than this. Yep, obviously. You can't probably not portray this, right? Remember, this is also the reason why the Godzilla franchise exists, right? It was so traumatic that they literally needed a trail for it, right? In movies.
When Yamaguchi looked out, burning paper and smouldering clothes were falling from the sky. One side of his body felt intensely hot. The exposed skin on his left arm was burnt brown and looked like an overcooked chicken. He was suddenly overcome by an intense thirst and he ran towards a river. Despite the coppery scent of blood and the presence of floating corpses, Yamaguchi drank the water. He noticed that the bodies in the river appeared to have unnaturally long arms, almost twice as long as normal. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the flesh on their shoulders and arms had melted and peeled away from the bones, floating on the surface of the water like broken cobwebs, still connected to the people by their fingertips. By the river, he encountered a group of children who he would later refer to as the Pierced Boys. At first, he thought that their burned and lacerated backs had sprouted some kind of strange hair, but as he looked closer, he realized that these weren't hairs. Long, thin, blackened glass shards had been driven into the boy's flesh by the shockwave. He tried to help these children, advising them to pull the shards from each other's backs, but this proved to be extremely difficult. The children began to grow weaker and they seemed to be dying one after another.
Well, you could also probably not pull it out, consider that it basically may have already fused due to the hit, fused with their skin, with their body, right? Yes, it is, which is something I think about sometimes whenever the big lizard is brought up. True. Wow. Horrible.
All around him, people moved in a zombie-like fashion, driven by an overwhelming thirst. They lay down at the river and drank the foul-smelling water before wandering off aimlessly into the smoke. By this point, Yamaguchi no longer cared about his military duties or the war efforts. All he wanted to do was to get home to see his wife and son. As he wandered through the devastated landscape, he saw one horror after another. A mother singing a lullaby to her dead child, a horse's head burning with an eerie blue-green flame. He had to cross 2 rivers on his way home. One of these rivers no longer had a bridge, but there were so many corpses piled up in the shallows that they formed a kind of natural dam that he had to cross. The experience of crawling over these burned bodies to cross the river was extremely traumatic. For the rest of his life,
yeah, you're not recovering from that. Nobody of these people recover. Remember, right? Most of these people died really early on, right? Due to the radiation. Probably a lot of those actually just straight up ended it, right? PTSD, you probably cancer, a lot of cancer, probably. Maybe blood loss. I mean, that's probably the least of concerns there, but still. Hi, Shine Duck. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hello. Yeah, I don't think there's a lot of survivors. That sounds like a cursed omen, or just head on fire with blue flames. Ah, look at that. Horse rider, right? Ghost horse rider.
he would revisit that bridge in his nightmares. Walking in a state of shock, Akihiro Takahashi, a 14-year-old boy, was only mildly burned compared to the rest of the population. He followed streetcar tracks past wrecked, corpse-filled trolleys until he heard a friend calling his name. As he headed off towards his friend,
oh god, his friend probably looked horrible. Soon one of my favorite dinosaurs in the VR game I play is coming to the shop. Interesting. Yeah, his friend probably looked horrible.
a line of ant people began to form behind him. His friend was so severely poisoned by radiation that his teeth were falling out. Akihiro would later say that before he died, his belly turned purple and he vomited a continuous stream of blue-grey substance. On his journey through the city, Akihiro...
that's why they're... So basically they're the ant people, called ant people, because they follow in like straight lines like some ants do. That's basically what it is.
Saw many disturbing things. He encountered a woman with her eyeball dangling on her cheek, and he saw a skinned horse with exposed bloody muscle lying dead in a water-filled cistern. As he walked through the devastation, dozens of people followed him, although most of them no longer looked like humans. He was so horrified by these ant walkers that he tried to distance himself from them, but it seemed that with every twist and turn of his journey, new nightmares awaited him. He ran past the body of a young mother who had been completely degloved, with her screaming infant lying next to her. This baby somehow was...
That's as close as you can get to zombies. That is as close as you can get to zombies. Are you watching anything off of this? I think I'm watching the one video that someone sent, and that's about it. Still, if there's still time left. That is terrifying. This is the closest you can get to literal zombie apocalypse. Humans who are so... how do you say... mentally away that they're essentially just empty husks walking around. Kind of like Redeads in The Legend of Zelda.
Still alive, despite its entire skin being turned to charcoal. And this wasn't the last or even the worst horror that Akihiro encountered on his way. He would later say that,
how can it be worse than this? How can we get worse?
There were other sights that were so horrifying that words can't describe them. The aftermath of the Hiroshima and Nagasaki bombings was as harrowing as the explosions. The cities were reduced to smouldering ruins with just a few structures left standing and almost no life.
Again, of course, considering that a lot of these, right, were wooden buildings. Of course they wouldn't stand a chance against a bomb this powerful.
The initial death toll from the blasts was staggering, but the long-term consequences were equally devastating. The survivors, known as hibakusha, faced not only the physical horror of their injuries, but also the lasting effects of radiation exposure. Many survivors developed acute radiation sickness, which manifested as nausea, hair loss, and severe burns that healed slowly, if at all.
And cancer. A lot of this caused cancer.
In the weeks and months that followed, the death toll continued to rise as infections, organ failure, and cancers claimed many more lives. The cleanup and recovery process was an extremely grim task. Rescue workers...
I don't feel sympathy. What I'm saying. I don't, I cannot put myself into the people that had to clean this up. I feel just as much sympathy for those. Because like, right, you weren't there, but you get to see the aftermath. You get to see everything that, right, you have to clean up. You have to, right, get all the bodies. You have to take care of all the wounded, the injured, right? You have to worst case, there's family of yours there as well, right? Terrifying.
many of whom were soldiers and volunteers, had to navigate through the charred remains of the city and all.
Not only that, right? You didn't know what was going on, right? So chances are you went there to help and then became a victim yourself because of the radiation. So even then you couldn't escape.
All of the horrors that it had to offer. When soldiers sent by the War Ministry arrived at the city carrying stretchers, they couldn't understand why they'd been sent because there was not a living thing in sight. When they entered Ground Zero, they found a statue-like figure of a naked man standing with his arms and legs spread apart. The man had been turned into a brittle pillar of charcoal, crumbling at the slightest touch. He must have climbed out of a shelter shortly before the blast, driven by the hot fumes, only to be killed and carbonized instantly where he stood. They encountered a young, petite woman carrying the bloated corpse of a dead child on her back. She seemed to be completely insane, screaming incomprehensibly, her shouts getting louder and louder over time. They encountered another woman whose mind appeared to have been completely wiped clean. She appeared to be uninjured except for a large slash across her belly. The soldiers propped her up against the wall where she spent the night. In the morning they found her sitting in a pool of her own blood. It seemed as if she'd spent the night carefully trying to push her own intestines back inside herself. It was at this point that they noticed that she was pregnant. A baby.
Oh no! That baby's probably dead, I'm assuming. Ugh. Yeah. Okay, yeah, bro.
Only halfway to term, had emerged from her belly along with her intestines, and it hung lifelessly from her body. When soldiers approached to try and help her, she gave them a hideous smile before collapsing and dying. The psychological toll on the rescuers and the survivors was profound. For years afterwards, many struggled with the haunting memories of the dead and dying, the eerie silence of the devastated cities, and the incomprehensible sense of loss. Even now, decades later, these scars, both physical and emotional, remain.
Yeah, no wonder the Japanese gave up afterwards.
So I hope you found this video interesting. I think this provides just a tiny snapshot.
Well, that's pretty much the end of the video. Yeah, it is no surprise that Japan gave up over this one. Yeah, I mean, the Emperor probably saw also some shit. I'm assuming, but that is crazy. That is actually insane. That is horrifying. That was rather horrifying. Yeah, crazy. Good video, but that's the closest you can get to a zombie apocalypse. I witnessed this video at like 4:50 a.m. at night, so thank you for sharing my horror. I guess. What you don't do for your people. Anyways, we're going to something more happy now. We're gonna do something more happy now. A little more happy, okay?
The internet is
a lot less horrible and a little more happy, okay? Okay, a little more happy. I think this will also be the last video of the day. So yeah. Anyways, we have reacted to this channel before, Weiro. This was the one with the Thailand being obsessed with black men. I think was it. Could be wrong. Ranking the internet's greatest gooners. Crazy. I don't know who's on there. I'm gonna make a prediction. Okay, I'm gonna make a prediction. Javius will be on this. It's gonna be Javius. But I know a lot of people that should actually be on there even more. Anyways, we're gonna look at this. Also, please consider liking and subscribing. I appreciate it. Here we go. I'm assuming, at least.
The internet is a wild and wacky place, to say the least. 1 second I'm scrolling through rabbit videos on TikTok, and the next second...
somebody's getting back shots on there as well. That's all there is. That's all there is. There's a reason World War II was the deadliest conflict and most horrible event to plague mankind. Anyways, great reaction. No worries. I have one last video if you have time. You know what it is. Yeah, we'll see. If there's still some left, I guess we can do that. But we'll see. Yeah, it's just like swiping, especially swiping on Twitter is rather interesting. You just swipe or just autoplays, and the next video is just a chick getting the most diabolical backshots. Social media and the hub at the same time.
I'm seeing a villager say the N-word in reels. 1 second I'm watching memes on Twitter, and the next second I find this video on my homepage. And just a few minutes ago, I was just listening to some music while I found Charlie Kirk.
We are Charlie Kirk, that's diabolical. And Charlie Kirk cuddling with Judy Hopps.
Sleeping with what? But from all the chaos on here, one thing has remained constant for all this time. Fucking gooners, bruh! It doesn't matter if you were born in 2025 or 1138 BC, man. The urge to get your freak out has unfortunately been a part of our human nature. For better or for worse. Now, I didn't...
Yeah, sadly, that is true. That is true, but you can step away from it. Look at me. I haven't gooned since I was 19. You gotta chill. You gotta chill. You can manage. You can beat it. Pause. You can beat your urges. You can. Also, it's just better for your brain because it apparently shrinks your gray matter or changes your gray matter. So, yeah, stop it. Get some help. Too bad there's no serious therapy for it.
I don't want to associate with shit that only sad, lonely men do, but I guess gooning has now gone mainstream with just how many videos there are about it. So I put this video idea in a poll just as a fun little addition, and God damn it.
Let Charlie rest already, bro. Yeah, true. The internet's greatest gooners was picked, right? That was picked, right? So I'm predicting JVS. I'm also, honestly, I'm predicting some women on here too, right? Like Project Melody, right? Who else could be on here? Let me think. There's another one. I forgot. Another B thought. Let me think. I forgot her name. But she could also be on here.
Man. Now to help me rank everybody, hashtag GoonerNation proclaims the 5 commandments of hashtag ethical goons. Number 1, thou shalt treat others as thou treatst thyself. Number 2, thou shalt prioritize consent. Number 3, thou shalt not involve minors in any capacity. Number 4, thou shalt not support AI art. And number 5, thou shalt not fake the goon.
Mean, Kobe Bryant?
With that
I'm supporting AI art for one simple reason. I want to destroy the delusions of delusional artists thinking that they can demand $250 for a single second of animation. I am done with these people. I also want them to get cooked as they can't keep up with their schedule. I also want them to get cooked because they should lock in for actually providing art that actually wants to be bought. I don't want to buy emojis for like $50. 2 emojis. Stop it. Get some help. I also want those to get cooked that double or quadruple their prices after a popular creator asked them to commission something for them. I do want these people to suffer. Not all artists, but some of them. Niara. Oh, that might be actually a great gooner. TLDR. We aren't much into the gooning yet. He just named us the rules of goon, so to speak. Thou shalt get consent and stuff. Or not do anything with minors.
said, I was inspired by this video I found, and he already did a great job ranking all the criminals on this list. So let me immediately put Diddy, Epstein, his best friend, his other best friend, EDP, Dan Schneider, my classmate from 11th grade, and every Minecraft YouTuber out there in F tier. Because honest to God, we need more hashtag ethical gooners in this world. Wait a minute. Now let's start with the most infamous gooner in this video.
Take on this, you motherfucker!
And I'm pretty sure y'all know why already. But aside from that clip, this dude really got entire compilations of him being freaky. Did the whole thing.
Yeah, but he also like has his he also showed his meat. So there's that. He was meeting his meat. Also, he is not that bad. Project Melody is worse. Like most female VTubers are worse, actually. Like what is, I forgot what that chick's name was. She literally voiced in like adult animation and stuff. I forgot who it was. But yeah, it does make sense. Like they're right. Speed is nearly as bad. God, Getting Over is the best game. Getting Over it, nah.
You emote before it got popular and had the hub and Pokimane what in his search history?
What? I didn't know that. There's definitely worse people out there than Speed. Easily. I know women that are far worse than Speed. I don't even, Speed is in the top 10, let alone top 20. I think he's only gonna pick dudes, but like there are chicks out there way worse. I show mead. Yeah, that one.
With this said, Speed isn't an immediate S tier since I'm pretty confident that he's just clip farming half of this stuff for content. And y'all shouldn't forget the absolutely vile shit he said a couple years ago.
Who's gonna stop me?
But Speed has redeemed himself heavy in the past year or two, so I'ma put all that aside for a respectable A tier. W Speed, man, so inspirational. Just like the redemption arc of Atrioc after he leaked deepfake porn of his colleagues on stream while having a wife. Yeah, that shit didn't go well. The thing is, 3 years later, he's still doing great on YouTube, still has a wife, and was kinda forgiven by those streamers. And kinda means.
Yeah, it's also like, yeah, it's a bit creepy. It's very creepy. Coughing Baby was Hydrogen Bomb pick, very much. China era was good. Stop. Kinda, yeah. Kinda. And then, however, the video, like, I don't like Speed because he's just, like, so over the top, right? But, like, he's still one of the better ones. I know there's a lot worse creators nowadays, into the Chinaverse. Yeah, I think this guy just, like, recovered himself after the deep fakes. I wonder if Jellywig liked that, right? Because it's Cutie Cinderella. I wonder if Jellywig was very much into that, right? Because he likes watching Hassan get down. Anyways.
Halfway, so I guess he's fine at C tier. And I guess let's keep the streamer train rolling. Kaisenot got the job done on stream that one time. D tier for Dick. This dude Vosh exposed
D tier for Dick. Oh no, Vosh! No! the lolly horses.
This gooning folder for AI horse me? F tier?
Nah, not AI. It wasn't AI. It was just lolly lolly horse stuff. That's all it was. And he gets into put into, well, you actually can put him. So here's a little history on Vosh. He doesn't think it's actually that bad. To consume underage adult content. That's the lightest way I will put it. He doesn't think YouTube, he doesn't think it's that bad. Same with Destiny. I wonder if Destiny's also on here. Anyways, moving on.
Obviously. And Sketch was exposed as a former OnlyFans model. Yeah, that was the entire controversy for a guy who wanted to hide that stuff.
Yeah, I feel like Streisand effect, the more you try to hide it, the worse it gets.
I didn't get it back then, and I still don't get it now. B for Breakout Streamer of the Year. Am I right? Hello? Well, let's move on to YouTube, and oh boy, this will be a while. So let me start with our favorite gay gooner, Javius. And man, did this guy have the
Javius is on here. I fucking knew it. Nuked the whole generation, that one guy. Javius is on here. I knew it. I knew that Javius was on here. I just knew it. I knew that Javius was on here.
portfolio. Searched up adult content in school to be accused of being gay. Played every single femboy game on Steam.
Sweet!
And made a whole video on horny unks. Yeah, I'm sure you only wanted to find those unks, bub. And I mean, he did collab with me, so no bias here, but S tier. Be on the lookout, y'all, because future collabs with him hopefully are coming soon.
He is an S tier. Yeah, he's not recovering from that, bro. Congratulations, Javius. You are an S tier. You are an S tier gooner.
Just like with the true gooner pioneer, Robro, with this iconic video that sparked a new generation of...
What on earth is going... What do you want to do? What during beating Minecraft? Oh my god, wow.
Of the generosity. Whoops, wrong word. But hey, I got 1 million views from using that thumbnail, so I gotta credit him for that. But I gotta lower his rank to B tier for one simple reason. Where is the goon cam? I mean, he uploaded this entire video without proof that he actually, you know. And I mean, Jesus Christ, what did you just...
I mean, you could have just put it on an OF. But that's gay, my guy. Why do you even want to see this? Do we have why is he so? I demand for him to put himself on that list because that is diabolical. Why is he not on that list? Because why did you want to see this? Why is he not on the list?
Uploaded last week, dude. That's kind of weird, man. I'm not gonna lie.
Ranking the most crackable mini mobs. You wanna So mini mobs are baby mobs and yeah, that son, what is this? What on earth is, first of all, what is this thumbnail? Second of all, what? No. Definitely. Most certainly! No! What is this thumbnail? What is this vid? Bro, you gotta put some real substances into you to sit there and be like, damn, that's a video, I gotta make that. I gotta make that right away.
But don't worry about it, because I got some bigger questions for the other YouTubers on this list. Number 1, for Ice Harry, can you not...
I do not know who Ice... Okay, I do not know who Ice Harry is, but I do know who Ice Harry is because what a man goons to says a lot about him. You know, the Jenny mod. What a man we will not be watching this. What a man enjoys in bed says a lot about him. What a man watches on the hub says a lot about him. Yeah. Fun fact, romantic is actually one of the highest searched things for both men and women. So even in Corn, they crave romance. Moving on.
Make like 6 different gooning videos and then make a YouTube kid.
That is a crazy one. I crafted the safest base in 99 Nights in the Forest in Minecraft. That's a very normal video.
This video with your sister on the same channel. C tier. Number 2 for Saroni. What came to your mind when you saw...
I again do not know who that is, but I don't think I have to. Where is Samax? She gets an extra tier, the Samax tier, right? She's above all the rest. Nobody comes close to her.
Evbo's video and decided to make Gooning Civilization.
Gooning Civilization, full movie, by the way, 5 minutes, full movie. POV, you live in a gooning civilization in Minecraft. Again, you gotta sit here and actually be like, yes, I want to turn this into a video, right? You gotta sit here and be like, yes, this is what I want to do now. This is what I want to be known for online, right? This is what I need. This is what my viewers need.
A tier. Number 3 for Pyrocynical. Actually, never mind. You said all.
My response, woman tier. I'm surprised that there are no women on here, honestly. I'm surprised there are no women on here. I know a lot more women that are way worse than these dudes. Like by far, right? They do like actual like like fansly streams and stuff. They voice in adult videos, right? In adult animations and stuff. Who greenlit this idea, bro? Bro greenlit it. Bro is the one greenlighting this.
And he did to say, C tier for complete and utter slop. And lastly for Zayo, of all the things you could have done in life.
Don't know who that is. We gotta get some representation for women, bro.
Why did you crown yourself as the king of Gooner Minecraft?
Oh, top 10 Gooner mods. Of course. Of course.
Oh.
Yeah, now I know who it was. Now I know who the woman was. Where the heck is Cottontail? Where's Cottontail VA? Where is she? Right? She's like by far worse than any of these. Like leagues worse. Amaranth, where's she? Right? Where are these women? These are gooners.
Oh. Shit, man, I can't even lie. This is an S tier deserving channel for sure. But for the real king of meatloaf, there's this tweet I found 2 weeks ago of a guy who wears Pornhub merch. Turns out this was academics. And I think I gotta dethrone Jay.
No way you walk around. No way. Where's Poke? That doesn't make sense that I'd be here at a goon. Where's this? The tier list, bro? Who are these people? Who is this? Yeah, and where's the people that are like way worse? I need like some where, for example, so right? Anybody remember Pro Jarrett and what happened with his shit? Right? And anybody remember how Sugar Conroy got essentially cooked for what's the word? Asking for feed pics? Where are these people? Where are the ones that are actually out of control? Where are the ones that are unhinged?
For the most impressive background experience. This guy got beef with the Hub 10 years ago, wore Hub merch in his podcast, and tweeted the absolute worst shit I've ever had to read in my freaking life.
Fellas, y'all ever actually spend an entire day on Unk? What the fuck are you even talking about? You don't need to know, but if you do, you are an unk if you know. Regardless. That is an unhinged tweet. From Earth, by the way. Where else would he tweet it? That is an unhinged tweet.
Like, bro, he even said this about Kylie Jenner, allegedly gooned.
Oh, hold up. I couldn't read. I can't read that. Kylie Jenner gave us a whole week. She's the baddest in the game right now. And if you say no, name who is. Of course, Somax wouldn't know she's a baby. Yeah, Shadow. I can't say that, but it is in the M word that you do when you touch yourself. When you play with yourself.
Allegedly gooned on stream, and even
he's a top tier what? And didn't he what?
Got featured on the Hub's Valentine's Day album.
Yeah, at this point, that deserves his own tier. He's like, that's like Coughing Baby versus Hydrogen Bomb. He deserves his own tier. He's not supposed to be on there. What? How did he even end up on that list? Why does it even have a Valentine's Day playlist? What are we doing?
Like, bro, what the hell is this? But yeah, this guy is fucking hilarious. So I gotta put him at an instant S tier. God damn it, man. Get out of here.
He was accused for what? Crazy. Never mind. Well, that explains it. See? Hey, anyways, corn into grape pipeline. I once again stand correct, not corrected.
Here, bum. Alright, I'm sure we can find the real Goon King with Dreamy Bowl. Opera singer, demon awakener, but
Dreamy Bowl again, chat. The star from the last video that we watched from this channel. The one that got the people in which country was it? Regardless, an entire country riled up because they are obsessed with black men. In the shadow room with him.
bus rider, award winner, and even a sax player. I mean, what can't he do? Pretty obvious S tier for sure. And let's take the time to talk about his friend.
Oh yeah, it was Indonesia. Correction, it was Indonesia. That was the one.
Mr. Yes King, aka Love and Light TV, who sadly passed away on my fucking birthday, man. Appreciate Dreamybo posting about him since we just lost a real one, man. Rest in peace, King. S+ tier. Now, not long after making...
Damn, bro died and got his special tier. Wonderful, amazing.
The subreddits video, I saw quite a few videos about Goon Cave.
Buddy. She's right here! Cottontail! She's right here! She literally is here. She's literally the Goon Queen, as far as I'm aware. Like, she's literally here. Right there. She's there. She should be on this list easily.
Videos about Goon Caves. And I thought, hold up. Could there be an actual subreddit about Goon Caves? And god damn it, why did I search that shit up? It's literally gooning to like 20 different computer screens playing at the same time. Every single one of you aren't even freaks. Y'all are just sad, lonely men who don't even know what a woman is.
But I don't do that, and I'm so a sad, lonely man and don't know what a woman is. It sounds like TikTok, honestly.
Y'all are lucky goddamn Epstein is in F tier, because I'm forced to just put all 4,000 of you in D tier. But at least those guys didn't do it in public, unlike the infamous Goonacide with this guy, Nautica Malone, pulling up to a drive-thru full commando style cock and balls out mode. And when he got exposed for it, bro literally did.
Yeah. Bro literally, didn't bro end it? Or could I be wrong? Maybe just didn't want to include VTubers. Well, he didn't want to include women, of course, right? Friendly fire here.
A Goonacide when he had a wife and kids. Like, bro, I know.
Wait, what? I didn't read that. I'm not this fast, man.
When he had a wife.
In an obituary posted by his family online, Malone was described as a devoted husband and loving father. He is survived by his wife, Victoria Malone, and his children, Nalia and Val Malone. This man literally had a Goonacide. Bro died as he lived. Like a gooner.
Wife and kids. Like, bro, I know what he did was wrong, but he didn't have to do all that. Same goes for the one woman who did the same thing 9 months.
Wait, the same thing? I don't have a goon cave either. I just jork my penis. Look like the fact that you say pinar and jork means you are not normal. Anyways. A Georgia woman who became viral after arrested on a beach for using an adult toy was found gone 8 months ago. 8 months after the police body cam was released to the public. Wow.
After gooning on a public beach. I mean, they're definitely weirdos for what they did, but I do pity them just enough to give them an F+ tier. Rest in peace to their souls. And to wrap off this list, there's this guy who posts calc for calculator lectures on the hub. And while I don't have proof that he's a real #goonitizen, he does hire actual adult stars to erase the boards for him. But honestly, I don't really care about all that, cause whatever gets the students to be hard and study hard gets an S tier in my books. I don't feel like adding him.
What? You don't want to add Professor Lando? Coward.
Seems like it's just another regular... Gosh darn
yeah, you gotta add him.
it. S tier.
Yeah, I'm like, why do you not add him? The fuck?
Okay, bye.
5 Fortnite skins I would impregnate in real life. Yes.
Okay, bro. Yeah, we are ending here. No, we're not doing this to Fortnite skins, bro. Anyways, the people that I wanted to be here are not on here, sadly. It is what it is. I am surprised that no woman found her. Well, I guess a woman found her way on here, but like, aside from that, it's kind of surprising that one of the women have not found it on here. Anyways, crazy. And of course, Salmax wasn't on here, which is rather unfortunate. Didn't watch that one vid by him. Wait, what? I did watch one video by him. We did watch the Indonesians being into black men. We did watch that. Wait, we did. We did watch that. Hold up. We very much did. Anyways, we have reached our limit for the day. Right? There's no more time left. So I shall be released and you shall be released. So yeah. Kiddos, have a good day or night. Don't become a gooner like these guys. Especially you. You know who I'm talking about. Yeah, you. I'm speaking to you right now. And yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. Take care, guys. Bye-bye.